We will exercise that right. We expect our Quad partners to understand and appreciate that.
Speaking at the Quad meet in US, Jaishankar strongly asserts that India has every right to defend its people against terrorism and will not hesitate to exercise that right. Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin transfers investigation into Shiva Ganga custodial death case to the Central Bureau of Investigation. With just 1 day left for Baba Barfani Darshan, final preparations are underway with full security measures. First batch of Yatris to arrive in Valley today. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on Tuesday spoke to US Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth and appreciated the unwavering support of the US extended to India in its fight against terrorism. And we're getting more updates coming in as we are live this morning. India-US defence talks continue. Viewers, live this morning. Our next story is not your usual gangster chronicle. It's an episode in the sordid saga of crime and terrorism that has held Punjab hostage for decades. A story of one Harjeet Kaur. Her killing has once again revealed the vicious cycle of partisan politics, gun running, drug peddling and meddling foreign agencies that has put Punjab on a choke point.
This is National Highway 54. It is a vital corridor of North India connecting Punjab to Rajasthan and Haryana. This Saturday afternoon, it is blocked. People from nearby Bhagwanpur village have laid down a corpse on the highway and are protesting. They want the killers of this dead woman to be arrested. Her sister, who is the village sarpanch, wants a Congress leader and former minister of the state arrested.
मैं तो दो ही गल्लां करनी ਸੀ ਕੱਲ ਹੀ ਦਰਖਾਸਤ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਆ ਸਾਡੀ ਕੋਈ ਸੁਣਵਾਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ ਦਾ ਰਾਤ ਦਾ ਇੰਤਜ਼ਾਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਰਾਤ ਸਾਡੀ ਇਹ ਕੰਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਵਾ ਦਰਖਾਸਤ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਸਾਡੀ ਮਨਜ਼ੂਰ ਕਰਨੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਮਨਜ਼ੂਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੀ ਆ ਕਿ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਹਨਾ ਜਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਜੀਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਵੀ ਸੁਪਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਤਗੜਾ ਸਰਕਲ ਆ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਧਰਨਾ ਲਾਉਣਾ ਵਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਿਚਾਰੀ ਗਰੀਬਣੀ ਨੂੰ ਚੁੱਕ ਕੇ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਰਹਿਣ ਹੀ ਕੁੱਖ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਘਰ ਹੀ ਬਰਬਾਦ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਵਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਤੇ ਖੜਨਾ ਹੀ ਖੜਨਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਕੱਲ ਦੀ ਦਰਖਾਸਤ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਆਈ ਆ ਕੋਈ ਆਇਆ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਾ ਧਮਕੀਆਂ ਮਿਲੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟ ਨਿਕਲ ਲਿਆ ਧਮਕੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਡਾ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਵੈਰ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾਲ
Harjeet Kaur was the local kingmaker of Bhagwanpura, once elected as the head of a village panchayat with the alleged backing of this Congress leader. She had later changed her political allegiance as the wind had moved towards Aam Aadmi Party. Her sister Rajwinder Kaur now heads the village panchayat. Harjeet had ruled Bhagwanpura through her. Rajwinder's FIR filed on Friday night names Randhawa.
किया है लेकिन वो अपनी भी अभी कर रहे हैं ना को भी रात के टाइम को हुआ था जो भी हुआ था वो जो बाइक पर आए थे वो दो ही थे दो जनों की हुई है दूसरे करण ही एक लड़का था हमारा वो जो साथ में रहता था वो भी नोन ही साडा इदा ही रिश्तेदार ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਬਿਆਨ ਦਵਾਂਗੇ SHO ਸਾਹਿਬ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਜੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਿਆਨ ਦਵਾਂਗੇ ਸਾਰੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਨਿਰਭਰ ਉਤਰਨਗੇ
The accused Sukhjinder Singh Randhawa threatened to kill my son Gagandeep. On 26 June, when Harjeet and Karanbir were returning to Batala, the accused tracked them. When Harjeet and Karanbir reached her house, the accused shot them. Accused were on a video call with Randhawa at the time of attack. Killers told Randhawa, "We have done the job. My son Prince and I witnessed the attack." Randhawa threatened against contesting polls, challenging them. Karanbir died on the spot. Harjeet succumbed to injuries en route to the hospital. Reason behind the murder is enmity. We opposed Randhawa in the polls and entered liquor business. I request legal action against the accused.
But why did political parties back Harjeet? Because she held absolute sway over these badlands as the mother of one of Punjab's most heinous crime boss. Jaggu. 128 cases of extortion, murder, gun running and drug dealing lodged against him. He runs a deadly gang and to top it all, personally mentored the very notorious underworld don and Bollywood's nemesis, Lawrence Bishnoi. What's more, it was Jaggu and Lawrence Bishnoi who had jointly orchestrated the assassination of Punjab's biggest rapper and pop singer Sidhu Moosewala. Jaggu's assailants had ambushed Sidhu's car minutes after he left home and had shot him dead. In a karmic turn, Jaggu's mother was murdered in similar situation this June 26th, exactly 3 years later. Harjeet was just reaching home when assailants pumped bullets into her and her aide.
9:30 बजे रात को हमें एक इन्फॉर्मेशन आई है कि कादियाँ रोड बटाला पे कोई फायरिंग हुई है, तो उसमें 2 जो है व्यक्ति इंजर्ड हो गए। हम उसी वक्त मौका पर जाके उनको जल्दी से जल्दी उठा के सिविल हॉस्पिटल बटाला में लेके गए। यहाँ एक जो लड़का है उसका नाम मालूम हुआ है, करण है, उसकी डेथ हुई है और एक लड़की एक औरत थी मंजीत कौर और उसको रेफ़र कर दिया है उधर अमृतसर में और बाद में उसकी भी डेथ हो गई है। इनके ऊपर जो है कर्णवीर है उसके फादर के बयान पे हमने FIR नंबर 185 थाना सिविल लाइन बटाला में दर्ज की है।
Police say that Jaggu's rival gangster Davinder Bambiha's men were behind the shootout and killing. Bambiha himself died in a police encounter in 2016, but his gang has been active. Batala police cite an Instagram post from the account of yet another dead gangster who was killed by Jaggu's gang in 2017 to prove their point.
We, Doni Bal Billa Manga, Prabhu Dasuwal and Kaushal Chaudhary take responsibility for Karan's murder in Batala. He used to handle all of Jaggu's operations. He was in charge of his fugitives, weapons and money. Today, by killing him, we have avenged our brother Gore Baryar. Even though he knew that Gore had nothing to do with us, he was killed. Today, we carried out a justified killing. From now on, if any of our brothers are wrongfully killed, be ready to pay the price. Anyone else who speaks against us should also be prepared.
But Rajwinder's FIR claims Harjeet named Congress leader Randhawa in her dying moments. She alleges the assailants were on a video call with him.
The deceased Harjeet Kaur's sister Rajinder Kaur, who is the Sarpanch of the Bhagwanpura village, has filed a complaint alleging the involvement of Congress MP Sukhjinder Randhawa in the murder of their sister Harjeet Kaur and Karanbir Singh. Right now, they have blocked the national highway of Batala, Amritsar, saying that until the justice is not given, their protest will continue the same.
Jaggu, meanwhile, is in faraway Assam. This March, he was transferred from Bhatinda Central Jail to Silchar Jail under the very stringent PIT-NDPS Act. The real reason, however, was the fact that Jaggu was too hot to handle in Punjab, connected as he was to politicians and ran his gang activities from inside jail premises.
The name of Jagu Bhagwanpuria went beyond only being a gangster when the National Investigation Agency began the probe in the gangster syndicate and terror nexus. 2 cases were registered by the National Investigation Agency in its Delhi headquarters. The cases were case number 39 and case number 38. These 2 cases were registered in the month of August by the National Investigation Agency, and a senior officer of the IG rank began the investigation. During the investigation, it came into being that Jagu Bhagwanpuria is not just a gangster, but he is one who has been working on the behest of the Pakistani terror groups and also on those who wants to destabilize country. It came during the investigation of 2 attacks.
Hours before Harjeet was killed on Thursday, the NIA filed a charge sheet in Mohali court against 7 people for a grenade attack on a police station of Gurdaspur last December. 3 of the accused are Babbar Khalsa terrorists, now staying as fugitives in Pakistan, Canada and US. The rest 4 in police custody are gangsters from Batala, where Jaggu's mother Harjeet Kaur lived. One of these 4, Abjot, was picking and dropping weapons and explosives on the directions of his terror handlers based abroad.
But this is a deep-rooted conspiracy that has been hatched from outside the country, that how Pakistani ISI will involve the Khalistani terror groups, its terror groups of the Pakistan that will smuggle weapons, narcotics into the Indian side, so that with the sale of the narcotics, the money can be used for the agenda of Pakistan, that is to target the security forces installations as well as to carry out the killings, so that their terror associates and the gangster network that is there in Punjab can prevail. And that was the triangle of the Khalistani groups, terror groups and the gangster syndicate that was working in Punjab has now been unearthed in the NIA during its investigation of 2 cases that it has registered, taking suo motu cognizance of the incidents unfolding in Punjab.
This May, Delhi police busted a Punjab-based gang involved in extortion and firing incidents on businessmen in the national capital region. The 8 arrested had links with the Khalistan Tiger Force and were instructed to extort on the terror gang's behalf.
And US Secretary of State Marco Rubio received External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar and the visiting foreign ministers of Japan and Australia for the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting on Tuesday. Addressing a joint press conference after meeting, Secretary Rubio said that the US and Quad partners resolved to turn the forum in one that focuses on specific issues and delivers action on them. Giving an insight into the minutes of the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting, Jaishankar said that the discussions featured on making the forum more focused and impactful on contemporary opportunities and challenges. His report.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar joined his Quad partners for the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting in Washington, D.C. on Tuesday. Addressing a joint press conference with Jaishankar and the visiting foreign ministers of Australia and Japan, Penny Wong and Takeshi Iwaya, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the meeting focused on making the forum more responsive to specific issues and delivering action on them. Giving an insight into what went down at the meeting on his X handle, Jaishankar posted that the discussions were majorly about making the forum more impactful and focused on contemporary opportunities and challenges. The External Affairs Minister also posted pictures from his discussions with his Australian counterpart Penny Wong on the sidelines of the Quad meet. He also shared images from his meeting with US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, saying that the talks were majorly about deepening the defense partnership between the 2 countries.
After Tesla CEO Elon Musk slammed US President Trump's flagship spending bill, the latter said that he could consider deporting the tycoon. Trump warned that Elon Musk might lose more than electric vehicle subsidies under the new policy, adding that his administration may revisit Musk's influence on federal spending program. Here's more.
The ongoing feud between Trump and Elon Musk continued to deepen as the US president signaled potential action of deportation against the Tesla CEO. The remarks came as Trump and Musk continued to clash publicly over what the president calls his big beautiful bill. Trump warned that Musk might lose more than electric vehicle subsidies under the new policy, adding that his administration may revisit the tycoon's influence on federal spending programs.
Nothing, he's upset that he's losing his EV mandate, and he's very upset about things, but he could lose a lot more than that. I can tell you right now. Hey, Elon can lose a lot more than that.
Trump's remark on looking into Musk's deportation came after he said that the ex-CEO might have to close up shop and move back to South Africa as the feud escalates over the bill. The president added that his administration was also considering reducing the Musk-linked programs such as satellite launches, space exploration, and electric vehicle production. The president's comments followed a post by Musk in which he criticized the pending legislation and threatened to launch a new political entity in response. The dispute intensified earlier in June when Trump reportedly threatened to revoke Musk's federal contracts. The situation further deteriorated after Musk made a bombshell claim that Trump's name appeared in documents related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. However, he later retracted the allegation.
Now, after the pushback and the public fallout with his former Elon Musk, now we see that Donald Trump saw his much publicized big, beautiful bill narrowly clearing the Senate vote on Tuesday. Now, remember, it's coming after Vice President J.D. Vance's tiebreaker vote cleared the passage of the president's major tax cut and spending bill to the House of Representatives. After a marathon debate spanning more than 24 hours, the bill finally came to a vote. The Senate vote literally went down to the wire before Trump's running mate tipped the scales in the president's favor. In his first response to the bill's passage, Trump said that his spending bill would go down easy in the House of Representatives. Here's a report. Viewers, take a look.
Trump's big, beautiful bill survived a tense Senate vote on Tuesday. The bill, which proposes sweeping tax cuts, anti-immigration measures, and federal reforms, came down to a vote after a marathon debate spanning more than 24 hours. However, the voting turned out to be too close for comfort for the Trump administration. The upper house of the U.S. Congress was deadlocked before a tiebreaker vote by Vice President J.D. Vance tipped the scales in Trump's favor, securing the bill's passage to the House of Representatives. Responding to the bill's passage in the upper house, the president claimed it would go down easy in the House of Representatives.
Well, I just heard that about the Senate, and the bill just passed, and it tells you there's something for everyone. I mean, it's a great bill. There is something for everyone, and I think it's going to go very nicely in the House. Actually, I think it will be easier in the House than it was in the Senate.
Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen from Oklahoma said the bill was yet another example of a promise made and promise kept.
This is a historic direction that we're moving for President Trump and the American people that elected us to run the government in a different direction than the Biden administration had put us in. So in November, we heard loud and clear, and this is delivering on those promises. As President Trump would say, promises made, promises kept.
However, Republican Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky sounded a discordant note.
I told them all along that I would consider voting for it if we separated out the debt ceiling or reduced it. A couple of weeks ago, I offered to extend the debt ceiling for 3 months, which is about $500 billion. I offered that again, and there was a time in which they had to make a decision dealing with me and reducing the debt ceiling or giving pork and subsidies to Alaska. They chose to add more pork and subsidies for Alaska to secure that vote.
Amy Klobuchar, a Democrat senator from Minnesota, came out in fierce opposition to Trump's big spending bill.
This is going to be hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not just Alaska anymore because of the parliamentarian rule. They have literally turned it all upside down, and there's absolutely no doubt that governors, if they want to save money for their states, should start committing errors. They should start giving SNAP to people. This is the Republican theory. Give SNAP to people that don't deserve it, get a higher error rate, and then you get 2 years off of your cuts. Just explain it any other way than that.
While the Republicans hold a slight majority in the House of Representatives, the big question is, will Trump's spending bill get the nod of the lower house?
And viewers, we're taking a short break right now, but do not go anywhere. We will be right back. We're live this morning. Much more coming right up.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Well, it's sad. And of course, it's now becoming the new common where we are seeing youngsters who look, completely fit, passing away suddenly. We cannot ignore that this rise has also been only after COVID infections and COVID pandemic. Number one. Number two, the point I want to say is anti-aging is basically a multi-pronged approach. Glutathione is the world's best known antioxidant. It is given for cancer patients so as to reduce the side effects of the chemotherapy agents. And the side effect of it is skin whitening and skin glow. It is not the main effect. So it is very, very good for health and it cannot be fatal unless and until the product is counterfeit. The product is fake. It's not being injected in the right dosage, which can also hamper, which I feel the Indian government is high time should take action if, this is the fact, because I see a lot of grey market fake products in the market, but I don't think our Bollywood would actually fall prey to it. But yes, again, we must not ignore the
Viewers, top topics we're tracking for you right now. From the world of business, US President Trump has suggested that the Doge review the subsidies offered to Tesla CEO Elon Musk's company to save Central administration's wealth. This triggered another tit for tat between the world's richest individual and the leader world's top economy. Trump's remarks comes in after Musk criticized a sweeping tax cut and spending bill and vowed to unseat lawmakers who supported it despite campaigning on limiting government spending. India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman declared that the country's tax reforms and digital transformation and tax administration has boosted revenue and reduced compliance costs, showcasing India's commitment to inclusive growth and global cooperation. India's comprehensive tax reforms and digital transformation and tax administration have increased revenue and reduced compliance cost. She said this at an event in Spain.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be on your channel and particularly on the digital part of your amazing network. I've served in several Islamic countries, including several years in Sudan, which had Sharia law when I was there. And somebody even issued a fatwa against me, whatever that meant. Question here is, what does this Ayatollah, Grand Ayatollah, whatever titles they give each other, Supreme Ayatollah or Major Ayatollah, or Captain Ayatollah or General Ayatollah, I don't know what they go around doing with themselves. What has he said against Netanyahu and President Trump? Has he said they should be killed? No, if he's the enemy of Allah, does it mean that somebody should take a pot shot at him? I'm not quite sure what it means. If they're trying to be oversmart, these jokers in Iran who have issued whatever they have issued against this guy. See, my understanding of fatwa, I spoke to many Islamic scholars and I've spoken again to them. A fatwa is a religious opinion, an opinion on a religious issue. For example, can I wear a striped shirt? And somebody might issue a fatwa saying, yes, it's legal in Islam. So it's a very complicated issue. But in recent times, we've been finding people issuing fatwas, asking for the physical elimination of the people against whom the fatwa has been issued. This hadn't been done. In fact, funnily enough, it might amuse you. There used to be a
केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be on your channel and particularly on the digital part of your amazing network. I've served in several Islamic countries, including several years in Sudan, which had Sharia law when I was there. And somebody even issued a fatwa against me, whatever that meant. Question here is, what does this Ayatollah, Grand Ayatollah, whatever titles they give each other, Supreme Ayatollah or Major Ayatollah, or Captain Ayatollah or General Ayatollah, I don't know what they go around doing with themselves. What has he said against Netanyahu and President Trump? Has he said they should be killed? No, if he's the enemy of Allah, does it mean that somebody should take a pot shot at him? I'm not quite sure what it means. If they're trying to be oversmart, these jokers in Iran who have issued whatever they have issued against this guy. See, my understanding of fatwa, I spoke to many, many Islamic scholars and I've spoken again to them. A fatwa is a religious opinion, an opinion on a religious issue. For example, can I wear a striped shirt? And somebody might issue a fatwa saying, yes, it's legal in Islam. So it's a very complicated issue. But in recent times, we've been finding people issuing fatwas asking for the physical elimination of the people against whom the fatwa has been issued. This hadn't been done. In fact, funnily enough, it might amuse you, there used to be a fatwa against Coca-Cola also, because that drink is supposed to have gas or all kinds of things, and it uses some pigment or the other, uses something related to the pig.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 9 a.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Deepak Suresh Kumar, on Republic TV. Focus remains on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's departure statement as he embarks on a historic 5-nation tour, starting with his visit to Ghana. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin transfers investigation into Ajit custodial death case to the CBI. BJP ups ante against Mamata Banerjee over Kolkata rape case, says police must probe those who are backing the main accused, Manojit Mishra. PM Modi embarks on 5-nation tour today. This tour will begin from Ghana, will mark the Prime Minister's longest diplomatic visit in nearly 10 years. Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha flags off first batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims from Jammu. Amarnath Yatra begins from tomorrow. Quad foreign ministers condemn Pahalgam terror attack, calls for action against Pahalgam financiers and perpetrators. Indian origin astronaut Anil Menon is set to embark on his first mission with NASA to International Space Mission, a flight engineer and a member of Expedition 75. First up, viewers, in a big diplomatic win for India, a joint statement by the foreign ministers of the US, India, Japan and Australia have jointly condemned the April 22nd terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam that killed 26 people and urged those behind it be brought to justice. This after External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar raked up the issue of terrorism and also demanded and stated that the world must unite, most importantly, Quad must unite to condemn all forms of terror and those who sponsor terrorism.
A word about terrorism in the light of our recent experience. The world must display zero tolerance. Victims and perpetrators must never be equated. And India has every right to defend its people against terrorism, and we will exercise that right. We expect our Quad partners to understand and appreciate that. A word about terrorism in the light of our recent experience. The world must display zero tolerance. Victims and perpetrators must never be equated, and India has every right to defend its people against terrorism, and we will exercise that right. We expect our Quad partners to understand and appreciate that.
Well, that was External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar speaking in Washington, D.C. yesterday, saying that victims and perpetrators of terrorism must not be equated. And he also made this statement in the presence of U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, conveying New Delhi's displeasure over rehyphenation of India and Pakistan by President Donald Trump's administration. In fact, let me also read out the quote of Dr. S. Jaishankar. He said, and I quote, "The world must display zero tolerance against terrorism. Victims and perpetrators must never be equated." This is what External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar said in Washington, D.C. before he and Rubio joined their Japanese and Australian counterparts, Takeshi Iwaya and Penny Wong, for a meeting of the foreign ministers of the Quad. And this is Jaishankar's first visit to Washington, D.C. after New Delhi's response to the April 22nd terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir that led to a 4-day-long cross-border flare-up between India and Pakistan between May 7th and May 10th. Now, moving on, viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. The Prime Minister has embarked for a 5-nation tour. His first stop is Ghana, and this will be his first historic, and it will be PM Modi's longest diplomatic visit in nearly 10 years. And he has also issued a statement, a departure statement, during his departure to Ghana, which will be his first stop in the 5-nation tour. Let me take you through the quotes and also the statement of the Prime Minister. He said, "Today I embark on a 5-nation visit to Ghana, Trinidad and Tobago, Argentina, Brazil and Namibia at the invitation of President H.E. John Dramani Mahama. I will visit Ghana on 2nd and 3rd July. Ghana is valued partner in the Global South and plays an important role in the African Union and the economic community of West African states." So this is Prime Minister Modi's Global South tour that has kicked off, and he has departed for the 5-nation tour. And he has also issued a statement during his departure. His journey begins in Ghana, where he will hold talks with President Mahama and address the parliament, marking the first ever bilateral visit by an Indian Prime Minister. Next, in Trinidad and Tobago, Prime Minister Modi will meet President Christine Kangaloo and Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Bisesar. And the visit celebrates 180 years of Indian heritage in the Caribbean nation. And in Argentina, the first bilateral visit in 57 years, PM Modi will discuss trade, energy and technology with Javier Milei. Moving on, viewers, there seems to be no end for Congress's anti-India rhetoric, because the BJP has hit out at Congress leader Ajay Kumar for calling Sikkim a neighbouring country. Congress leader referred to Sikkim as a neighbouring country during his press conference at AICC headquarters. This is a shocking statement that has come to light. A Congress leader, Ajay Roy, has referred to Sikkim as India's neighbour, while completely dismissing it being part of India. He has said Sikkim, India's neighbouring country, during his press conference at the AICC headquarters. Let's listen in.
भारत के इतिहास में पहली बार इस तरह से पड़ोसी देशों के साथ हमने जो है संबंध बर्बाद कर दिए कि सिक्किम भी आंख दिखा रहा है, बांग्लादेश भी आंख दिखा रहा है, नेपाल भी आंख दिखा रहा है और श्रीलंका तो कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा है। भारत के इतिहास में पहली बार इस तरह से पड़ोसी देशों के साथ हमने जो है संबंध बर्बाद कर दिए कि सिक्किम भी आंख दिखा रहा है, बांग्लादेश भी आंख दिखा रहा है, नेपाल भी आंख दिखा रहा है और श्रीलंका तो कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा है।
राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ता और नेता डॉक्टर अजय कुमार का पत्रकार वार्ता, इस क्रम में उन्होंने सिक्किम को एक अलग राष्ट्र के नाते संबोधन किया। हम सभी को मालूम है कि सिक्किम 50वां वर्षगांठ मना रहा है, जो हिंदुस्तान के साथ गर्व से सम्मिलित हुआ, और ऐसे समय में देश की सबसे पुरानी पार्टी के प्रवक्ता की ओर से ऐसा बयान आना बड़ी गंभीर और दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी सिक्किम की ओर से इसके घोर विरोध करता हूं और मैं अपेक्षा रखता हूं कि कांग्रेस को इतिहास और भूगोल की जानकारी अच्छी तरह से रखनी चाहिए और ऐसे प्रवक्ताओं को पार्टी से बाहर का रास्ता दिखा देना चाहिए। और यह दुर्भाग्य की बात है कि डॉक्टर अजय कुमार पूर्व आईपीएस ऑफिसर और मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट भी रह चुके हैं। इसके बावजूद उनकी ज्योग्राफी और अपने देश के बारे में इतनी कमजोर जानकारी रहना, यह वाकई दुर्भाग्य की बात है। मैं अपेक्षा करता हूं कि कांग्रेस के नेता तुरंत सिक्किम के लोगों से बिना शर्त माफी मांगे। जय हिंद।
Moving on, viewers, Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha has flagged off first batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims from Jammu. From high-tech systems to specialized personnel deployment, every effort is being made to ensure a safe and smooth journey for the Amarnath Yatris. Here's a quick report on that.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर और बाबा बर्फानी की ये यात्रा दोनों जो है वो साथ साथ चल रहे हैं। इस वक्त हम भगवती नगर में मौजूद हैं, जहां आप देखिए भक्तजनों की एक टोली जो है वो यहां पर आई है, जिन्होंने पोस्टर पर ये लिखा है कि धर्म पूछकर मारा था, धर्म बताकर जवाब दिया है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर और हाथों में बाबा बर्फानी के त्रिशूल लिए ये लोग जो हैं पहले जत्थे के तौर पर जम्मू से रवाना हो रहे हैं कश्मीर घाटी के लिए। इनसे बात करते हैं। आपका नाम?
योगेश नाम है मेरा।
योगेश जी, मुझे बताइए, आपने कहा कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में धर्म बताकर जवाब दिया है, किसी तरह का डर का माहौल तो नहीं?
हमें कोई डर नहीं है, डर नहीं, इसकी वजह से हम यात्रा पर आए और आतंकवादियों के क्या डरने का हमको। हम यात्रा पर अवश्य आएंगे, आते रहेंगे, हर बार आते, पिछले 20 साल से यात्रा कर रहे हैं, हर साल यात्रा करेंगे, कोई डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। प्रशासन
यात्रा से पहले जो है पहलगाम में आतंकी हमला हुआ।
हाँ, हमला हुआ था, बहुत दुखद घटना हुई थी। जो धर्म पूछकर मारा था उन्होंने, वो बहुत गलत किया था, पर उसका जवाब हमने मोदी साहब ने जरूर अवश्य दे दिया था उनको। अभी उसकी औकात नहीं है कि हमारे पे उंगली छीनेंगे। और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी तक खत्म नहीं हुआ है, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जारी है।
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जारी है, आप क्या कहेंगे?
बिल्कुल सर, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जारी है, क्योंकि जो 11 लाख की जो फौज है, जो राष्ट्रीय राइफल वो कश्मीर में खड़ी है, बड़ी तैनाती के साथ खड़ी है और पिछले 40 सालों से खड़ी है, और जिसने हर युद्ध में पाकिस्तान को मुँह की दी है। और जब घटना हुई है, जो आपने कहा जब डरने की बात, सर हम नहीं डरेंगे। जब हम जनेऊ पहनते ना, अंदर पहनते हैं, लेकिन वो अब कोट के ऊपर पहनेंगे, बताएंगे कि वी आर हिंदूज। क्योंकि विवेकानंद ने कहा था कि जो यहाँ पर जो शिवलिंग है वो साक्षात शिव है, और शिव के सानिध्य में जाने में हमें किस बात का भय? बताइए, कि स्वर्ण मंदिर हर मंदिर साहिब में जाने से खालसा को डर लगेगा? नहीं लगेगा। ये हमारा मंदिर है, ये हमारे देवता का स्थान है, निज मंदिर है, साक्षात शिव विराजता है अमरता के वरदान के साथ। हमें कौन भयभीत करेगा? इन नपुंसक घटनाओं से हम भयभीत होंगे? नहीं, हम भयभीत नहीं होंगे।
की बात बोलेंगे, कश्मीर की वादी में भोलेनाथ की शादी में, अब चाहे बम गिरे जाए गोले, बम बम।
Moving on to some more breaking news coming in. The DMK government in Tamil Nadu has finally transferred the Ajit Kumar custodial death case to the CBI, but not before the explosive video proof emerged showing a cop brutally assaulting the temple security guard inside a police station. And as outrage grows, the Chief Minister has called it a mistake that cannot be justified, an admission that's come under fire for his timing of announcement. And Annamalai, a BJP leader, has taken direct aim at Stalin's controversial decision just days before the crucial elections. He has questioned whether this is a strategic attempt to silence growing public outrage or a genuine bid for justice. Tensions are running high, viewers, as Stalin has now transferred the Ajit custodial death case to the CBI. We have Shivangi joining us live from the newsroom. Shivangi, this is a move that has come after much delay and also after a lot of hue and cry. Annamalai says this is a bid, to probably cover up and also delay the entire matter just ahead of the assembly elections. Tell us about what you're tracking in the latest.
Yes, Deepak, just taking our viewers through this case so far. So what we see right now is already 5 police personnel have been arrested in the Tamil Nadu custodial death case. And we also showed our viewers those visuals of how this victim was beaten. He was absolutely beaten. It's a criminal case right now. Now, I just want to tell our viewers that this has now been transferred to the CBI. Earlier, there was a CBCID probe which was already happening. Now, this case has been transferred to the CBI. But we saw that Annamalai has brought up some issues in this case being transferred. I'll just read out the tweet of K. Annamalai. DMK government has now transferred this case to the CBI, move conveniently timed with the upcoming elections. Though we welcome it, but one wonders why the same urgency and commitment in finding everyone involved alongside the DMK functionary Ganesh Shekharan were missing when justice was due for the Anna University sexual assault survivor case. So he's bringing the Anna University case and comparing it. Last year, this DMK government moved to the Honorable Supreme Court against the Honorable Madras High Court decision to move the Hooch tragedy case to the CBI. What changed now? So he's saying when polls are coming, so now the idea of unbiased investigation is occurring to them. It did not occur to them earlier. This is what Annamalai is saying. And remember, this is coming in just before the Tamil Nadu 2026 Assembly elections. However, we're tracking the story very closely, Deepak, because this case, the custodial death case, has really sent shockwaves across the nation, given the fact the way that Ajit was beaten. Is a video as well, and the police personnel have been arrested. Many of them have also been suspended, Deepak.
That's right, Shivangi. Thank you for joining me with those details. In fact, viewers, the CBI probe has been ordered after an explosive video was recovered and it was accessed, which showed how Ajit was being brutally thrashed in a police station. Here's a report on that.
Tamil Nadu government has transferred the Ajit Kumar custodial death case to the CBI. The move comes days after his death and only after the damning proof emerged. Ajit, a 32-year-old temple security guard, was picked up by the police and allegedly subjected to a brutal custodial violence. The post-mortem report reveals 18 injury marks on his body, raising serious questions about the extent of torture. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has now admitted that a mistake has happened and it cannot be justified. One that many are calling too little and too late. The timing of the CBI transfer has also come under scrutiny. Opposition leaders and legal experts have questioned whether the state government tried to manage the optics before bowing to the pressure. With the head constable's role now under the CBI scanner and evidence mounting of a possible custodial killing, the demand for accountability is only growing louder.
Moving on, viewers, more breaking news coming in. US President Donald Trump has reacted to signing the trade deal with India. Trump said, and I quote, "The deal with India is going to be a different kind of a deal. It is going to be a deal where we are able to go in and compete." Trump further added, right now India does not accept anybody in. I think India is going to do that. And if they do that, we are going to have a deal for much less tariffs. This is President Donald Trump sending a very, very clear message to India. Let America compete. Let's listen in.
I think we're going to have a deal with India, possibly. And that's going to be a different kind of a deal. It's going to be a deal where we're able to go in and compete. Right now, India doesn't accept anybody in. I think India is going to do that. And if they do that, we're going to have a deal for much less tariffs. I think we're going to have a deal with India, possibly. And that's going to be a different kind of a deal. It's going to be a deal where we're able to go in and compete. Right now, India doesn't accept anybody in. I think India is going to do that. And if they do that, we're going to have a deal for much less tariffs.
Shifting our focus to Karnataka in a significant political development, the Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee has issued a show-cause notice to party MLA and DK Shivkumar loyalist Iqbal Hussain over his statement that there are about 100 MLAs who are demanding a leadership change in the state, supporting Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivkumar as the Chief Minister after Siddaramaiah. And this controversy comes amid growing speculation about a shift in guard within the Congress in Karnataka. Here's the story.
The political infighting within Karnataka Congress only continues to escalate. Amid the buzz over a possible leadership change in Karnataka, the man who backed Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivkumar for the CM's post is now under fire. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee has issued a show-cause notice to MLA Iqbal Hussain after his controversial remarks. Hussain claimed that over 100 MLAs within the party are supporting a leadership change. Calling his statements a major embarrassment, DK Shivkumar, who also serves as KPCC president, confirmed that the party has directed Hussain to clarify his statements within a week. Congress General Secretary Randeep Surjewala, however, dismissed any talk of leadership change, insisting that no such exercise is underway and that concerns raised by MLAs should be addressed internally. BJP took a jibe at the Congress government amid the whole fiasco.
जनता का मुद्दा है वीक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, जनता का मुद्दा है करप्शन। करप्शन के वजह से जनता परेशान है, प्राइस रेज के वजह से जनता परेशान है, वीक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के वजह से जनता परेशान है। मुझे लगता है कौन ज़्यादा पैसा देगा उनको सीएम पद मिलेगा, ऐसा कुछ विधायक कॉरिडोर में बात करता है।
As the political tensions rise, all eyes are now on how the Congress leadership handles the brewing storm within its own party.
On that note, viewers, we'll slip into a very short break, but on the other side, we have two top stories lined up for you all. First, the BJP is now upping the ante against Mamata Banerjee over Kolkata rape case, saying police must probe those who are backing the main accused, Manojit Mishra. Along with this, we'll also tell you about Indian origin astronaut Anil Menon, who is all set to embark on his first mission with NASA to International Space Mission, a flight engineer and a member of Expedition 75. Stay tuned for more.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
Well, it's sad. And of course, it's now becoming the new common where we are seeing youngsters who look, completely fit, passing away suddenly. We cannot ignore that this rise has also been only after COVID infections and COVID pandemic. Number one. Number two, the point I want to say is anti-aging is basically a multi-pronged approach. Glutathione is the world's best known antioxidant. It is given for cancer patients so as to reduce the side effects of the chemotherapy agents. And the side effect of it is skin whitening and skin glow. It is not the main effect. So it is very, very good for health, and it cannot be fatal unless and until the product is counterfeit. The product is fake. It's not being injected in the right dosage, which can also hamper, which I feel the Indian government is high time should take action if, this is the fact, because I see a lot of gray market fake products in the market, but I don't think our Bollywood would actually fall prey to it. But yes, again, we must not ignore there are a lot of wellness centers where there is no doctor. And these wellness centers are generally run by business houses. So they may not even be guided correctly and maybe buying it.
Welcome back, viewers. An ISKCON temple in Spanish Fork, Utah came under attack from unidentified persons in a series of suspected hate crimes over several days, and the Indian embassy in San Francisco condemned the attack in a post on its X handle, extending full support to affected devotees and calling on the local law enforcement authorities to bring the perpetrators to justice. Here's what happened.
An ISKCON temple in Spanish Fork, Utah came under attack over several days in what the authorities at the shrine described as a series of suspected hate crimes. Taking to its X handle, the temple authorities informed that 20 to 30 bullets were fired at the place of worship over the past several days. The authorities also shared images of bullet marks on the Radhakrishna temple, which is renowned globally for its holy celebrations. The Indian embassy in San Francisco condemned the attack in a strongly worded post on its X handle. The embassy extended full support to devotees affected by the series of firing incidents and called on the local law enforcement authorities to bring the perpetrators to justice. Significantly, the incidents came to light on a day External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar was in the US to attend the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting in Washington, D.C.
Now, after the pushback and a public fallout with his former DOGE chief, Elon Musk, Donald Trump saw his much publicized Big Beautiful Bill narrowly clear the Senate vote yesterday. And this after Vice President J.D. Vance's tiebreaker vote cleared the passage of the president's major tax cut and spending bill to the House of Representatives. Here's more.
Trump's Big Beautiful Bill survived a tense Senate vote on Tuesday. The bill, which proposes sweeping tax cuts, anti-immigration measures and federal reforms, came down to a vote after a marathon debate spanning more than 24 hours. However, the voting turned out to be too close for comfort for the Trump administration. The upper house of the US Congress was deadlocked before a tiebreaker vote by Vice President J.D. Vance tipped the scales in Trump's favor, securing the bill's passage to the House of Representatives. Responding to the bill's passage in the upper house, the president claimed it would go down easy in the House of Representatives.
Well, I just heard that about the Senate, and the bill just passed, and it tells you there's something for everyone. I mean, it's a great bill. There is something for everyone, and I think it's going to go very nicely in the House. Actually, I think it will be easier in the House than it was in the Senate.
Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen from Oklahoma said the bill was yet another example of a promise made and promise kept.
This is a historic direction that we're moving for President Trump and the American people that elected us to run the government in a different direction than the Biden administration had put us in. So in November, we heard loud and clear, and this is delivering on those promises. As President Trump would say, promises made, promises kept.
However, Republican Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky sounded a discordant note.
I told them all along that I would consider voting for it if we separated out the debt ceiling or reduced it. A couple of weeks ago, I offered to extend the debt ceiling for 3 months, which is about $500 billion. I offered that again, and there was a time in which they had to make a decision dealing with me and reducing the debt ceiling or giving pork and subsidies to Alaska. They chose to add more pork and subsidies for Alaska to secure that vote.
Amy Klobuchar, a Democrat senator from Minnesota, came out in fierce opposition to Trump's big spending bill.
This is going to be hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not just Alaska anymore because of the parliamentarian rule. They have literally turned it all upside down, and there's absolutely no doubt that governors, if they want to save money for their states, should start committing errors. They should start giving SNAP to people. This is the Republican theory. Give SNAP to people that don't deserve it, get a higher error rate, and then you get 2 years off of your cuts. Just explain it any other way than that.
While the Republicans hold a slight majority in the House of Representatives, the big question is, will Trump's spending bill get the nod of the lower house?
On that note, viewers, we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll tell you about BJP upping the ante against Mamata Banerjee over the Kolkata rape case, saying police must probe those who are backing the main accused, Manojit Mishra. Along with that, Indian origin astronaut Anil Menon is set to embark on his first mission with NASA to international space. A flight engineer and a member of the Expedition 5 team. Stay tuned for more details on the other side.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Well, it's sad. And of course, it's now becoming the new common where we are seeing youngsters who look, completely fit, passing away suddenly. We cannot ignore that this rise has also been only after COVID infections and COVID pandemic. Number one. Number two, the point I want to say is anti-aging is basically a multi-pronged approach. Glutathione is the world's best known antioxidant. It is given for cancer patients so as to reduce the side effects of the chemotherapy agents. And the side effect of it is skin whitening and skin glow. It is not the main effect. So it is very, very good for health, and it cannot be fatal unless and until the product is counterfeit. The product is fake. It's not being injected in the right dosage, which can also hamper, which I feel the Indian government is high time should take action if, this is the fact, because I see a lot of grey market fake products in the market, but I don't think
Viewers, tune in to our Positive Influencer program where we celebrate the power of good vibes and uplifting stories. We are on the hunt for talented individuals who are making a difference in their communities, and we want you to be part of it. Drop in your video showcasing your passion, creativity and positive impact, and you could be featured on our show. Whether you're a student, artist, activist or simply someone with the heart of gold, we want to hear from you. Join our mission to amplify the good, share the love and inspire a wave of positivity across the nation. Send us your videos now and get ready to shine on the Positive Influencer program. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin transfers investigation into custodial death case of Ajit to Central Bureau of Investigation. BJP ups the ante against Mamata Banerjee over Kolkata rape case, says police must probe those who are backing the main accused, Manojit Mishra. PM Modi embarks on 5-nation tour today. This tour will begin from Ghana, will mark Prime Minister's longest diplomatic visit in nearly 10 years. Jammu and Kashmir, LG Manoj Sinha flags off first batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims from Jammu. Amarnath Yatra begins from tomorrow. Quad foreign ministers condemn Pahalgam terror attack, calls for action against Pahalgam financiers and perpetrators. Indian origin astronaut Anil Menon is all set to embark on his first mission with NASA to International Space Station. He's a flight engineer and a member of Expedition 75. First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. BJP ups the ante against Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Says Mamata is standing with the rapists. And the Bengal BJP Chief and Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar said the police must also probe those who backed Manojit Mishra, highlighting that Manojit committed such acts with other girls as well. In fact, just yesterday we told you about those 6 FIRs that were filed against Manojit Mishra dating from 2014, 17 and the following year. 6 cases have been registered against Manojit Mishra, who's a habitual offender. He's a history sheeter. And the BJP claims that Mamata Banerjee, the West Bengal Chief Minister, is siding with rapists. Well, that's a big statement coming in from Sukanta Majumdar. He has said that West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is standing with the rapists. In fact, we have the Union Minister joining us live on the phone line. A very good morning to you, Mr. Majumdar. The Kolkata rape case is a shocking one, and it is, being exposed with each passing day. 6 FIRs have been registered against Manojit Mishra in the past. He's a history sheeter, and despite knowing about his checkered past, he maintained a very low profile in that college to maintain his clout, and he also has TMC's shielding. How do you look at this, sir?
No, this is the thing, and we have raised this question that after having such a criminal record, even he has detained by the police for beating up the police. So, at such a criminal person, he has been taken, absorbed in the college as a casual staff. And there is a political back behind this. Otherwise, it was quite impossible that without verifying his this kind of criminal record or his criminal past, how could a governing body engage him in a post which is such sensitive post, because he remain exposed always with the newcomers, new students. So it's a kind of thing that my point is, if GB has allowed him to join there, it is almost impossible that GB could not know anything about him. Officially they can claim, but practically it is almost impossible that GB was unaware of the fact that person is a history sheeter. So my point is, if GB has taken this kind of decision, so obviously GB should be investigated. The role of the members present in the GB, especially the GB chairman and the others, their role should be investigated properly, because this is a kind of conspiracy, and that conspiracy has been done by the GB members and the GB of the whole college, and that is. And I have also raised my concern, because as I belong to the teacher fraternity, I have the information in different other colleges also. These kind of people, those are ex-students, they are dominating the college campus, and they are taking the undue advantages from the students. Even in case of Manojit, you must be aware that more than one incident. This is the incident which came onto the surface. But there are some other videos where he compelled the girls to have a sexual relation with him by virtue of some relaxation and some kind of profit, indirect profit to that student. He compelled some girls also. That kind of videos are also available in the media as well as social media.
Well, Mr. Majumdar, Manojit Mishra was a TMC functionary up until yesterday. He was dismissed from that post, but he has been a habitual offender. He has done this with other girls as well. That's what reports are telling us. And look at the clout that he has. When he entered along with 2 other criminals into the college, and when they carried out the heinous crime, despite the victim begging and pleading, the guard stood down. That's what is raising a lot of eyebrows, the kind of clout that he had over this college. And you claim that similar is the case with other colleges as well.
Yes, similar kind of incidents did not come onto the surface, but the thing thing is that even you go to any college, now maybe for few days they will maintain it. No ex-student will be allowed inside the college campus. But after a few months, you come with hidden camera, you will be able to see that these kind of ex-students, those have passed out almost 2 years, 3 years ago, and they are roaming inside the college campus. And they are the decision maker in crucial bodies. And they are associated with TMCP, Trinamool Chhatra Parishad. So that's student wing of the TMC. And as you mentioned, this Manojit, he was also very close to TMC leaders. The photographs are evidence of that.
That's right, and this is clear-cut proof of political patronage because despite him being named in several other cases, TMC didn't act. It took this case to bring out and expose the rot, Mr. Majumdar. How do you look at the affiliation that Manojit Mishra has with TMC and Mamata Banerjee's silence?
No, Mamata Banerjee and TMC always back that kind of guy, that kind of people, the criminals. Those are criminal in mindset. Mamata Banerjee is her only interest is to win the election. To win election, she can do any kind of compromise. So this is the political agenda. The party without any ideology. If a political party comes to the power who does not have any kind of political ideology, so this kind of incident happens. So this is the thing.
That's right, Mr. Sukanta Majumdar. Many thanks for joining us with your insights. Well, that was Union Minister and West Bengal BJP Chief Sukanta Majumdar there, upping the ante against Mamata Banerjee government. In fact, we also have Shivangi joining us live from our newsroom. Shivangi, the BJP has mounted its attack on TMC and it has now demanded that the police must probe all those who are backing Manojit Mishra, irrespective of their stature.
All right, Deepak, we are tracking the story very closely, and as you can clearly see that the BJP has been asking for answers from the Mamata Banerjee government when it comes to the rape incident in West Bengal. Now, as the investigation continues, it's very, very clear that the BJP keeps asking the right questions, especially asking the Mamata government that why is the state still, I repeat, still unsafe for women. And remember that when that committee which had come to West Bengal, that is the committee which was formed by the BJP President JP Nadda to file a report on what happened, was an independent inquiry by the BJP. We saw that they said that the government should stop protecting criminals. So this is one of the top updates we're getting for you. The BJP has said that the Mamata government is protecting criminals again and again, Deepak. And as we keep getting our viewers more updates, we'll continue telling our viewers what's happening as the probe continues in this case. The survivor statement has been recorded.
Right, Shivangi, thank you for joining me with those details. And the clincher is the fact that no action was taken up until now against Manojit Mishra. Goes on to nail the fact that BJP has been saying that there is political patronage for Manojit Mishra. Now, moving on, viewers, big breaking news coming in from the national capital. There is crackdown on Bangladeshi infiltration in Delhi. The police have arrested 7 Bangladeshi nationals. The police have seized 3 mobile phones with the banned IMO app because these illegal Bangladeshi nationals were hiding in the heart of the national capital. 7 of them, 7 illegal immigrants, including 5 transgenders, have been arrested from Shalimar Bagh, and shockingly, one of them, Suhan Khan, had already been deported but brazenly re-entered the country, and these individuals were secretly staying in touch with their families back in Bangladesh using banned apps like IMO, and 3 smartphones which have been seized by the Delhi police were found to be loaded with these prohibited applications, and these mobile phones have now been seized. This is a serious breach of national security that's come to light, and it has also raised some serious and burning questions as to how did the deported criminals sneak back in and who is helping them. We have Jatin joining us live. Jatin, 7 individuals, 7 illegal Bangladeshi immigrants have been arrested in the national capital. One of them, who was deported, allegedly also sneaked back in to our nation, and they also had been using the banned IMO applications. What more do we have?
बिल्कुल, देखिए नॉर्थ वेस्ट डिस्ट्रिक्ट है जिसके अंदर शालीमार बाग आता है और वहीं की ही फॉरेन सेल ने इन लोगों को पकड़ा है। और आप हैरान इस बात को सुनकर हो जाएंगे कि जिन 7 लोगों को पकड़ा उसमें 5 ऐसे हैं जो कि ट्रांसजेंडर है। हो क्या रहा है, आजकल एक नया मॉडस बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों को लेकर चल रहा है कि लोग घुसपैठ कर आते हैं, उसके बाद यहाँ पर भारत में आकर अपना जेंडर चेंज कर लेते हैं और इसी तरीके के केस नॉर्थ वेस्ट डिस्ट्रिक्ट में बहुत ज़्यादा देखने को मिले। हालांकि पुलिस को इस मामले में जानकारी मिली कि शालीमार बाग इलाके में इसी तरीके के 5 ऐसे लोग हैं जिन्होंने अभी ही अपना जो जेंडर है वो चेंज कराया है। हालांकि उनके बारे में जब जानकारी जुटाई गई तो पता लगा ये सब बांग्लादेश से आए हुए थे। उन 5 से पूछताछ की गई तो 2 और लोगों के बारे में पता लगा, तो कुल मिलाकर 7 लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई किया गया और फॉरेन सेल के जरिए अब उन्हें वापस बांग्लादेश भेजने की जो कवायद है, प्रोसेस है, वो शुरू कर दिया गया। दूसरी सबसे बड़ी बात, ईमो ऐप का ये लोग इस्तेमाल करते हैं। ईमो ऐप 2022 से ही भारत में बैन है, भारत ने इस पर प्रतिबंध लगाया हुआ है, लेकिन बांग्लादेश से घुसपैठ करके जो भी लोग भारत में आते हैं वो इसी आईएमओ ऐप के जरिए बांग्लादेश में बात करते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं नेशनल सिक्योरिटी को लेकर भी एक बड़ा कंसर्न इसमें सामने आ रहा है। दिल्ली पुलिस का साफ तौर पर कहना है कि अभी तक जिन 1000 लोगों को बांग्लादेश डिपोर्ट किया गया, ज़्यादातर लोग आईएमओ ऐप का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं जो कि नेशनल सिक्योरिटी के लिए खतरा है। और इसको लेकर तमाम जो हायर अथॉरिटीज़ है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट है, उनको भी डायरेक्शन जो है वो दिल्ली पुलिस इस पूरे मामले में दे रही है कि बैंड ऐप का इस्तेमाल भारत में बहुत फ्लुएंटली तरीके से बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिए कर रहे हैं। तो ये 2 बड़े अपडेट है जिसको लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस कार्रवाई कर रही है, घुसपैठ के तौर पर अपना जेंडर चेंज करना और दूसरा आईएमओ ऐप के जरिए बांग्लादेश में बात करना जो कि नेशनल सिक्योरिटी के लिए खतरा है। और इसी तर्ज पर दिल्ली पुलिस की अलग अलग यूनिट इस पूरे मामले को इन्वेस्टिगेट करती हुई नजर आ रही है। जी
Right, Jatin, thank you for joining us with those latest details coming in. 7 illegal Bangladeshi immigrants have been arrested. One of them, who was deported earlier, snuck back in illegally. Lenses on those who helped them. Now let's move on. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio received External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar and the visiting foreign ministers of Japan and Australia for the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting. Here's a quick report on that.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar joined his Quad partners for the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting in Washington, D.C. on Tuesday. Addressing a joint press conference with Jaishankar and the visiting foreign ministers of Australia and Japan, Penny Wong and Takeshi Iwaya, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the meeting focused on making the forum more responsive to specific issues and delivering action on them. Giving an insight into what went down at the meeting on his X handle, Jaishankar posted that the discussions were majorly about making the forum more impactful and focused on contemporary opportunities and challenges. The External Affairs Minister also posted pictures from his discussions with his Australian counterpart Penny Wong on the sidelines of the Quad meet. He also shared images from his meeting with US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, saying that the talks were majorly about deepening the defense partnership between the two countries.
We have some big breaking news coming in from the national capital. An encounter took place between police and robbers in Sarai Kale Khan area, and a notorious robber named Lalit was injured in the encounter. Lajpat Nagar ACP survived due to bulletproof jackets because there was exchange of fire between the robber and the police team. It was a dramatic encounter that unfolded near Sarai Kale Khan bus stand during a joint operation by Southeast District STF and Sunlight Colony Police Station. The target, Lalit, who's a wanted and a convicted robber involved in nearly 24 crimes, opened fire, triggering a swift response from the police. And in the ensuing exchange of gunfire, Lalit was injured, bringing his latest run from the law to a sudden halt. Lalit had been declared a fugitive in multiple court cases and is also a 14-year convict in a case registered at Saket Police Station. He has been arrested and the police have recovered sophisticated semi-automatic pistols and 4 live cartridges from the scene.
दिल्ली के सराय कालेखा इलाके में दिल्ली पुलिस ने एक वांटेड बदमाश का एनकाउंटर कर उसे गिरफ्तार कर लिया। तस्वीरें मैं आपको स्पॉट की दिखा रहा हूं। ये वो जगह है, देखिए सराय कालेखा फ्लाईओवर के ठीक नीचे। इसी जगह पर देर रात दिल्ली पुलिस की सनलाइट पुलिस को जानकारी मिली कि वांटेड बदमाश ललित उर्फ नेपाली सराय कालेखा पहुंचने वाला है। काले रंग की बाइक से वो पहुंचेगा, जिसके बाद फ्लाईओवर के ठीक नीचे ट्रैप लगाया गया और जैसे ही वो ललित की बाइक आती हुई नजर आई, उसको रोकने की पुलिस द्वारा कोशिश की गई, लेकिन ललित ने पुलिस पर फायर करना शुरू कर दिया और जवाबी कार्रवाई में दिल्ली पुलिस ने भी फायरिंग की, जिसमें ललित जो कि वांटेड बदमाश है वो घायल हुआ और उसे अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया है। लेकिन इस एनकाउंटर में एसीपी रैंक के ऑफिसर को भी गोली लगी है। हालांकि एसीपी ने बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट पहनी हुई थी, जिस कारण उनकी जान जो है वो बच गई। ये आप स्पॉट की तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं। आप देखेंगे फॉरेंसिक की टीम जब यहाँ पर पहुंची थी तो बाकायदा मार्किंग यहाँ पर की गई है। बताया जा रहा है कि इस एनकाउंटर में तकरीबन आधा दर्जन से भी ज्यादा गोलियां जो है वो चली हुई है और आप देखेंगे मार्क 1 मार्क 2 इस तरीके से आपको इस पूरी जगह पर जो स्पॉट है वो साफ तौर पर नजर आएगा। ये आप रोड देख रहे हैं, अगर मेरे विजय मुकेश आपको दिखाए, ऊपर फ्लाईओवर है, ठीक उसके नीचे देर रात ये एनकाउंटर जो है वो अंजाम दिया गया। और जब फॉरेंसिक टीम यहाँ पर जांच करने पहुंची तो आप ये देखिए यहाँ पर भी जो एक तरीके से पेजेस रखे हुए हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं इशारा कर रहे हैं कि जैसे बाइक इस जगह पर आकर स्किड हुई और सामने की तरफ जाकर गिर जाती है। आप देखेंगे स्किड मार्क्स के जो पोस्टर है, जो कागज है फॉरेंसिक के, वो यहाँ पर आपको अभी भी नजर आएंगे। थोड़ा और आगे बढ़ेंगे तो आप यहाँ पर देखेंगे एम्प्टी कार्टेजेस लिखा हुआ और नंबर 5 यानी कि 5वां जो खाली कारतूस है जो कि फायर किया गया था और जो उसका खोखा यहाँ पर गिरा, तो तकरीबन 5 आपको मार्क यहाँ पर नजर आ जाएंगे। तो कहीं ना कहीं ललित को लेकर जो जानकारी सामने आ रही है कि उसके ऊपर 6 से भी ज्यादा मुकदमे जो है वो दर्ज थे। एक मामले में उसको सजा भी हो रखी थी, लेकिन वो लगातार पुलिस को चकमा देकर फरार होने में कामयाब हो जाता था। लेकिन आखिरकार एसटीएफ और सनलाइट पुलिस कॉलोनी के इस ज्वाइंट ऑपरेशन ने ललित को ढेर किया, उसको घायल किया और उसके बाद अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया। देर रात यह एनकाउंटर किया गया ठीक फ्लाईओवर के नीचे और आप आसपास देखेंगे तो एक तरीके से रिज इलाका भी है। तो अपराधी खुद को बचाने के लिए ऐसे ही रिज इलाकों का सहारा लेते हैं और यही कारण है कि गुप्त सूचना दिल्ली पुलिस को मिली, जिसके बाद ट्रैप लगाया गया। ट्रैप लगाने के दौरान एनकाउंटर हुआ जिसमें ललित को गोली लगी जो कि वांटेड बदमाश है और इस एनकाउंटर में एसीपी रैंक के अधिकारी को भी गोली लगी। हालांकि बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट उन्होंने पहनी हुई थी, जिस कारण वो बाल बाल बच गए, लेकिन बदमाश ललित को इस एनकाउंटर के बाद गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया।
Moving on, viewers, in a significant move to bolster security, authorities have introduced cutting-edge measures to safeguard pilgrims of the Amarnath Yatra, from high-tech systems to specialized personnel deployment. Every effort is being made to ensure a safe and smooth journey for the Yatris. Take a look.
With the Amarnath Yatra right around the corner, new security measures have been rolled out along the Gandarbal to Baltal axis, including a new torch feature aimed at providing instant alerts in case of any threats. The system connects special torches placed at key checkpoints to a central system. If any suspicious activity is detected, a hooter will sound, alerting the security forces immediately.
Ridges, in fact, on the northern side you will find that Bandipur district is touching there. Army deployment is there in deeper into. Besides, we have this time covered the ridges. Yes. And there are a lot of tribal population, human population is there. We are in touch with them. And for that matter, so that the teams timely react and plug the infiltration routes in case any movement occurs, they can timely react. So this time we are adapting the policy, chase and kill.
In addition to this, security forces have been bolstered with the deployment of BSF, CRPF and army personnel along all ridges connecting the Amarnath cave. Sniper teams have also been strategically placed at sensitive locations, ensuring multiple layers of protection for both soldiers and Yatris. Thanks to the use of modern technology, the Gandarbal police were able to apprehend a suspect trying to enter the base camp with a forged ID. Immediate action was taken and the individual was detained on the spot. Meanwhile, at Baltal, excitement is building up as the first batch of pilgrims is expected to arrive today evening.
I think it was the biggest dream of my life, that if I'll be ever be able to do Amarnath ji, and God is very kind. So Baba ne bulaya hai, to aana to banta hai.
How's the experience at present? Any kind of fear that you see after that Baikonur attack?
Not as such, but I am very excited for the Amarnath Yatra and I am looking forward to it.
Tents are being erected and hospital facilities are being readied for any emergency evacuations. On the ground, langarwalas are already getting ready to serve the pilgrims. Surinder, a langarwala who has been providing meals for yatris for the past 28 years, says that all the meals will be free of cost with special regional dishes tailored to the pilgrims' preferences.
यहाँ यात्रियों को 3 तारीख से लेकर 9 अगस्त तक हर किस्म की सुविधा दी जाएगी और यहाँ सुबह 4 बजे से लेकर रात के 12 बजे तक लंगर की व्यवस्था की जाएगी, जिसमें चाय पानी, स्नैक्स, विभिन्न प्रकार के स्टॉल्स, दिन रात दोनों समय का खाना, पानी हो गया, चाय होगी, कॉफ़ी होगी, हर चीज़ की सेवा की जाती है.
With heightened security, modern technology and a spirit of camaraderie, all eyes are now on the yatra.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर और बाबा बर्फानी की ये यात्रा दोनों जो है वो साथ साथ चल रहे हैं. इस वक्त हम भगवती नगर में मौजूद हैं, जहां आप देखिए भक्तजनों की एक टोली जो है वो यहां पर आई है, जिन्होंने पोस्टर पर ये लिखा है कि धर्म पूछकर मारा था, धर्म बताकर जवाब दिया है. ऑपरेशन सिंदूर और हाथों में बाबा बर्फानी के त्रिशूल लिए ये लोग जो हैं पहले जत्थे के तौर पर जम्मू से रवाना हो रहे हैं कश्मीर घाटी के लिए. इनसे बात करते हैं. आपका नाम?
योगेश नाम है मेरा.
योगेश जी, मुझे बताइए, आपने कहा कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में धर्म बताकर जवाब दिया है, किसी तरह का डर का माहौल तो नहीं?
हमें कोई डर नहीं है, डर नहीं. इसकी वजह से हम यात्रा पर आए और आतंकवादियों के क्या डरने का हमको. हम यात्रा पर अवश्य आएंगे, आते रहेंगे, हर बार आते. पिछले 20 साल से यात्रा कर रहे हैं, हर साल यात्रा करेंगे, कोई डरने की जरूरत नहीं है.
प्रशासन यात्रा से पहले जो है पहलगाम में आतंकी हमला हुआ.
हाँ, हमला हुआ था, बहुत दुखद घटना हुई थी. जो धर्म पूछकर मारा था उन्होंने, वो बहुत गलत किया था, पर उसका जवाब हमने मोदी साहब ने जरूर अवश्य दे दिया था उनको. अभी उसकी औकात नहीं है कि हमारे पे उंगली छीनेंगे. और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी तक खत्म नहीं हुआ है, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जारी है.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जारी है, आप क्या कहेंगे?
बिल्कुल सर, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जारी है, क्योंकि जो 11 लाख की जो फौज है, जो राष्ट्रीय राइफल वो कश्मीर में खड़ी है, बड़ी तैनाती के साथ खड़ी है और पिछले 40 सालों से खड़ी है, और जिसने हर युद्ध में पाकिस्तान को मुंह की दी है. और जब घटना हुई है, जो आपने कहा जब डरने की बात, सर हम नहीं डरेंगे. जब हम जनेऊ पहनते ना, अंदर पहनते हैं, लेकिन वो अब कोट के ऊपर पहनेंगे, बताएंगे कि वी आर हिंदूज. क्योंकि विवेकानंद ने कहा था कि जो यहाँ पर जो शिवलिंग है वो साक्षात शिव है, और शिव के सानिध्य में जाने में हमें किस बात का भय? बताइए, स्वर्ण हर मंदिर साहिब में जाने से खालसा को डर लगेगा? नहीं लगेगा. ये हमारा मंदिर है, ये हमारे देवता का स्थान है, निज मंदिर है, साक्षात शिव विराजता है अमरता के वरदान के साथ. हमें कौन भयभीत करेगा? इन नपुंसक घटनाओं से हम भयभीत होंगे? नहीं, हम भयभीत नहीं होंगे.
भयभीत नहीं होंगे. आप क्या कहेंगे? आपसे जानना चाहूँगा.
जी बिल्कुल नहीं हो गए. क्यों हो गए भाई? हम प्राउड से फील करते हैं हम हिंदू है, तो क्यों भयभीत हो गए? उन्होंने नाम पूछकर, जाति पूछकर मारा था ना. हम बता रहे हैं, ये संदेश ही उनके लिए कि हम हिंदू है. आप
देश बिल्कुल साफ, और आप हाथों में देखेंगे तिरंगा झंडा, और उसके साथ साथ बाबा भोले के जय घोष के साथ जो है यहाँ से लगातार ये लोग रवाना हो रहे हैं. जी बताइए.
की बात बोलेंगे, कश्मीर की वादी में भोलेनाथ की शादी में, अब जाए बम गिरे जाए गोले, बम बम
भोले के जय घोष के साथ ये लोग जो है यहाँ पर बाबा बर्फानी के दर्शनों के लिए रवाना हो रहे हैं. सरजीवन कुमार के साथ गुरसिमरन सिंह, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you about BJP escalating its attack on Mamata Banerjee, saying the police must probe those who are backing the main accused, Manojit Mishra, in the Kolkata rape case. Along with that, we'll also get you all the latest developments in the run-up to Prime Minister's arrival in Ghana. He has embarked on a 5-nation tour, a historic one in nearly 10 years. Stay tuned for more details on the other side.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
Well, it's sad. And of course, it's now becoming the new common where we are seeing youngsters who look, completely fit, passing away suddenly. We cannot ignore that this rise has also been only after COVID infections and COVID pandemic. Number one. Number two, the point I want to say is anti-aging is basically a multi-pronged approach. Glutathione is the world's best known antioxidant.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be on your channel and particularly on the digital part of your amazing network. I've served in several Islamic countries, including several years in Sudan, which had Sharia law when I was there. And somebody even issued a fatwa against me, whatever that meant. Question here is, what does this Ayatollah, Grand Ayatollah, whatever titles they give each other, Supreme Ayatollah or Major Ayatollah, or Captain Ayatollah or General Ayatollah, I don't know what they go around doing with themselves. What has he said against Netanyahu and President Trump? Has he said they should be killed? No, if he's the enemy of Allah, does it mean that somebody should take a pot shot at him? I'm not quite sure what it means. If they're trying to be oversmart, these jokers in Iran who have issued whatever they have issued against this guy. See, my understanding of fatwa, I spoke to many Islamic scholars and I've spoken again to them. A fatwa is a religious opinion, an opinion on a religious issue. For example, can I wear a striped shirt? And somebody might issue a fatwa saying, yes, it's legal in Islam. So it's a very complicated issue. But in recent times, we've been finding people issuing fatwas.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. And we're not lined up for you right now. And remember that in the Quad meeting, we saw that External Affairs Minister Jaishankar has made a very strong statement on terror, saying that India has a right to defend itself against terror, making it very clear that the government of India will defend its citizens from any kind of terrorist activities. All this and much more coming right up. But as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin transfers the investigation into the Shivaganga custodial death case to the CBI. BJP ups the ante against Mamata Banerjee over Kolkata rape case, says police must probe those who are backing main accused Manojit Mishra. PM Modi embarks on a 5-nation tour today. This tour, which will begin from Ghana, will mark the Prime Minister's longest diplomatic visit in nearly 10 years. Quad foreign ministers condemn Pahalgam terror attack, calls for action against Pahalgam financiers and perpetrators. In Jammu and Kashmir, LG Manoj Sinha flags off the first batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims from Jammu. Amarnath Yatra begins from tomorrow. And viewers, we're live and breaking. Let's tune into our positive influencer program where we celebrate the power of good vibes and uplifting stories. We are on the hunt for talented individuals who are making a difference in their communities, and we want you to be a part of it. Drop in your videos showcasing your passion, creativity and positive impact, and you could be featured on our show. Whether you're a student, artist, activist or simply someone with a heart of gold, we want to hear from you. Join our mission to amplify the good, share the love and inspire a wave of positivity across the nation. Send us your videos now and get ready to shine on the Positive Influencer program. So getting some breaking news coming in right now, viewers. The BJP leader Suvendu Adhikari has alleged a TMC faction war over workers' protest at the LPG power plant. Workers' protest turns violent with gas released from cylinders onto the streets, posing a fire hazard and risking lives and property. Suvendu Adhikari alleges that accuses TMC of factional wars over loading and unloading operations at the Indian Oil Corporation Limited's LPG bottling plant in now we see that this is coming in. PGB alleges TMC faction war and LPG plant protest. And we have those pictures coming in for you. This picture, by the way, viewers, has now been posted by Suvendu Adhikari, where you can see there's a protest at a LPG plant in West Bengal. And there, the BJP is saying that there is very what it's calling as a war, as a faction war in the TMC over this protest at the LPG plant. Workers' protest turns violent with gas released from the cylinders onto the streets, posing a fire hazard and risking lives and property. Suvendu Adhikari alleges that the TMC factional wars are over loading and unloading operations at the Indian Oil Corporation Limited's LPG bottling plant. And let's go ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking right now, because as you can clearly see, this is it's happening in Kolkata, and this has been posted by Suvendu Adhikari. So back to updates coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers, where we see a protest at the LPG power plant in Kolkata. And what you see on your screens is a video which is posted by Suvendu Adhikari. Breaking news coming in. BJP leader Suvendu Adhikari has alleged the TMC faction war over workers' protest at LPG power plant. The workers' protest turns violent with gas released from cylinders onto the street, posing a fire hazard and risking lives and property, viewers. So these are some of the pictures we're getting for you right now on Republic TV, as the BJP is alleging that there's a factional war which is playing out in Kolkata, risking the lives of people given the fact that they are engaging in this kind of behavior. Okay, we'll have to move ahead. Breaking news coming in. Road in Gwalior has collapsed over 7 times in just 15 days, viewers. The new road built near the Scindia Palace in Gwalior city has collapsed 7 times within 15 days, which is not only causing trouble to the local people, but it has also become a big question on the quality of the construction work done at the cost of crores. A 2-member committee has been formed for the probe and will submit their report in next 5 days. Okay, so that's what we see right now, viewers, on Republic TV. You can clearly see that the poor construction and corruption has been exposed in Gwalior. So there, what you see is that this road has collapsed not once, not twice, not thrice, but 7. I repeat, 7 times. 7 times this road has collapsed, and the allegations which are coming in is that there seems to be an issue of corruption and construction. This is the Gwalior's Mahal Road, which has collapsed multiple times, as becoming a symbol of poor construction. It was built just a month ago, and this road has not even been able to stand the first spell of monsoon rains. This has collapsed 7 times in just 15 days. A new road built near Scindia Palace has collapsed, and this is creating trouble, so much of trouble for the local people. And a lot of questions are being raised on the quality of the construction work done at the cost of crores, but not being able to hold during monsoon rains. So we have some reactions coming in. Let's go ahead and play it up.
विशेष चेतकपुरी की सड़क का बता रहे हैं, उसमें आयुक्त नगर निगम को हमने निर्देशित किया था और उन्होंने उसका सैंपलिंग के लिए भी लैब में भेजा है कि किस प्रकार का मटेरियल उसमें यूज़ हुआ, और अगर कोई गंभीर उसमें अनियमितता पाई जाती है तो तदनुसार कार्रवाई की जाएगी। जो पृथक हमारे पॉइंट्स है उसमें शहर में जहाँ पर भी रोड्स पर पानी का जल भराव हो रहा है या फिर गड्ढे हो गए हैं, इसमें आयुक्त नगर निगम के माध्यम से हमने चारों विधानसभाओं में लोकलाइज टीम्स रखी हैं जिनके पास अपने मटेरियल और टीम और जेसीबी इत्यादि की जो मशीनरी लगती है उसकी भी उपलब्धता है। इसको हम रेगुलरली मॉनिटर भी कर रहे हैं और आप लोग के माध्यम से जहां काम हो रहा है उसको शेयर भी करेंगे।
All right, let's go to Satyavijay joining us right now. Satyavijay, crores and crores of rupees were spent on this road, construction of this road. And it's collapsed so many times the past 15 days, could not even survive the first spell of monsoon rains. Who will take accountability? That is the question. Yes, Satyavijay.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल देखिए, मध्य प्रदेश के ग्वालियर से ये पूरा घटनाक्रम सामने आया है जहां पर कि एक सड़क जो है वो सुरंग में तब्दील हो गई। तस्वीरें हम दिखा रहे हैं लगातार, देखिए किस तरह से जो मेन रोड है उसमें इतना बड़ा गड्ढा होता है कि उस सुरंग नजर आने लगती है। और ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है, इसी रोड में 15 दिन में 7 बार इस तरह के गड्ढे हो चुके हैं। साफ तौर पर इसकी जिम्मेदारी रोड जिसने बनाई है, मतलब कि वो इंजीनियर, वो ठेकेदार जिन्होंने इस रोड का कंस्ट्रक्शन किया है, किस तरह का मटेरियल उपयोग किया है, ये बड़ा सवाल खड़ा होता है। क्योंकि जो हमारी जानकारी है उसके मुताबिक ये रोड 15 दिन पहले बनी, 5 से 6 करोड़ की लागत से रोड बनी, और इसके बाद इस रोड पर जिस तरह से गड्ढे हुए हैं वो रोड नहीं बल्कि एक सुरंग नजर आ रही है। तो इसमें साफ तौर पर समझ में आता है कि भ्रष्टाचार पूरी तरह से किया गया है। जो मटेरियल रोड निर्माण में लगाया गया है वो घटिया दर्जे का लगाया गया है, इसीलिए इस रोड की ये हालत हुई है। अच्छी बात यह है कि जब ये रोड सुरंग में तब्दील हुई उस दौरान कोई बड़ा हादसा नहीं हुआ, लेकिन इससे पहले जब इस रोड पर लोग गुजरे हैं कई बार ये रोड धंसी है, ट्रैफिक जाम जैसे हालत बने हैं, हैवी वाहन जो हैं वो उसमें फंस गए हैं। तो ऐसे में साफ तौर पर मध्य प्रदेश सरकार को सोचना होगा, जो डिपार्टमेंट है जिनकी जिम्मेदारी है रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन करवाने का उनको सोचना होगा, वो इंजीनियर, वो ठेकेदार जिन्होंने यहाँ पर चेक नहीं किया कि किस तरह का मटेरियल का उपयोग किया है उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करना होगी। क्योंकि ये मानसून की शुरुआत ही है, अगर शुरुआत में ही इस तरह से अगर रोड धंस जाएगी और वो सुरंग में तब्दील हो जाएगी तो आप अनुमान लगा सकते हैं कि अभी 2 से 3 महीने लगातार इसी तरह की बारिश होनी है। तो क्या हालत होंगे मध्य प्रदेश की सड़कों के।
Right. Okay, Satyavijay, thank you for getting those details, and we will be coming back to the story because this has exposed the corruption and the construction of that road, why it's not being able to hold up. We have to move ahead. Breaking news coming in. Now we know the BJP has slammed the Congress leader Ajay Kumar for calling Sikkim a neighbouring country. Congress leader referred to Sikkim, I repeat, has referred to Sikkim as a neighbouring country during his press conference at the AICC headquarters. Fresh trouble coming in because the Congress leader has made a shocking remark. And in this remark, he has called Sikkim, I repeat, he has called Sikkim as a neighbouring country during his press conference at the AICC. BJP hits out. The BJP hits out at the Congress as Ajay Kumar calls Sikkim a neighbouring country. And this is coming in as a video featuring Congress leader Ajay Kumar referring to Sikkim as a neighbouring country has triggered a fresh political outrage. So let's go ahead and play out those reactions and the statements being made.
भारत के इतिहास में पहली बार इस तरह से पड़ोसी देशों के साथ हमने जो है संबंध बर्बाद कर दिए कि सिक्किम भी आंख दिखा रहा है, बांग्लादेश भी आंख दिखा रहा है, नेपाल भी आंख दिखा रहा है और श्रीलंका तो कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा है। पहली बार इस तरह से पड़ोसी देशों के साथ हमने जो है संबंध बर्बाद कर दिए कि सिक्किम भी आंख दिखा रहा है, बांग्लादेश भी आंख दिखा रहा है, नेपाल भी आंख दिखा रहा है और श्रीलंका तो कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा है।
राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ता और नेता डॉक्टर अजय कुमार का पत्रकार वार्ता, इस क्रम में उन्होंने सिक्किम को एक अलग राष्ट्र के नाते संबोधन किया। हम सभी को मालूम है कि सिक्किम 50वां वर्षगांठ मना रहा है, जो हिंदुस्तान के साथ गर्व से सम्मिलित हुआ। और ऐसे समय में देश की सबसे पुरानी पार्टी के प्रवक्ता की ओर से ऐसा बयान आना बड़ी गंभीर और दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी सिक्किम की ओर से इसके घोर विरोध करता हूं और मैं अपेक्षा रखता हूं कि कांग्रेस को इतिहास और भूगोल की जानकारी अच्छी तरह से रखनी चाहिए और ऐसे प्रवक्ताओं को पार्टी से बाहर का रास्ता दिखा देना चाहिए। और यह दुर्भाग्य की बात है कि डॉक्टर अजय कुमार पूर्व आईपीएस ऑफिसर और मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट भी रह चुके हैं। इसके बावजूद उनकी ज्योग्राफी और अपने देश के बारे में इतनी कमजोर जानकारी रहना, यह वाकई दुर्भाग्य की बात है। मैं अपेक्षा करता हूं कि कांग्रेस के नेता तुरंत सिक्किम के लोगों से बिना शर्त माफी मांगे। जय हिंद।
All right, viewers, Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha has flagged off first batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims from Jammu. Now, from high-tech systems to specialized personnel deployment, every effort is being made to ensure a safe and smooth journey for the Yatris. Here's a report. Take a look.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर और बाबा बर्फानी की ये यात्रा दोनों जो है वो साथ साथ चल रहे हैं। इस वक्त हम भगवती नगर में मौजूद हैं, जहां आप देखिए भक्तजनों की एक टोली जो है वो यहाँ पर आई है, जिन्होंने पोस्टर पर यह लिखा है कि धर्म पूछकर मारा था, धर्म बताकर जवाब दिया है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर और हाथों में बाबा बर्फानी के त्रिशूल लिए ये लोग जो हैं पहले जत्थे के तौर पर जम्मू से रवाना हो रहे हैं कश्मीर घाटी के लिए। इनसे बात करते हैं। आपका नाम?
योगेश नाम है मेरा।
योगेश जी, मुझे बताइए, आपने कहा कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में धर्म बताकर जवाब दिया है, किसी तरह का डर का माहौल तो नहीं?
हमें कोई डर नहीं है, डर नहीं इसकी वजह से हम यात्रा पर आए और आतंकवादियों के क्या डरने का हमको। हम यात्रा पर अवश्य आएंगे, आते रहेंगे, हर बार आते हैं, पिछले 20 साल से यात्रा कर रहे हैं, हर साल यात्रा करेंगे, कोई डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। प्रशासन
यात्रा से पहले जो है पहलगाम में आतंकी हमला हुआ था।
हाँ, हमला हुआ था, बहुत दुखद घटना हुई थी। जो धर्म पूछकर मारा था उन्होंने, वो बहुत गलत किया था, पर उसका जवाब हमने मोदी साहब ने जरूर अवश्य दे दिया था उनको। अभी उसकी औकात नहीं है कि हमारे पे उंगली छीनेंगे। और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी तक खत्म नहीं हुआ है, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जारी है।
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जारी है, आप क्या कहेंगे?
बिल्कुल सर, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जारी है, क्योंकि जो 11 लाख की जो फौज है, जो राष्ट्रीय राइफल वो कश्मीर में खड़ी है, बड़ी तैनाती के साथ खड़ी है और पिछले 40 सालों से खड़ी है, और जिसने हर युद्ध में पाकिस्तान को मुँह की दी है। और जब घटना हुई है, जो आपने कहा जब डरने की बात, सर हम नहीं डरेंगे। जब हम जनेऊ पहनते ना, अंदर पहनते हैं, लेकिन वो अब कोट के ऊपर पहनेंगे, बताएंगे कि वी आर हिंदूज। क्योंकि विवेकानंद ने कहा था कि जो यहाँ पर जो शिवलिंग है वो साक्षात शिव है, और शिव के सानिध्य में जाने में हमें किस बात का भय? बताइए, स्वर्ण हर मंदिर साहिब में जाने से खालसा को डर लगेगा? नहीं लगेगा। ये हमारा मंदिर है, ये हमारे देवता का स्थान है, निज मंदिर है, साक्षात शिव विराजता है अमरता के वरदान के साथ। हमें कौन भयभीत करेगा? इन नपुंसक घटनाओं से हम भयभीत होंगे? नहीं, हम भयभीत नहीं होंगे।
की बात बोलेंगे कश्मीर की वादी में, भोलेनाथ की शादी में, अब जाए बम गिरे जाए गोले, बम बम।
Breaking news coming in, as Congress leader sparks controversy, says that Kawar Yatra used to spread hate as the Yatra is about to begin soon. Senior Congress leader Digvijay Singh made a controversial statement on the Yatra. BJP has slammed Digvijay's statement, saying it's insulting. Hindus have become the Congress's identity. Okay, so we see that once again, we see that the Congress leader sparking controversy. Kawar Yatra used to spread hate. Well, that is what the Congress leader Digvijay Singh has said, and the BJP has hit out at this comment which has been made by Digvijay Singh. Now remember, this is coming in as the Yatra is about to begin soon, and this is the exact point when senior Congress leader Digvijay Singh has made this controversial statement on the Yatra. BJP has slammed the statement. Let's listen into what the BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawala had to say.
कांग्रेस का हिंदू विरोधी चेहरा एक बार फिर से सामने निकल कर आया है। जो कांग्रेस और दिग्विजय सिंह 26/11 का दोष हिंदुओं पर डालते हैं, पहलगाम का दोष हिंदुत्व पर डालते हैं, समझौता का दोष हिंदुओं पर डालते हैं, हिंदू टेरर जैसी शब्दावली बोलते 26/11 हिंदुओं ने किया। अब वो दिग्विजय सिंह बोलते हैं कि कांवड़ यात्रा का इस्तेमाल भय और डर और नफरत का माहौल क्रिएट करने के लिए किया जाता है। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जिसने राम जी के अस्तित्व को नकारा। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो कहती है देवता जो होते नहीं हैं। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो कहती है राम जी के मंदिर को निर्माण नहीं करना चाहिए और राम मंदिर के प्राण प्रतिष्ठा को किस प्रकार से नाच गाना बोलती है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ ही सनातन समाप्त की बात करते हैं। डीएमके सनातन और हिंदू धर्म को एड्स से तुलना करती है और अभी हमने देखा समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता ने मठाधीश को माफिया भी बोला और संत साधु जो है वो अंडर द टेबल पैसा लेते वो भी बोला। मतलब कांग्रेस पार्टी हो या इंडिया अलायंस हो, हिंदू को दो गाली ताकि मिले वोट बैंक की ताली। ये हिंदू हेट्रेड संयोग नहीं, सोचा समझा वोट बैंक का उद्योग है। और दिग्विजय सिंह क्या किसी और धर्म के पर्व के बारे में या यात्रा के बारे में ये कह सकते हैं? क्या किसी और धर्म के पैगंबर या उनके देवता के बारे में इस प्रकार की बातें कह सकते हैं? कहना भी नहीं चाहिए। पर बार बार रामचरितमानस को गाली देना, राम मंदिर को गाली देना, राम मंदिर को अपमानित करना, प्रभु श्री राम को एक प्रकार से नकारना और अब कहना कि कावड़ यात्रा नफरत का माहौल पैदा करती है, ये उनकी हिंदू विरोधी मानसिकता है।
Viewers, a big diplomatic win coming in for India. A joint statement by the foreign ministers of the US, India, Japan, Australia condemn the April 22nd terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam that killed 26 people, viewers, and urged those that are behind it to be brought to justice. Huge update coming in right now, viewers. This is a big win for India, especially as the Quad foreign ministers have condemned the Pahalgam terror attack. Remember, this is coming in as we see that our External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar is in the US, and he had made a very powerful statement while he was in the US for the Quad meet. He had said very clearly that India is going to defend itself when it comes to any kind of terrorist activity. And post that statement, we're coming to know that the Quad has condemned the Pahalgam dastardly and cowardly attack. We have got that statement from our External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar. So let's go ahead and play out that statement.
A word about terrorism in the light of our recent experience. The world must display zero tolerance. Victims and perpetrators must never be equated, and India has every right to defend its people against terrorism, and we will exercise that right. We expect our Quad partners to understand and appreciate that. A word about terrorism in the light of our recent experience. The world must display zero tolerance. Victims and perpetrators must never be equated, and India has every right to defend its people against terrorism, and we will exercise that right. We expect our Quad partners to understand and appreciate that. A word about terrorism in the light of our recent experience. The world must display zero tolerance. Victims and perpetrators must never be equated, and India has every right to defend its people against terrorism, and we will exercise that right. We expect our Quad partners to understand and appreciate that.
And viewers, the DMK government in Tamil Nadu has finally transferred the Ajit Kumar custodial death case to the CBI, but not before the explosive video proof emerging showing a cop assaulting the temple security guard inside a police station. As the outrage is growing, the Chief Minister has called it a mistake, that it cannot be justified, an admission that's come under fire for its timing. Here's a full report, viewers.
Tamil Nadu government has transferred the Ajit Kumar custodial death case to the CBI. The move comes days after his death and only after the damning proof emerged. Ajit, a 32-year-old temple security guard, was picked up by the police and allegedly subjected to a brutal custodial violence. The post-mortem report reveals 18 injury marks on his body, raising serious questions about the extent of torture. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has now admitted that a mistake has happened and it cannot be justified. One that many are calling too little and too late. The timing of the CBI transfer has also come under scrutiny. Opposition leaders and legal experts have questioned whether the state government tried to manage the optics before bowing to the pressure. With the head constable's role now under the CBI scanner and evidence mounting of a possible custodial killing, the demand for accountability is only growing louder.
Views a wanted robber with a long trail of crimes is finally caught after a fierce shootout near the Sarai Kale Khan. A top cop has narrowly escaped. Here's what went down.
दिल्ली के सराय कालेखा इलाके में दिल्ली पुलिस ने एक वांटेड बदमाश का एनकाउंटर कर उसे गिरफ्तार कर लिया। तस्वीरें मैं आपको स्पॉट की दिखा रहा हूं। ये वो जगह है, देखिए सराय कालेखा फ्लाईओवर के ठीक नीचे। इसी जगह पर देर रात दिल्ली पुलिस की सनलाइट पुलिस को जानकारी मिली कि वांटेड बदमाश ललित उर्फ नेपाली सराय कालेखा पहुंचने वाला है। काले रंग की बाइक से वो पहुंचेगा, जिसके बाद फ्लाईओवर के ठीक नीचे ट्रैप लगाया गया और जैसे ही वो ललित की बाइक आती हुई नजर आई, उसको रोकने की पुलिस द्वारा कोशिश की गई, लेकिन ललित ने पुलिस पर फायर करना शुरू कर दिया और जवाबी कार्रवाई में दिल्ली पुलिस ने भी फायरिंग की, जिसमें ललित जो कि वांटेड बदमाश है वो घायल हुआ और उसे अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया है। लेकिन इस एनकाउंटर में एसीपी रैंक के ऑफिसर को भी गोली लगी है। हालांकि एसीपी ने बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट पहनी हुई थी, जिस कारण उनकी जान जो है वो बच गई। ये आप स्पॉट की तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं। आप देखेंगे फॉरेंसिक की टीम जब यहाँ पर पहुंची थी तो बाकायदा मार्किंग यहाँ पर की गई है। बताया जा रहा है कि इस एनकाउंटर में तकरीबन आधा दर्जन से भी ज्यादा गोलियां जो है वो चली हुई है और आप देखेंगे मार्क 1, मार्क 2 इस तरीके से आपको इस पूरी जगह पर जो स्पॉट है वो साफ तौर पर नजर आएगा। ये आप रोड देख रहे हैं, अगर मेरे विजय मुकेश आपको दिखाए, ऊपर फ्लाईओवर है, ठीक उसके नीचे देर रात ये एनकाउंटर जो है वो अंजाम दिया गया। और जब फॉरेंसिक टीम यहाँ पर जांच करने पहुंची तो आप ये देखिए यहाँ पर भी जो एक तरीके से पेजेस रखे हुए हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं इशारा कर रहे हैं कि जैसे बाइक इस जगह पर आकर स्किड हुई और सामने की तरफ जाकर गिर जाती है। आप देखेंगे स्किड मार्क्स के जो पोस्टर है, जो कागज है फॉरेंसिक के, वो यहाँ पर आपको अभी भी नजर आएंगे। थोड़ा और आगे बढ़ेंगे तो आप यहाँ पर देखेंगे एंटी कार्टेजेस लिखा हुआ और नंबर 5 यानी कि 5वां जो खाली कारतूस है जो कि फायर किया गया था और जो उसका खोखा यहाँ पर गिरा, तो तकरीबन 5 आपको मार्क यहाँ पर नजर आ जाएंगे। तो कहीं ना कहीं ललित को लेकर जो जानकारी सामने आ रही है कि उसके ऊपर 6 से भी ज्यादा मुकदमे जो है वो दर्ज थे। एक मामले में उसको सजा भी हो रखी थी, लेकिन वो लगातार पुलिस को चकमा देकर फरार होने में कामयाब हो जाता था। लेकिन आखिरकार एसटीएफ और सनलाइट पुलिस कॉलोनी के इस ज्वाइंट ऑपरेशन ने ललित को ढेर किया, उसको घायल किया और उसके बाद अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया।
Hey viewers, what's coming right up? PM Modi embarks on a 5-nation tour today. This tour, which will begin from Ghana, will mark the Prime Minister's longest diplomatic visit in 10 years. Quad foreign ministers condemn Pahalgam terror attack, calls for action against Pahalgam financiers and the perpetrators. Stay tuned, viewers. We're live in breaking.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be on your channel and particularly on the digital part of your amazing network. I've served in several Islamic countries, including several years in Sudan, which had Sharia law when I was there. And somebody even issued a fatwa against me, whatever that meant. Question here is, what is this fellow, this Ayatollah, Grand Ayatollah, whatever titles they give each other, Supreme Ayatollah or Major Ayatollah or Captain Ayatollah or General Ayatollah, I don't know what they go around doing with themselves. What has he said against Netanyahu and President Trump? Has he said they should be killed? No, if he's the enemy of Allah, does it mean that somebody should take a pot shot at him? I'm not quite sure what it means. If they're trying to be over smart, these jokers in in Iran who have issued whatever they have issued against this guy. See, my understanding of fatwa, I spoke to many Islamic scholars, and I've spoken again to them. A fatwa is a religious opinion, an opinion on a religious issue. For example, can I wear a striped shirt? And somebody might issue a fatwa saying, yes, it's legal in Islam. So it's a very complicated issue. But in recent times, we've been finding people issuing fatwas asking for the physical elimination of the people.
An ISKCON temple in Spanish Fork, Utah came under attack over several days in what the authorities at the shrine described as a series of suspected hate crimes. Taking to its X handle, the temple authorities informed that 20 to 30 bullets were fired at the place of worship over the past several days. The authorities also shared images of bullet marks on the Radhakrishna temple, which is renowned globally for its holy celebrations. The Indian Embassy in San Francisco condemned the attack in a strongly worded post on its X handle. The embassy extended full support to devotees affected by the series of firing incidents and called on the local law enforcement authorities to bring the perpetrators to justice. Significantly, the incidents came to light on a day External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar was in the US to attend the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting in Washington, D.C.
Coming up, viewers, BJP ups the ante against Mamata Banerjee over Kolkata rape case, says police must probe those who are backing the main accused, Manojit Mishra. And Indian origin astronaut Anil Menon is all set to embark on his first mission with NASA to the International Space Station, a flight engineer and a member of the Expedition 75.
Well, it's sad. And of course, it's now becoming the new common where we are seeing youngsters who look, completely fit, passing away suddenly. We cannot ignore that this rise has also been only after COVID infections and COVID pandemic. Number one. Number two, the point I want to say is anti-aging is basically a multi-pronged approach. Glutathione is the world's best known antioxidant. It is given for cancer patients so as to reduce the side effects of the chemotherapy agents. And the side effect of it is skin whitening and skin glow. It is not the main effect. So it is very, very good for health, and it cannot be fatal unless and until the product is counterfeit. The product is fake. It's not being injected in the right dosage, which can also hamper, which I feel the Indian government is high time should take action if, this is the fact, because I see a lot of grey market fake products in the market, but I don't think our Bollywood would actually fall prey to it. But yes, again, we must not ignore there are a lot of wellness centers where there is no doctor, and these wellness centers are generally run by business houses, so they may not even be guided correctly and maybe buying it only for better business. So that is one thing which needs to be checked. The world's number one anti-aging known factor currently, which is doing up the rounds with Barrick Johnson, etc., and Professor Sinclair in the US, is something called NAD drips. The NAD drips are being imported by certain people who can afford in India, but the ones in the market are generally fake. I, as a doctor, have had experience about a decade ago with NAD, because that is very...
Viewers, top headlines. Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin transfers investigation into the Shivaganga custodial death case to the Central Bureau of Investigation. BJP ups the ante against Mamata Banerjee over the Kolkata rape case, says police must probe those who are backing the main accused, Manojit Mishra. PM Modi embarks on a 5-nation tour today. This tour, which will begin from Ghana, will mark the Prime Minister's longest diplomatic visit in nearly 10 years. Quad Foreign Ministers condemn Pahalgam terror attack, calls for action against Pahalgam financiers and the perpetrators. Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha flags off first batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims from Jammu. Amarnath Yatra begins from tomorrow. Viewers, go ahead and tune in to our Positive Influencer program where we celebrate the power of good vibes and uplifting stories. We are on the hunt for talented individuals who are making a difference in their communities, and we want you to be a part of it. Drop in your video showcasing your passion, your creativity and the positive impact, and you could be featured on our show. Now, whether you are a student, artist, activist, or simply someone with a heart of gold, we want to hear from you. Join our mission to amplify the good, share the love, and inspire a wave of positivity across the nation. Send us your videos now and get ready to shine on the Positive Influencer program. Breaking news coming in. Encounter in Bareilly. Operation Langra continues in UP and Yogi model is in action. One more history sheeter, Tawfiq, arrested in encounter. History sheeter Tawfiq, alias Guddu, arrested in police encounter. Shot at the leg of the vicious criminal in police encounter. Tawfiq was accused in 28 cases. Pistol, cartridges and stolen goods recovered from the accused. Operation Langra is continuing, viewers, and remember that this is happening as Yogi Adityanath has put a model in action. Operation Langra is the operation where all the history sheeters, the criminals, are being looked at. They are being chased, and if they don't comply, they are shot in one leg, giving the name Operation Langra. So, history sheeter Tawfiq, alias Guddu, has been arrested in police encounter. I just want to go ahead and play out what the police is saying.
थाना बहेड़ी पुलिस द्वारा गश्त के दौरान ग्राम रुकी के पास पुराने पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज की बिल्डिंग के समीप एक व्यक्ति को जब रोका गया, उस व्यक्ति ने जान से भागने की न्याय पुलिस पर फायरिंग की। पुलिस द्वारा की गई प्रख्यात फायरिंग में यह व्यक्ति घायल हो गया है। इसको पुलिस पार्टी द्वारा पकड़ लिया गया। दूसरा इसका नाम तौफीक उर्फ गुड्डू सनफ अल्लाह का निवासी शेरगढ़ पता चला है। ये हाल निवास इसका थाना बहेड़ी क्षेत्र में पता चला है। इस पर करीब 2 दर्जन से अधिक मुकदमे पंजीकृत हैं। ये थाना शेरगढ़ का हिस्ट्री शीटर भी है, शातिर चोर है और संभवतः चोरी के इरादे से ही सुबह घूम रहा था जब इसको पुलिस पार्टी द्वारा रोका गया है। इसके कब्जे से एक कब्जा 315 बोर का, एक पोखर कारतूस व एक जिंदा कारतूस भी बरामद हुआ है। घायल बदमाश को तत्काल उपचार के लिए जिला अस्पताल रवाना किया गया है, जहाँ उसकी हालत स्थिर है। इस संबंध में थाना बहेड़ी पर BNS की समुचित धाराओं में अभियोग पंजीकृत कर आवश्यक कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
And breaking news coming in, viewers. BJP's Annamalai slammed DMK and questioned Stalin's move of transferring the Ajit case, the Ajit custodial case, to the CBI. Annamalai has called this move convenient because remember that the elections are coming next year, 2026. So Annamalai is going ahead and saying that this move is convenient because the Tamil Nadu polls are coming, and that is when we see that CM Stalin has made this move of transferring this case to the CBI. Well, that is what we see the BJP alleging right now, and this is coming in as Annamalai is training guns at the DMK government over the death of Ajit. He died in custody. Already we see 5 police personnel have been arrested. Many police personnel have also been suspended, viewers. So this is back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV, and this is coming in as we see that the investigation continues in this case. We also showed you a video a short while back about how Ajit was beaten up while in custody. I want to go straight across to my colleague Sharada is joining us right now. We have Sharada joining us. Sharada, 5 policemen have been arrested. This is a custodial torture case. But now Annamalai is questioning the move made by the CM Stalin of transferring this case to the CBI, and he says that this is a convenient action being taken by CM Stalin because elections are coming, Sharada.
As we saw until yesterday, only 6 policemen were suspended and 5 were arrested following the AIADMK and BJP pressurizing the DMK and also the Chief Minister MK Stalin to step down from his position. Because the same thing happened when AIADMK was in power and the DMK leader MK Stalin at the time sought Edapadi's removal from the Chief Ministerial post, and that's what the AIADMK did yesterday. It was only after that the DMK reacted, and it was only then MK Stalin stated that immediate actions will be taken and the inquiry is underway, following which a judicial probe was ordered. Now, as we see the visuals that are being shared by our video, we can see how the minister of the DMK has now met the family and stating that they will be giving a compensation of 5 lakhs along with a job offer for the younger brother, and also information that we've been hearing following the CBCID inquiry. This is when the DMK has conveniently taken this move with the elections coming forward.
Right, okay, Sharada's with us and she's getting us the back-to-back updates coming in right now. Remember that the Madras High Court on Tamil Nadu custodial death case has said even murderer will not be attacked like this. A very strong statement had come from the Madras High Court, and now we see viewers that the BJP is questioning Stalin's move of transferring the case to the CBI. This is the probe which is continuing, so we'll come back to the story. I really have to move ahead right now, viewers, and this is the big breaking news coming in. Crackdown continues on Bangladeshi infiltration. This is happening in the national capital. Remember, there's an entire drive to move out and deport these Bangladeshi infiltrators who are living illegally in the national capital or other areas of India. The Delhi police has arrested 7 Bangladeshi nationals now. The police have seized 3 mobile phones with the IMO app installed in them. That is right. Back to back is coming in right now on Republic TV viewers, where we see that more action has been taken against these Bangladeshi infiltrators. Already we see that many of them have been deported back. And this drive is continuing. Where illegal immigrants and infiltrators are being identified. Their papers are being checked, and if they are found to be staying illegally, in the country or in the national capital, they are sent back. Some of these immigrants and illegal immigrants, migrants and infiltrators are using a banned app called the IMO app. This is many of them are using the banned IMO application, which is often used for international communication. All right, let's move ahead right now, viewers. Getting some more updates coming in. A wanted robber with a long trail of crimes is finally caught after a fierce shootout. A top cop narrowly escaped. Here's what went down.
दिल्ली के सरायकालेखा इलाके में दिल्ली पुलिस ने एक वांटेड बदमाश का एनकाउंटर कर उसे गिरफ्तार कर लिया। तस्वीरें मैं आपको स्पॉट की दिखा रहा हूं। ये वो जगह है, देखिए, सरायकालेखा फ्लाईओवर के ठीक नीचे। इसी जगह पर देर रात दिल्ली पुलिस की सनलाइट पुलिस को जानकारी मिली कि वांटेड बदमाश ललित उर्फ नेपाली सरायकालेखा पहुंचने वाला है। काले रंग की बाइक से वो पहुंचेगा, जिसके बाद फ्लाईओवर के ठीक नीचे ट्रैप लगाया गया और जैसे ही वो ललित की बाइक आती हुई नजर आई, उसको रोकने की पुलिस द्वारा कोशिश की गई, लेकिन ललित ने पुलिस पर फायर करना शुरू कर दिया और जवाबी कार्रवाई में दिल्ली पुलिस ने भी फायरिंग की, जिसमें ललित जो कि वांटेड बदमाश है वो घायल हुआ और उसे अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया है। लेकिन इस एनकाउंटर में एसीपी रैंक के ऑफिसर को भी गोली लगी है। हालांकि एसीपी ने बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट पहनी हुई थी, जिस कारण उनकी जान जो है वो बच गई। ये आप स्पॉट की तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं। आप देखेंगे फॉरेंसिक की टीम जब यहाँ पर पहुंची थी तो बाकायदा मार्किंग यहाँ पर की गई है। बताया जा रहा है कि इस एनकाउंटर में तकरीबन आधा दर्जन से भी ज्यादा गोलियां जो है वो चली हुई है और आप देखेंगे मार्क 1, मार्क 2 इस तरीके से आपको इस पूरी जगह पर जो स्पॉट है वो साफ तौर पर नजर आएगा। ये आप रोड देख रहे हैं, अगर मेरे विजय मुकेश आपको दिखाए, ऊपर फ्लाईओवर है, ठीक उसके नीचे देर रात ये एनकाउंटर जो है वो अंजाम दिया गया। और जब फॉरेंसिक टीम यहाँ पर जांच करने पहुंची तो आप ये देखिए, यहाँ पर भी जो एक तरीके से पेजेस रखे हुए हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं इशारा कर रहे हैं कि जैसे बाइक इस जगह पर आकर स्किड हुई और सामने की तरफ जाकर गिर जाती है। आप देखेंगे स्किड मार्क्स के जो पोस्टर है, जो कागज है फॉरेंसिक के, वो यहाँ पर आपको अभी भी नजर आएंगे। थोड़ा और आगे बढ़ेंगे तो आप यहाँ पर देखेंगे एंटी कार्टेजेस लिखा हुआ और नंबर 5 यानी कि 5वां जो खाली कारतूस है जो कि फायर किया गया था और जो उसका खोखा यहाँ पर गिरा, तो तकरीबन 5 आपको मार्क यहाँ पर नजर आ जाएंगे। तो कहीं ना कहीं ललित को लेकर जो जानकारी सामने आ रही है कि उसके ऊपर 6 से भी ज़्यादा मुकदमे जो हैं वो दर्ज थे। एक मामले में उसको सज़ा भी हो रखी थी, लेकिन वो लगातार पुलिस को चकमा देकर फरार होने में कामयाब हो जाता था। लेकिन आखिरकार एसटीएफ और सनलाइट पुलिस कॉलोनी के इस ज्वाइंट ऑपरेशन ने ललित को ढेर किया, उसको घायल किया और उसके बाद अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया।
And viewers, Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha has flagged off the first batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims from Jammu, and Amarnath Yatra begins from tomorrow. Republic TV is also the only channel right now bringing you the ground reports as we see that the base camp is all ready to receive the pilgrims. LG has flagged off the first batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims from Jammu amid a lot of security. So remember that there has been a lot of security, multi-tier security cover for the pilgrims, and this is coming in as this is a 38-day pilgrimage to the high shrine, the 3,880-meter high shrine. And now that pilgrimage will start from July 3rd, that is tomorrow, and all the arrangements have already been done. It starts from tomorrow and the yatra will conclude on August 9th. We see that more than 3.5 lakh devotees have registered so far for the Amarnath Yatra. So LG flags off the first batch of the yatra, and this is coming in as the first batch is all set to move towards the base camps. Let's go ahead and play out this report by my colleague Arawat.
इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं पहलगाम बेस कैंप में। लगातार हम देख रहे हैं किस तरह से श्रद्धालु जो है वो यहाँ पहुंच रहे हैं और लगातार आप विजुअल्स को देख रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पर एक पूजा हुआ और ये सबसे पहला ऐसा एक ग्रुप है जो पहले ऊपर जाएंगे, बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। आप मुझे बताइए आपका नाम क्या है और कहाँ से आया?
मेरा नाम आशा गोयल है, मैं दिल्ली से आई हूँ और अमरनाथ यात्रा के लिए आई हूँ। परसों से यात्रा करूंगी मैं, और मैंने पिछले साल भी फर्स्ट डे ही यात्रा की थी और इस बार भी फर्स्ट डे ही यात्रा करूंगी, पहली यात्रा के दिन।
तो पहला यही ग्रुप है जो यात्रा करने के लिए ऊपर जाएगा?
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, यही ग्रुप है पहला, सबसे पहला।
कितनी खुशी है, क्या कहना चाहेंगे? पहला ग्रुप आप है जो ऊपर चले जाएंगे।
बहुत खुशी है, महादेव से साक्षात मिलने जा रहे हैं, हम यात्रा करने जा रहे हैं, तो और भोलेनाथ हमको इतनी शक्ति देते हैं कि इधर तक आने के लिए।
आप मुझे बताइए आप कहाँ से आए हैं, क्या बताना चाहिए?
लुधियाना से आया जी। हमें यहाँ पर सब कुछ देख के बहुत आनंद आ रहा है, बहुत मजा आ रहा है। हम श्राइन बोर्ड का धन्यवाद करते हैं जिन्होंने इतना अच्छा प्रबंध किया है, हमें इतनी सिक्योरिटी दी है। उन सिक्योरिटी के कारण ही हम यहाँ पर दर्शन कर पाते हैं। ये जो हमारी सबकी ये बहुत अच्छे कर्म है जो हम भोलेनाथ के सबसे पहले दर्शन करने जा रहे हैं। जय करो वीर बजरंग
बाबा की, भोले बाबा की, हर हर महादेव, हर महादेव। आप कुछ बताइए कितने लोग आप यहाँ पर आए हैं, जो आप यहाँ पे लंगर चला रहे हैं, और ये पहला ग्रुप है जो ऊपर जा रहे हैं वहाँ पर?
ये लंगर के हैं 65%, 65 आदमी है जी।
कैसी खुशी है, पहला ये ग्रुप है जो ऊपर जाएगा दर्शन के लिए?
बिल्कुल जाएंगे सर, सारे के सारे बंदे उत्साहित है दर्शन जाने के लिए। सबको अभी छोड़े तो सब अभी जाने के लिए तैयार है।
अरेंजमेंट्स कैसी है? काफी तैयारी हम देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर।
अरेंजमेंट इज वेरी गुड, सब कोऑपरेटिव है, पीपल सब कोऑपरेटिव है, अरेंजमेंट में कोई कमी नहीं लोगों की।
सिक्योरिटी की कैसे इंतजाम है?
बढ़िया इंतजाम है सर, बहुत बढ़िया।
कहाँ से आप बाई रोड आए, आप ट्रैवल कर?
नहीं, हम ट्रेन से जम्मू तक आए, फिर जम्मू से यहाँ कार में आए।
कैसा सिक्योरिटी था रास्ते?
जबरदस्त, मिलिट्री जिंदाबाद।
कोई डर आपको लग रहा है जो अटैक हुआ था यहाँ पर? कुछ
हम पंजाब से आए, हमें बिल्कुल डर नहीं लग रहा, बहुत सिक्योरिटी से आए हैं, बहुत बढ़िया इंतजाम है यहाँ पर, बहुत भोले शंकर की कृपा है कि हम पहली बार दर्शन करने जा रहे हैं उनके।
आप क्या बताना चाहेंगे उन लोगों के लिए जो प्लान कर रहे हैं यहाँ विजिट करने के लिए, दर्शन के लिए?
हम कहें भी कोई भी आए यहाँ पे दर्शन, कोई डर नहीं है। यहाँ पे बहुत बढ़िया माहौल है, हमारे सारे भाई है, कश्मीरी हमारे भाई है, और हमारा जो साइन बोर्ड है, हमारी जो मोदी सरकार है, बहुत बढ़िया इंतजाम किया हुआ है यहाँ पे हमारे मोदी जी ने। यहाँ पे कोई डरने वाली बात नहीं है, आप यहाँ पे आइए और बढ़िया बाबा के दर्शन कीजिए। जो लोग डर रहे हैं वो आइए। पहले चंदनवाड़ी में हमारा जाखल मंडी डिस्ट्रिक्ट फतेहाबाद से हम यहाँ पे लंगर लगाने आए हैं और बाबा की सेवा करने आए हैं, और जैसा होगा हम कैसा करेंगे।
आप भी यहाँ पे सेवा करने के लिए आए हैं?
नहीं जी, हम दर्शन करने के लिए जा रहे हैं। कल फर्स्ट टाइम, पहली बार आए हैं यहाँ पर। मेरे हस्बैंड तो 20 साल से जुड़े हुए इस संस्था के साथ, मैं पहली बार आई हूँ।
आपका बहुत शुक्रिया बात करने के लिए। आपने देखा किस तरह से काफी दूर दूर से जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं, कुछ रास्ते में है और कुछ ही टाइम के बाद जो है यहाँ से यात्रा को जो है शुरू कर दिया जाएगा। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट के साथ इरावत महराज, पहलगाम, कश्मीर।
And viewers, after the pushback and the public falling out with his former Department of Government Efficiency chief Elon Musk, Donald Trump saw his much publicized big beautiful bill narrowly clear the Senate vote on Tuesday. This after Vice President J.D. Vance's tiebreaker vote cleared the passage of the president's major tax cut and spending bill to the House of Representatives. After a marathon debate spanning more than 24 hours, the bill finally came to a vote. The Senate vote literally went down to the wire before Trump's running mate tipped the scales in the president's favor. Here's a report. Take a look.
Trump's big beautiful bill survived a tense Senate vote on Tuesday. The bill, which proposes sweeping tax cuts, anti-immigration measures and federal reforms, came down to a vote after a marathon debate spanning more than 24 hours. However, the voting turned out to be too close for comfort for the Trump administration. The upper house of the US Congress was deadlocked before a tiebreaker vote by Vice President J.D. Vance tipped the scales in Trump's favor, securing the bill's passage to the House of Representatives. Responding to the bill's passage in the upper house, the president claimed it would go down easy in the House of Representatives.
Well, I just heard that about the Senate, and the bill just passed, and it tells you there's something for everyone. I mean, it's a great bill. There is something for everyone, and I think it's going to go very nicely in the House. Actually, I think it will be easier in the House than it was in the Senate.
Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen from Oklahoma said the bill was yet another example of a promise made and promise kept.
This is a historic direction that we're moving for President Trump and the American people that elected us to run the government in a different direction than the Biden administration had put us in. So in November, we heard loud and clear, and this is delivering on those promises. As President Trump would say, promises made, promises kept.
However, Republican Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky sounded a discordant note.
I told them all along that I would consider voting for it if we separated out the debt ceiling or reduced it. A couple of weeks ago, I offered to extend the debt ceiling for 3 months, which is about $500 billion. I offered that again, and there was a time in which they had to make a decision dealing with me and reducing the debt ceiling or giving pork and subsidies to Alaska. They chose to add more pork and subsidies for Alaska to secure that vote.
Amy Klobuchar, a Democrat senator from Minnesota, came out in fierce opposition to Trump's big spending bill.
This is going to be hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not just Alaska anymore because of the parliamentarian rule. They have literally turned it all upside down, and there's absolutely no doubt that governors, if they want to save money for their states, should start committing errors. They should start giving SNAP to people. This is the Republican theory. Give SNAP to people that don't deserve it, get a higher error rate, and then you get 2 years off of your cuts. Just explain it any other way than that.
While the Republicans hold a slight majority in the House of Representatives, the big question is, will Trump's spending bill get the nod of the lower house?
So coming up, viewers, we are live and breaking. PM Modi embarks on a 5-nation tour today. This tour, which will begin from Ghana, will mark the Prime Minister's longest diplomatic visit in nearly 10 years. And court foreign ministers condemn Pahalgam terror attack, calls for action against Pahalgam financiers and the perpetrators. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
it's sad. And of course, it's now becoming the new common where we are seeing youngsters who look, completely fit, passing away suddenly. We cannot ignore that this rise has also been only after COVID infections and COVID pandemic. Number one. Number two, the point I want to say is anti-aging is basically a multi-pronged approach. Glutathione is the world's best known antioxidant. It is given for cancer patients so as to reduce the side effects of the chemotherapy agents. And the side effect of it is skin whitening and skin glow. It is not the main effect. So it is very, very good for health and it cannot be fatal unless and until the product is counterfeit. The product is fake. It's not being injected in the right dosage.
All right, viewers, getting you some updates coming in right now on Republic TV. We are coming to know that the Dalai Lama is a firm institution, will continue even after his death. Exiled Tibetan spiritual leader, the Dalai Lama, says that 600-year-old institution would continue after his death and it would choose his future reincarnation, effectively excluding China from any role over appointing the 15th Dalai Lama. That is right. And there's a statement which has come out, where the Dalai Lama has said very, very clearly that the 600-year-old institution of the Dalai Lama will continue after his death. Announcement comes just days before the exiled Tibetan spiritual leader's 90th birthday on July 6th. We have with us Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor. Abhishek, this very important decision coming after appeals from Tibetan spiritual leaders who have been living in Buddhist communities worldwide, and crucially Tibetans living inside Tibet. So this is a huge update coming in, Abhishek.
Well, yes, this is a big one, and this was expected. The Dalai Lama, there's a long process that has been followed over decades. The Dalai Lama in 2011 had said that when he turns 90 years and he's in good health, he will live long. And today is also the day when prayers are being held for his long life. But in 2011, he had announced that when he turns 90, he would decide and make a statement as to who the next Dalai Lama would be. Because remember, it's an institution, so who would reincarnate as the next Dalai Lama after his term, and obviously when he passes away. So it's a forward-looking statement. My takeaway is that he has said that the office of His Holiness Dalai Lama and the trust that he had set up in 2011, that's going to decide exclusively who the reincarnation of the 14th Dalai Lama as the 15th Dalai Lama would be, which means obviously there is no role whatsoever for China. This is something on which the Tibetan Buddhists outside of Tibet and China have a clear unanimity. And despite all the machinations we have seen in China, by Beijing, of propping up, for example, the Panchen Lama in the 1990s, and then creating a situation in Tibet with repression where those Tibetan Buddhists who are living inside of Tibet have no agency whatsoever to decide, and so are at the mercy of the Chinese. The Dalai Lama, with this statement, making it clear that China would not have any role whatsoever in deciding who the reincarnation of the 14th Dalai Lama would be. And I think it's a big statement coming in for the followers of Tibetan Buddhism, not just in Tibet, not just in India, but around the world. Right. In fact, hundreds and thousands have, in fact, gathered at Dharamshala to mark week-long festivities of Dalai Lama's 90th birthday, and they would go happy with the statement that has been made now.
Right. And Abhishek, before I let you go, the statement also establishes the succession process. The Dalai Lama has insisted that his successor would not be born, would be outside China. He's made it very clear that his successor would be born outside China. This is a big statement coming in as well, Abhishek.
Well, absolutely. So in any case, if there is a Dalai Lama who's born inside China, by default, the person would be completely controlled by Beijing, and that's what the Tibetan Buddhists really don't want. And that's why, not the first time, Dalai Lama in his autobiography, which was released just a couple of months back, had also reiterated this, that the next Dalai Lama has to be born in free world. And so obviously, like then, now he's not naming China, but he's making it clear that if the Dalai Lama has to happen, it has to happen in the free world, and of course, by which he means outside China, because within China, everything is controlled by Beijing. And not just thought control with repressive measures. They have effectively denuded and degraded the Tibetan rituals, the Tibetan Buddhist traditions, and many aspects of Tibetan Buddhism, sort of aligning them with the Han Chinese view, aligning them with the larger Communist Party project, to the extent that most of the people in Tibet who control the Tibetan Buddhists and their ways of life do not even speak Tibetan language. Most of the Tibetans in Tibet are made to learn Mandarin and not Tibetan. So I think in that sense, it's also a very important statement of asserting the Tibetan identity that Dalai Lama is making by saying that whosoever takes on the baton from him is not going to be born inside China.
All right, Abhishek, thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to the story as we get more, but we have to take a very short break right now. Much more coming right up. We are live in breaking. Coming up next, PM Modi is embarked on a 5-nation tour, viewers, and this tour, which will begin from Ghana, will mark the Prime Minister's longest diplomatic visit in nearly 10 years. Plus, Quad foreign ministers condemn the Pahalgam terror attack, calls for action against Pahalgam financiers and the perpetrators.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Well, it's sad. And of course, it's now becoming the new common where we are seeing youngsters who look, completely fit, passing away suddenly. We cannot ignore that this rise has also been only after COVID infections and COVID pandemic. Number one. Number two, the point I want to say is anti-aging is basically a multi-pronged approach. Glutathione is the world's best known antioxidant. It is given for cancer patients so as to reduce the side effects of the chemotherapy agents. And the side effect of it is skin whitening and skin glow. It is not the main effect. So it is very, very good for health, and it cannot be fatal unless and until the product is counterfeit. The product is fake. It's not being injected in the right dosage, which can also hamper, which I feel the Indian government is high time should take action if, this is the fact, because I see a lot of grey market fake products in the market, but I don't think our Bollywood would actually fall prey to it. But yes, again, we must not ignore the...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome, you're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuri. Over the next half an hour, we'll get you details about the probe in Tamil Nadu custodial case. The case has been transferred to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Much more on the other side. First up, the headlines. Congress leader Digvijay Singh and Samajwadi Party leader S.C. Hassan has sparked a controversy over their statement on Kawad Yatra. Bharatiya Janata Party ups the attack against Mamata Banerjee's government over the Calcutta gang rape case, saying that police must probe those who are backing the main accused, Monojit Mishra. And today, Prime Minister has embarked on a 5-nation tour, and this will begin from Ghana and will mark the Prime Minister's longest diplomatic visit in the last 10 years. Quad foreign ministers condemn Pahalgam terror attack, calls for action against Pahalgam financiers and perpetrators. Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha flags off the first batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims from Jammu city. Amarnath Yatra will be beginning tomorrow. And the crackdown on illegal Bangladeshi immigrants continues in the national capital. 7 have been arrested so far. Well, Congress leader Digvijay Singh made a controversial remark on Kawad Yatra. He said that Yatra is used to spread hate. Later, Samajwadi Party leader S.C. Hassan also likened the government with Pahalgam terrorists after the government makes it mandatory for the eateries to display their license. Now, the Bharatiya Janata Party has slammed these Indie leaders for their anti-India rhetoric. These are the statements that have come in from the Congress leader and also from Samajwadi Party leader Digvijay Singh and Samajwadi Party leader, I beg your pardon, S.C. Hassan.
ये धर्म के ठेकेदार नहीं है, ये देश के दुश्मनों से मिले हुए लोग हैं जो देश के अंदर शांति नहीं चाहते, जो हिंदू मुसलमान करके यहाँ की आबादी को बांटना चाहते हैं और आबादी बढ़ने के बाद देश कमजोर हो। इनका एक एजेंडा है, लोग इस बात को समझ नहीं रहे, लेकिन धर्म की आड़ में धार्मिक ब्लैकमेल करके ये सब हरकतें कर रहे हैं। किसने ये राइट दिया इनको कि ढाबों की चेकिंग करें? ये किसने इनको ये राइट दिया कि लोगों की पैंटें उतरवाएं? क्या इनमें और उन आतंकवादियों में कोई फर्क है जिन्होंने धर्म पूछ के पहलगाम के अंदर गोलियां मारी थी? ये भी एक तरह के आतंकवादी हैं और वो भी आतंकवादी थे।
Well, so you heard the statement coming in from Samajwadi Party leader right there. Now, on the other hand, Bharatiya Janata Party has slammed the Indie leaders for their anti-Hindu rhetoric after these two controversial statements that have come, one from Congress leader Digvijay Singh and the other from Samajwadi Party leader.
कांग्रेस का हिंदू विरोधी चेहरा एक बार फिर से सामने निकल कर आया है। जो कांग्रेस और दिग्विजय सिंह 26/11 का दोष हिंदुओं पर डालते हैं, पहलगाम का दोष हिंदुत्व पर डालते हैं, समझौता का दोष हिंदुओं पर डालते हैं, हिंदू टेरर जैसी शब्दावली बोलते हैं, बोलते 26/11 हिंदुओं ने किया। अब वो दिग्विजय सिंह बोलते हैं कि कांवड़ यात्रा का इस्तेमाल भय और डर और नफरत का माहौल क्रिएट करने के लिए किया जाता है। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जिसने राम जी के अस्तित्व को नकारा। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो कहती है देवता जो होते नहीं हैं। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो कहती है राम जी के मंदिर को निर्माण नहीं करना चाहिए और राम मंदिर के प्राण प्रतिष्ठा को किस प्रकार से नाच गाना बोलती है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ ही सनातन समाप्त की बात करते हैं। डीएमके सनातन और हिंदू धर्म को एड्स से तुलना करती है और अभी हमने देखा समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता ने मठाधीश को माफिया भी बोला और संत साधु जो है वो अंडर द टेबल पैसा लेते हैं वो भी बोला। मतलब कांग्रेस पार्टी हो या इंडिया अलायंस हो, हिंदू को दो गाली ताकि मिले वोट बैंक की ताली। ये हिंदू हेट्रेड संयोग नहीं, सोचा समझा वोट बैंक का उद्योग है। और दिग्विजय सिंह क्या किसी और धर्म के पर्व के बारे में या यात्रा के बारे में ये कह सकते हैं? क्या किसी और धर्म के पैगंबर या उनके देवता के बारे में इस प्रकार की बातें कह सकते हैं? कहना भी नहीं चाहिए। पर बार बार रामचरितमानस को गाली देना, राम मंदिर को गाली देना, राम मंदिर को अपमानित करना, प्रभु श्री राम को एक प्रकार से नकारना और अब कहना कि कावड़ यात्रा नफरत का माहौल पैदा करती है, ये उनकी हिंदू विरोधी मानसिकता है।
Let me go across to BJP spokesperson Shazia Almi. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Every year, right before the Kawad Yatra, ma'am, we see such statements coming from Congress and the Indie Alliance leaders. This time, Digvijay Singh has said that Kawad Yatra is used to spread hatred, and Samajwadi Party said that the government of UP is like Pahalgam terrorists. How do you see these comments coming from the Indie leaders? We'll try and reconnect that line with the BJP spokesperson Shazia Ilmi. But as we were telling you, these are the big statements that have come from Congress leader and also the Samajwadi Party leader. This is as far as the Kavod Yatra is concerned. They have insulted the Hindu faith is what the Bharatiya Janata Party has said, slamming these leaders for their remarks just ahead of the Kavod Yatra. Now, Congress leader Digvijay Singh has said that Kavod Yatra is used to spread hatred. But on the other hand, Samajwadi Party leader has said that the UP government is like Pahalgam terrorists. So linking the government of UP, the elected government of UP with that of the Pahalgam terrorists. BJP is irked over these comments that have come in, and they have hit out at these two leaders saying that they are Sanatan Virodi. They are in fact against Hinduism. But these are controversial statement. They have sparked a controversy because this is not the first time that such a statement has come in from the parties ahead of the Kavod Yatra. Last year as well, we saw a similar statement coming in from the opposition parties in centre and also in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Now, shifting our focus to the state of Karnataka, the top Congress leadership insisted that there's no change in sight as far as the Chief Minister of Karnataka is concerned, with Randeep Surjewala stating that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will complete his full 5-year term. But internal tensions tell a very different story. A leaked phone call between MLA B.R. Patil and the Chief Minister of Karnataka has gone viral on social media, triggering fresh rumours of the discontent and lobbying that is going on within the Congress party in Karnataka. Now, B.R. Patil has taken a U-turn and said that the statement is being twisted. His entire statement is being twisted by the Bharatiya Janata Party there. So this is coming at a time when there are speculation of a leadership change in the state of Karnataka. Day before yesterday, we saw the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister hugging it out and shaking hands in front of the press to show that there is no speculation, there is no rumor when it comes to leadership change. But yesterday, yet again, for the second time, we saw the statement coming in from Iqbal Hussain, who is the Karnataka Congress MLA, who said that D.K. Shivkumar should be the Chief Minister for the rest of the term. So a lot of speculations going on as far as the change in leadership is concerned. And now what we're learning is that there is a leaked phone call between MLA B.R. Patil and the Chief Minister that has gone viral on social media, triggering fresh rumours of discontent and lobbying that is going on within the Congress party. Now, B.R. Patil has said that his statement is being twisted and that he has taken a U-turn on the leaked call that has gone viral on social media. B.R. Patil has in fact said that I was speaking to a close friend. I said Siddaramaiah hit Chief Minister jackpot is the statement that has come in from him. I said Siddaramaiah has hit the jackpot. So he has taken a complete U-turn as far as the speculations are concerned. But this leaked call has raised a lot of doubts over what is happening in the state of Karnataka. Whether there will be a change in the chief ministership is something that remains to be seen, because we saw back-to-back comments coming in from the Congress MLA there, seeking that D.K. Shivkumar should be made the next Chief Minister. All right, so the Congress top leadership has insisted that there is no change in sight for Karnataka's top post. In fact, yesterday, Priyank Kharge, who's the son of Mallikarjun Kharge, also spoke up saying that Siddaramaiah will remain the Chief Minister of Karnataka. In fact, Randeep Surjewala, who is in the state meeting with the Karnataka Congress MLAs, had also yesterday said that there is no speculation, there should be no rumours, and this is what the Bharatiya Janata Party is doing in Karnataka, and these are the rumours that have been spread by the BJP Karnataka leaders. Let me go across to my colleague Abhishek, who's been tracking this story very closely. Abhishek, we are telling our viewers about the leaked phone call between MLA B.R. Patil and the Chief Minister that has gone viral on social media. This has triggered fresh rumours as far as discontent and lobbying is concerned. But day before yesterday, we saw the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister hugging it out, shaking hand. What is really happening in the state of Karnataka? A lot of confusion there.
Well, Akansha, it is very clear from the statements made by DCM DK Kumar that he has very clearly mentioned that PM Siddaramaiah will be supported by DCM DK Kumar and the entire party. On the other hand, DR Patil, while addressing one of his friends over the phone, has very clearly mentioned that PM Siddaramaiah was the chief minister by luck, and he was the actual person, especially DR Patil was the actual person who introduced Siddaramaiah to Indira Gandhi back then, and he has become the chief minister because of the luck which he had in him. On the other hand, DR Patil clarifies in another video stating that media and the social media misrepresented his statement and also tried to spoil the friendship between PM Siddaramaiah and DR Patil. So this comes after Siddaramaiah and Randeep Singh Surjewala having a conversation with DR Patil because the DR Patil statement was damaging the internal politics of the Karnataka Pradesh Congress or the Congress government as of now. After this, we have also seen Iqbal Hussain, who had openly supported that DCM DK Kumar to be elevated as the CM of Karnataka. After Surjewala having conversation with various other leaders of the Congress party in the state of Karnataka, DR Patil had been advised not to talk to the media with respect to the internal politics or the internal placement of the positions of the politicians. So which DR Patil had issued another statement stating that Siddaramaiah was the chief minister not by luck but because of the mass appeal he had towards the people. So it is very clear from DR Patil's statement, DK Shivakumar's statement, Iqbal Hussein's statement that various other factors within the party Congress in the state of Karnataka aren't up to the mark. And they are trying to cover up with whatever issues they are facing as of now. And there might be a political hiccup in the Congress party in the next couple of months. Agansha.
Absolutely. This is as far as the rumblings in Karnataka is concerned. Keep tracking that story, Abhishek. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, cutting across to the press conference by the Central Tibetan Administration, a Tibetan exile organization in India, also known as Tibetan Government in Exile. Listen in.
To the content of His Holiness' message today and any questions related to the private office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama will be answered by Professor Sandran Biche. Anything to do with Qadr celebration or anything to do with the religious conference and other matters, I will respond to questions if there are any. So I would like Lekshila to moderate this session as to who's going to ask what question and then we'll respond accordingly.
As I've informed you earlier, when you ask questions, raise questions, can you please name yourself and the agencies which you. And the questions should be very limited, should not be too long. Okay? So, yes.
Hello, sir. This is Krishna from Reuters.
Now shifting our focus to the national capital, a wanted robber with a long trail of crimes is finally caught after a fierce shootout in Sarai Khale Khan in the national capital. A top cop narrowly escaped this. Here's what went down. Have a look.
दिल्ली के सराय काले खां इलाके में दिल्ली पुलिस ने एक वांटेड बदमाश का एनकाउंटर कर उसे गिरफ्तार कर लिया। तस्वीरें मैं आपको स्पॉट की दिखा रहा हूं। ये वो जगह है, देखिए सराय काले खां फ्लाईओवर के ठीक नीचे इसी जगह पर देर रात दिल्ली पुलिस की सनलाइट पुलिस को जानकारी मिली कि वांटेड बदमाश ललित उर्फ नेपाली सराय काले खां पहुंचने वाला है। काले रंग की बाइक से वो पहुंचेगा, जिसके बाद फ्लाईओवर के ठीक नीचे ट्रैप लगाया गया और जैसे ही वो ललित की बाइक आती हुई नजर आई, उसको रोकने की पुलिस द्वारा कोशिश की गई, लेकिन ललित ने पुलिस पर फायर करना शुरू कर दिया और जवाबी कार्रवाई में दिल्ली पुलिस ने भी फायरिंग की, जिसमें ललित जो कि वांटेड बदमाश है वो घायल हुआ और उसे अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया है। लेकिन इस एनकाउंटर में एसीपी रैंक के ऑफिसर को भी गोली लगी है। हालांकि एसीपी ने बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट पहनी हुई थी, जिस कारण उनकी जान जो है वो बच गई। ये आप स्पॉट की तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं। आप देखेंगे फॉरेंसिक की टीम जब यहाँ पर पहुंची थी तो बाकायदा मार्किंग यहाँ पर की गई है। बताया जा रहा है कि इस एनकाउंटर में तकरीबन आधा दर्जन से भी ज्यादा गोलियां जो है वो चली हुई है और आप देखेंगे मार्क 1 मार्क 2 इस तरीके से आपको इस पूरी जगह पर जो स्पॉट है वो साफ तौर पर नजर आएगा। ये आप रोड देख रहे हैं, अगर मेरे विजय मुकेश आपको दिखाए, ऊपर फ्लाईओवर है, ठीक उसके नीचे देर रात ये एनकाउंटर जो है वो अंजाम दिया गया। और जब फॉरेंसिक टीम यहाँ पर जांच करने पहुंची तो आप ये देखिए यहाँ पर भी जो एक तरीके से पेजेस रखे हुए हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं इशारा कर रहे हैं कि जैसे बाइक इस जगह पर आकर स्किड हुई और सामने की तरफ जाकर गिर जाती है। आप देखेंगे स्किड मार्क्स के जो पोस्टर है, जो कागज है फॉरेंसिक के, वो यहाँ पर आपको अभी भी नजर आएंगे। थोड़ा और आगे बढ़ेंगे तो आप यहाँ पर देखेंगे एम्प्टी कार्टेजेस लिखा हुआ और नंबर 5 यानी कि पांचवा जो खाली कारतूस है जो कि फायर किया गया था और जो उसका खोखा यहाँ पर गिरा, तो तकरीबन 5 आपको मार्क यहाँ पर नजर आ जाएंगे। तो कहीं ना कहीं ललित को लेकर जो जानकारी सामने आ रही है कि उसके ऊपर 6 से भी ज़्यादा मुकदमे जो हैं वो दर्ज थे। एक मामले में उसको सज़ा भी हो रखी थी, लेकिन वो लगातार पुलिस को चकमा देकर फरार होने में कामयाब हो जाता था। लेकिन आखिरकार एसटीएफ और सनलाइट पुलिस कॉलोनी के इस ज्वाइंट ऑपरेशन ने ललित को ढेर किया, उसको घायल किया और उसके बाद अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया।
We have breaking news coming in. A day after Congress leader, in fact, called Sikkim a neighbouring country, BJP has slammed the Congress leader Joy Kumar for calling it a neighbouring country. The Congress leader referred to Sikkim as a quote-unquote the neighbouring country during his press conference at AICC headquarters in the national capital. He has apologised for his remarks now, but BJP has hit out at him for this controversial comment. Listen in to what he said.
भारत के इतिहास में पहली बार इस तरह से पड़ोसी देशों के साथ हमने जो है संबंध बर्बाद कर दिए कि सिक्किम भी आंख दिखा रहा है, बांग्लादेश भी आंख दिखा रहा है, नेपाल भी आंख दिखा रहा है और श्रीलंका तो कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा है।
राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ता और नेता डॉक्टर अजय कुमार का पत्रकार वार्ता, इस क्रम में उन्होंने सिक्किम को एक अलग राष्ट्र के नाते संबोधन किया। हम सभी को मालूम है कि सिक्किम 50वां वर्षगांठ मना रहा है, जो हिंदुस्तान के साथ गर्व से सम्मिलित हुआ। और ऐसे समय में देश की सबसे पुरानी पार्टी के प्रवक्ता की ओर से ऐसा बयान आना बड़ी गंभीर और दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी सिक्किम की ओर से इसके घोर विरोध करता हूं और मैं अपेक्षा रखता हूं कि कांग्रेस को इतिहास और भूगोल की जानकारी अच्छी तरह से रखनी चाहिए और ऐसे प्रवक्ताओं को पार्टी से बाहर का रास्ता दिखा देना चाहिए। और यह दुर्भाग्य की बात है कि डॉक्टर अजय कुमार पूर्व आईपीएस ऑफिसर और मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट भी रह चुके हैं। इसके बावजूद उनकी ज्योग्राफी और अपने देश के बारे में इतनी कमजोर जानकारी रहना, यह वाकई दुर्भाग्य की बात है। मैं अपेक्षा करता हूं कि कांग्रेस के नेता तुरंत सिक्किम के लोगों से बिना शर्त माफी मांगे। जय हिंद।
Now let's take you to the state of Uttar Pradesh. There's a breaking news coming in. As far as the encounter in Bareilly is concerned, Operation Langra continues in the state of Uttar Pradesh and Yogi model is in full action. History sheeter Guddu has been arrested in police encounter, shot in the leg of this vicious criminal in police encounter. Tawfiq, his other name is Tawfiq, was accused in 28 cases. Pistol cartridges and stolen goods have been recovered from this accused. You can see his visuals on the screen. The police has nabbed him in the encounter. He has been the history sheeter. His real name is Tawfiq alias Guddu, who's been arrested in a police encounter in Bareilly. So the Yogi model is in action in the state of Uttar Pradesh, and as far as Operation Langra is concerned, it also continues with the full focus on zero tolerance towards crime in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Those are the visuals of Tawfiq that you can see on the screen. He has been shot in the leg by the police in this encounter in Bareilly. He was accused in 28 cases, and that is why there is no tolerance for crime in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Pistols, cartridges and stolen goods have been recovered from this accused that you can see on the screen.
थाना बहेड़ी पुलिस द्वारा गश्त के दौरान ग्राम रुकी के पास पुराने पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज की बिल्डिंग के समीप एक व्यक्ति को जब रोका गया, उस व्यक्ति ने जान से मामले की पुलिस पर फायरिंग की। पुलिस द्वारा की गई प्रख्यात फायरिंग में यह व्यक्ति घायल हो गया है। इसको पुलिस पार्टी द्वारा पकड़ लिया गया। दूसरा इसका नाम तौफीक उर्फ गुड्डू सनफ अल्लाह का निवासी शेरगढ़ पता चला है। ये हाल निवास इसका थाना बहेड़ी क्षेत्र में पता चला है। इस पर करीब 2 दर्जन से अधिक मुकदमे पंजीकृत है। ये थाना शेरगढ़ का हिस्ट्री शीटर भी है, शातिर चोर है और संभवतः चोरी के इरादे से ही सुबह घूम रहा था जब इसको पुलिस पार्टी द्वारा रोका गया है। इसके कब्जे से एक कब्जा 315 बोर का, एक खोखा कारतूस और एक जिंदा कारतूस भी बरामद हुआ है। घायल बदमाश को तत्काल उपचार के लिए जिला अस्पताल रवाना किया गया जहां उसकी हालत स्थिर है। इस संबंध में थाना बहरी था BLS की समुचित धाराओं में उपयोग कर आवश्यक कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
Our focus to the state of Tamil Nadu. The DMK government in Tamil Nadu has finally transferred the Ajit Kumar custodial death case to the Central Bureau of Investigation, but not before the explosive video that we showed you emerged showing a cop assaulting the temple security guard inside a police station. And as the outrage grows, the Chief Minister has said that it was a mistake that cannot be justified. In fact, we have breaking news coming in. There are protests that are happening in the state of Tamil Nadu as far as the custodial death and what BJP calls the custodial murder of Ajit Kumar is concerned. We will be showing you those visuals there. You can see on the screen several leaders, several workers and several locals in fact have gathered in Tamil Nadu for this massive protest that is taking place, and Bharatiya Janata Party is saying that even though action has been taken against a police officer, it is not enough. Why? In the state of Tamil Nadu, there is a man, a temple worker, which was in fact beaten, dragged by the police officer. Very shocking video had come to the fore as far as this entire event is concerned. Now the case has been transferred to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Let me bring in my colleague Sarda, who joins us live in the broadcast with more details. Sarda, protests are happening in the state of Tamil Nadu. Give us more context about who is doing this protest and what the demands are.
Well, this protest is about the custodial death of Ajit Kumar from the district of Sivaganga, and the protest that has been organized by the AIADMK and BJP party together right in the area where Ajit's family lives by. And this says that the AIADMK BJP together is protesting against the DMK's rule over this particular custodial death. The protest is being held by R.B. Uday Kumar, who is also the Secretary General Secretary of the AIADMK after Edapadi K. Palaniswamy. And there's also BJP leader H. Raja, who belongs to this particular constituency, and along with AIADMK MLA of this particular constituency is also joined this protest. We can see the visuals of massive protest where we can see boards that says justice for Ajit Kumar, and also boards being carried by the BJP and AIADMK cadres asking for M.K. Stalin's resignation, as this marks the 25th custodial death. Today the protest was organized because yesterday the DMK had decided to take a react to this particular issue, and is even given amount of rupees 5 lakhs to the family today morning, and have said that this is the compensation that they can give at the moment to Ajit Kumar's family, and saying that this is not the right move by the DMK and they should work on the prevention of custodial deaths and not work on how to solve it down by moving the case to CBCID is what the AIADMK and the BJP is trying to tell with this protest. Also, what we can learn from this is that both the BJP and AIADMK is stating that the DMK is making this move right before the 2026 elections, which is 10 months left. It can be seen that the DMK is choosing for a safer option to escape from the eyes of the public.
Absolutely, Sarda, stay on with us. In fact, we are showing two sort of visuals on the screen. On the left-hand side, you can see that is the explosive video that we were telling you about. In this, the police officers can be seen dragging and beating Ajit Kumar, a temple security guard. He was brought outside from the lock-up area. He was taken to the outside area and beaten up with stick. On the other hand, we can see ADMK and also BJP there in Sivaganga protesting as far as this entire custodial death is concerned. I want to come to you again, Sarda. This case has been transferred to the Central Bureau of Investigation, but not before this explosive video that has come to the fore, and also massive protests that we have been witnessing on the streets of Tamil Nadu.
Well, this incident actually happened on Saturday, the 28th of June, but DMK took 3 days to react on this, and it was only yesterday M.K. Stalin reacted, stating that a high official meeting was conducted and the case will be moved from the police to CBCID. And following this video that was out yesterday afternoon from CBCID, it was later moved to CBI investigation, stating that it requires more inquiry and more in-depth investigation, and also the intervention of the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court has revealed that the judicial probe will be conducted on this, and that's the reason now that they have moved this case under CBI. And following which MK Stalin also had a call with Ajit's mother last evening, stating that he would make sure that the person who are involved in this, everybody would be punished, and that they have already been arrested, and that there will be serious actions taken by the DMK. However, AIADMK and BJP continue to say that this is the minimal punishment that the DMK is hanging on to trying to save the police officials, is what the AIADMK is saying.
Absolutely. There on the ground, we can see massive protests. They are being done by the Bharatiya Janata Party. They are holding placards seeking justice for Ajit Kumar, the temple guard who has been, in fact, murdered, allegedly murdered as far as the custody is concerned. The Bharatiya Janata Party has called it a custodial murder. Give us more details about the probe in this case, Sharda, because what we are learning is that 5 police officers have been suspended. Have they been brought to the police custody? Tell us more about the probe in this case.
Well, what has happened is that initially 6 officials were suspended, out of which, after the judicial probe was initiated by the Madras High Court, 5 of them have been arrested and are kept under police custody. But, however, the family of the policemen say that they have been forced to do this by the higher officials, and they are also seeking the removal of SP Ashish Rawat of this particular district. And following the high official law and order meeting that the DMK leader and MK Stalin had taken up, it is stated that they are also asking for the removal of the SP, which the judicial probe has also requested for. The next inquiry is set to happen on July 8th under the Madras High Court bench, and is expected that the inquiry done by the special investigation team would be brought into light by the Madras High Court bench in Madurai.
Absolutely, Sadhan. Also tell us, are there any top officers who are also under scanner? Because yesterday the High Court said that why was the Superintendent of Police only transferred to some other police station, and why was he not suspended? So tell us whether any top officials, and as the families are also claiming that the low rank officers did it on the behest of some top officials. So are they also under scanner?
Well, reports suggest that the DMK is involved in it on the backhand. However, the family speaking to us exclusively stated that it is the work of the police officials and only. And it was also stated that the SP, the Superintendent of Police, had also visited when Ajit Kumar was being interrogated by the Special Investigation Team, and that he knew that he was being brutally attacked but did not say a word. It also stated that the person who has been giving the complaint is part of the DMK functionary, and that's the reason the pressure was given to them. However, now they are completely out of the picture. The entire DMK is out of the picture, and it's all about the police officials who were involved in this brutality. And both, apart from the family, the AIADMK and BJP claim that the DMK has a backhand in it, and that thorough investigation from the judicial post by the Madras High Court is what will give them the answer.
Absolutely. Massive protest there on the streets of Tamil Nadu. There you can see Bharatiya Janata Party's leaders are protesting there, demanding justice for Ajit Kumar. In fact, Sada, tell us, we have heard reactions coming in from Bharatiya Janata Party. They are demanding resignation of the Chief Minister. But do tell us what other opposition parties there are saying, be it AIADMK, Congress Party or the left parties there.
Anji. So this protest that the AIADMK and BJP is brought in is to seek justice for Ajit Kumar, and also it's stated that they also want to fight against seeking the removal of MK Stalin from his post as the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. With elections just 10 months left for the 2026, DMK has taken a soft stand on this, saying that the case has been moved to the CBI. However, now they say that the CBI would give them the enough inquiry, and by July 8th, the judicial probe will also be announced at the inquiry steps. But the AIADMK and BJP do not agree to this and are seeking the removal of the SP of this particular district, and are also asking MK Stalin to resign from his post as the Chief Minister.
Well, absolutely. There's massive anger on the streets of Tamil Nadu. In fact, Sada, we can see behind you, there's a man holding the placard of justice for Ajit Kumar. Could you please talk to them? We want to understand what the people of Tamil Nadu are saying.
Sir, justice for Ajit Kumar irukku இந்த கேஸ் படி உங்களுக்கு நீங்க என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க?
அங்கே இருக்கிற ஸ்டாலினுக்கு கேட்க வேண்டும். அவர் ராஜினாமா செய்ய மாட்டாரு, செய்ய சொல்லி நம்ம போராடுவோம் என்று சொல்லி நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
நீதி வேண்டும்.
அதாவது பத்திரகாளியம்மன் கோவிலில் நடந்த இந்த காவலர்களால் நடத்தப்பட்ட இந்த கொடூர படுகொலைக்கு சம்பந்தப்பட்டவர்கள் மீது கொலை குற்றம் பதிவு செய்து அவர்களுக்கு காவலர்கள் என்றும் பார்க்கக்கூடாது. இந்த இறந்த இந்த இளைஞனுக்கு சரியான நீதி வேண்டும். சம்பந்தப்பட்ட காவலர்களை தண்டிப்பதோடு மட்டுமல்லாமல் ஒவ்வொரு காவலர்களின் பேரிலும் தலா 25 லட்சம் பிடித்தம் செய்து இந்த குடும்பத்திற்கு நீதி கொடுக்க வேண்டும். இது எங்களுடைய.
Well, as you heard, the protesters have anger in them. They are also saying that the court should not see whether it was the police official or whether it was a DMK official who made the mistake, but make sure that the court takes a proper investigation in and also make sure that whoever was involved in this, whether it was a police official, should be arrested, and each and everyone should be given 25 lakhs of fine, and also make sure that the family is given enough support to run their life.
On one hand, the probe continues in this case, but do tell us about what the High Court said yesterday. There was a crucial hearing in the Madurai High Court yesterday where the court pulled up the policemen for this brutality. Give us more details on that.
Well, the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court yesterday pulling up the case said that it was brutality out in Nidra, and they also, especially the Justice Subramaniam who took up the case, mentioned this sentence saying that even if it was a person who had done a murder who would have not been investigated this way, and Ajit Kumar being taken this particular way was something which they did not expect it to happen, and the judge said he was very disappointed with the Tamil Nadu police and the law and order situation that the police took up to handle a theft case.
Absolutely. So the politics in fact also continues, but on the streets there you can see massive anger by the opposition parties there. The locals are also angered by this custodial torture of Ajit Kumar. You can see placards of justice for Ajit Kumar there on the streets of Tamil Nadu. And on the other hand, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has also spoken up. He has announced that this case will now be handed over to the Central Bureau of Investigation, because remember, Bharatiya Janata Party leaders were saying that the excesses done by the police officers in Tamil Nadu cannot be investigated by their own colleagues, and that is why it is very important for the case to be transferred to the Central Bureau of Investigation. The Chief Minister said, and I quote, "This is an act that cannot be justified or excused by anyone." This is what he said yesterday, and he had said that action has been taken. But Sarda, the political parties there are asking, is the action enough? Because this is not the first time that such a case has come in from the state of Tamil Nadu. Is the action enough? Is what the leaders there are asking.
Well, the ADMK has been constantly asking that arresting the officials is not enough, and that a massive protest is now being held by the ADMK and BJP together. Let's talk to a few of the protesters here, asking what they have to say about this. So in the
படுகொலை காவல்துறையினால் திட்டமிட்ட படுகொலை செய்யப்பட்டுள்ளது. இதனை கண்டித்து இன்னைக்கு அனைத்து குடும்பத்துக்கு நீதி வேணும். இனிமேல் இது போன்ற சம்பவங்கள் நடைபெறாமல் இருக்க நாங்கள் அனைத்து கட்சி கூட்டத்தில் பிஜேபி சார்பில் கலந்துருக்கோம்.
So one of the protesters here is telling that he joined the protest to make sure that the person who are involved in killing Ajit Kumar and calling it a police brutality, he's saying that it's rather a police murder that's been conducted, and that he wants proper judgment in this particular case.
Well, absolutely complete outrage on there on the streets of Tamil Nadu. In fact, we can see Bharatiya Janata Party workers and leaders there on the streets, local as well, seeking justice for Ajit Kumar. Remember, just a few days back, he was in fact murdered in the custody of the police. Listen into these reactions.
அவருடைய தாயாருக்கும் அவருடைய அஜித்துடைய தம்பிக்கு நவீனுக்கும் ஆறுதல் சொல்ல வேண்டும் என்று முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் விரும்பினார்கள். அந்த அடிப்படையில் நேற்றைய தினம் வந்து நானும் அவர்களுக்கு ஆறுதல் சொல்லி துக்கம் விசாரிச்சு.
Well, this is Minister Perikarpan telling the media that he met the mother of the deceased Ajit Kumar and also his brother Naveen at his house today morning. He had gone to their house yesterday evening and made a call to the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin where the family spoke and also stated that M.K. Stalin promised the family to take action without any deviation from this case and also said whether it was the police official or the SP or anybody who is involved in this case, he'll make sure that the action will be taken without any partiality, and he also promised that the family will be given enough support from the DMK. The DMK leader has also said that apart from rupees 5 lakh of money that's being given to the family as compensation, they would also be given 3-cent land as to build their new house for them, and also that his brother Naveen, who was also one among the accused, who was also part of the police brutality, is promised the technician work under the government and saying that he'd be getting, he'd be relieving from his job from the private company and be joining the government for his new technician job. The salary that will be given to Naveen Kumar, this is the deceased Ajit brother, is be 30,000, following which he'd be getting 40 and 50 as per his work, is what the Minister Perikarpan has promised today, speaking to Ajit's mother.
யார் அழுத்தம் கொடுத்தது உத்தரவிட்டது அவர்களை வழக்கிலே சேருங்கள் என்று சொல்லியிருக்கிறார்கள். யார் கட்ட பஞ்சாயத்து செய்து கட்சி கொடி கட்டிய காரிலே ஏற்றியவர்கள் அவர்களை வழக்கிலே சேருங்கள் என்று சொல்லியிருக்கிறார்கள். இதையெல்லாம் இந்த அரசு செய்ய வேண்டும். சிபிஐ என்று தடையின்மையாக அழைத்துவிட்டு அந்த நமது வடப்புறம் காரியாலயத்திலே அந்த அறநிலையத்துறை அலுவலகத்திலே இந்த
திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம் அரசு.
There on this ground, there on in fact, the streets of Tamil Nadu, we can see massive outrage over custodial death. On the other hand side, you can see that is the video of assault that has gone viral on social media as well. Police, which was supposed to only interrogate the accused, took him outside the lockup, circled around him and beat him up. 5 policemen have been arrested in this case and the case has been transferred to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Thank you so much, Sarda, for bringing us that ground report. Now shifting our focus to the state of Karnataka, the state government there has challenged the order of the Central Administrative Tribunal, which had, remember, day before yesterday, quashed the suspension order passed against the IPS officer Vikas Kumar after the stampede outside Chinnaswamy Stadium ahead of the RCB team's 2025 IPL victory celebration. Just 2 days after the stampede took place, the Karnataka government had suspended Vikas Singh, who is the IPS officer, but just day before yesterday, CAT, which is the Central Administrative Tribunal, had quashed that suspension, but shockingly now the state government in Karnataka, the ruling Congress government, has challenged that order of suspension because it was embarrassing for them that their suspension order was reversed by the Central Administrative Tribunal. Now they have moved the CAT and they have challenged this specific order of revocation of suspension of IPS officer Vikas Kumar. Let me go across to my colleague Abhishek, who continues to track this story very closely. Abhishek, what we're learning is that after huge embarrassment, now Karnataka government has challenged the order of CAT. Tell us what they have said in this, the plea of theirs in which they have challenged this order.
Yeah, Akanksha, very soon after the stampede which killed at least 11 innocent souls in Bengaluru after the celebratory event in Chinnaswamy Stadium, State Government of Karnataka had made sure that they suspend the top cops of Bengaluru, namely Dayanand and Vikas Kumar Vikas, another person who also belongs to the police department, after they found a backlash when the entire state was speaking against the Kannada state government because for they being the reason for the stampede on June 4th. After which Vikas Kumar had opted to the Central Administrative Tribunal to seek the quash of his suspension. However, while ordering yesterday, or probably while pronouncing the daily orders yesterday, CAT had very clearly mentioned that the state government will have to revoke the suspension of Vikas Kumar Vikas because it wasn't the fault of the Bengaluru City Police or the Karnataka State Police, whereas the Karnataka government is also equally responsible, and also the organizers of the event, say DNA, and the winners of the match, RCB, are also equally responsible for the death of these 11 people who were found dead on June 4th, after which the Karnataka state government had decided to appeal the decision of Central Administrative Tribunal, questioning their decision to go against the Karnataka state government on one hand. While speaking to the media yesterday, CM Siddaramaiah very clearly mentioned that he is not ready to question the orders of Central Administrative Tribunal because he felt that no one will be able to question the Administrative Tribunal's orders because it is what is the last decision was what CM Siddaramaiah claimed in the afternoon. However, Home Minister Dr. G. Parmeshwara told the media that they are in the progress of appealing the decision of the Central Administrative Tribunal, and the government has proceeded with what the Home Minister had very clearly mentioned yesterday. Akanksha.
Absolutely. After huge embarrassment, now Karnataka government has challenged that order of the CAT. It remains to be seen what really comes out of this hearing. Keep tracking that story very closely, Abhishek. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about the 5-nation tour of the Prime Minister. This tour, which will begin from Ghana, will mark the Prime Minister's longest diplomatic visit in nearly 10 years. We'll tell you about how Quad foreign ministers have condemned the Pahalgam terror attack, calling for action against Pahalgam financiers and also the perpetrators. This and much more on the other side. Keep watching Republic TV.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be on your channel and particularly on the digital part of your amazing network. I've served in several Islamic countries, including several years in Sudan, which had Sharia law when I was there. And somebody even issued a fatwa against me, whatever that meant. Question here is, what does this fellow, this Ayatollah, Grand Ayatollah, whatever titles they give each other, Supreme Ayatollah, or Major Ayatollah, or Captain Ayatollah, or General Ayatollah.
We have a breaking news coming in from the state of Punjab. Shiromani Akali leader Bikram Majithia will be presented in the court today in the disproportionate asset case. But before that, Akal leaders they have gathered at the Gurudwara Sahib near Mohali Court. They are being detained right now is what we are learning. So just before his appearance in the court, now what we are learning is that his party leaders are near a Gurudwara which is near the Mohali Court, and they are being detained right now. We'll shortly show you those visuals of this protest that is being staged by the Akali leaders in Punjab. Bikram Majithia, remember, he was arrested by the Punjab police in disproportionate asset case, and after that we are seeing that there in the visuals you can see those are the Akali leaders which are being detained as now just ahead of this crucial court hearing in which Majithia will be brought to the court and for his extension of his custody. We can see there on the streets of Punjab several Akali leaders protesting and in fact raising demands as well, but they are being detained by the Punjab police there. Let me go across to my colleague Lalit, who joins us live on the broadcast from Chandigarh. Lalit, tell us about the situation on the ground, because we can see in the visuals that Akali leaders are staging a protest near the Mohali Court, where just in some time Bikram Majithia will be presented. Give us more details.
If you talk about this whole story,
whole update. The Shiromani Akali Dal leaders in large numbers wanted to join and hold a protest in front of the Mohali District Court, where Bikram Singh Majithia, who has been arrested by the state vigilance team, he would be produced behind the Mohali court. So before that, the leaders were not allowed to enter into the Gurdwara place, where they have asked all the leaders to come.
In fact, Lalit, stay on with us. In fact, we have these dramatic visuals coming in from Mohali, where Akali leaders are protesting just a while before their leader, Bikram Majithia, is going to be produced before the court. There you can see on the visuals, there's ruckus on the streets of Mohali. Several leaders of Akali are being detained by the police because what we're learning is that they did not have a permission to launch a protest at this site. And this is quite close to the Mohali court, where their leader is going to be presented, and this is the area near the Gurudwara from where these people have been detained for launching the protest. Coming to you now, tell us what are the demands of the Akali leaders. We can see that a vehicle carrying them, the detainees, has left from that area, but several are there on the ground. What are they saying?
If you talk about the demand, they are saying that it's the political vendetta against the senior Akali leader Bikram Singh Majithia, and they wanted to protest against the Aam Aadmi Party government who have
तेरे नक च दम ना करिया तो तू भी याद रखेगा अकाली ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਸ਼ਾਂਤਮਈ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਧੱਕਾ ਕਰੋ ਫਿਰ ਰੋਸਤਾ ਆਊਗਾ ਫਿਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਰੋਸਤਾ ਆਊਗਾ ਫਿਰ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਰੋਕ ਲੈ
if you talk about, these are the visuals coming from the Gurdwara near the Amsaha, where in large number former Deputy Chief Minister Sukhbir Singh Badal with other Shiromani Akali Dal leaders have gathered in large number. They wanted to protest against the Aam Aadmi Party and wanted to go to the district court, where Bikram Singh Majithia has been produced by the state vigilance team after his 7-day police remand has ended today. So he would be produced inside the court. There are allegations from the Akali Dal leaders that he has been falsely accused in a political vendetta by the Aam Aadmi Party government. So this is the protest against them. If we talk about on 26 June, he was being arrested by the State Vigilance Bureau in the disproportionate assets case, and fresh FIR has been registered against Bikram Singh Majithia.
So from the past 6 to 7 days, there has been couple of raids which has been done by the State Vigilance Bureau, whether it's in the Majita area of Amritsar, where his residence is. Apart from Majita in Amritsar, raids have been done in Chandigarh at his residence, in Himachal Pradesh, in Shimla, in Delhi, where his property and his house is. So in a number of places, the State Vigilance Bureau has been doing the raid from the past 1 week. Apart from that, if you talk about now, there are allegations from both Aam Aadmi Party and Shiromani Akali Dal. Shiromani Akali Dal is clearly saying and alleging that it's the whole case has been falsely implicated against their leader Bikram Singh Majithia. While if you talk about the Aam Aadmi Party government, they are saying that in the disproportionate assets case, he has been arrested and they have got all the proofs regarding which right now he has been arrested by the state vigilance team. Back to the studio.
Absolutely. Akali leaders there on the streets of Mohali raising slogans against the Aam Aadmi Party government there in Punjab and saying that the arrest of Bikram Majithia is completely illegal. Thank you, Lalit, for all the details. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about the controversial statements made by Congress leader Digvijay Singh and Samajwadi Party leader S.C. Hassan on the Kawad Yatra. And Bharatiya Janata Party has upped the attack against Mamata Banerjee over the Calcutta rape case. They have said that police must probe those who are backing the main accused, Monojit Mishra. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be on your channel and particularly on the digital part of your amazing network. I've served in several Islamic countries, including several years in Sudan, which had Sharia law when I was there. And somebody even issued a fatwa against me, whatever that meant. Question here is, what is this fellow, this Ayatollah, Grand Ayatollah, whatever titles they give each other, Supreme Ayatollah or Major Ayatollah or Captain Ayatollah or General Ayatollah?
Prime Minister Narendra Modi kicks off the 5-nation tour on Wednesday. He's scheduled to visit Ghana, Tobago, Argentina, Brazil and between July 2nd to July 9th. In a major crackdown against illegal Bangladeshi immigrants, Delhi police have apprehended 7 illegal Bangladeshis. Among the 7 arrested is one identified as Suhan Khan, who was deported from India just weeks ago. There's a big breakthrough in Operation Langra. A wanted criminal Tawqeef has been arrested after a police encounter in Bareilly district of Uttar Pradesh. The accused, who has 24 in fact cases against him, has sustained injury in the leg. India's diplomatic outreach takes centre stage this week as the Prime Minister embarks on a high-profile 5-nation tour across Africa, the Caribbean and the Latin America as well. Here's a quick look at the key stops on this significant journey. Watch this.
Prime Minister Modi has embarked on a landmark 5-nation tour from July 2 to 9th, aimed at deepening India's engagement across the global south. Prime Minister Modi's journey begins in Ghana, where he will hold talks with President John Mahama and address Parliament, making the first ever bilateral visit by an Indian Prime Minister. Next, in Trinidad and Tobago, Prime Minister Modi will meet President Christine Carla Kwangalu and Prime Minister Kamala Prasad Baisesar. The visit celebrates 180 years of Indian heritage in the Caribbean nation. In Argentina, the first bilateral visit in 57 years, Modi will discuss the trade, energy and technology with President Javier Milei. Prime Minister Modi then heads to Brazil for the 17th BRICS Summit in Rio de Janeiro and a bilateral visit to Brasilia, reinforcing India's partnership with Latin America's largest economy. The tour concludes in Namibia, where he will meet the President and address a joint session of Parliament, reaffirming shared values of freedom, development and solidarity.
And with this, taking a very short break, coming up on the other side, Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha has flagged off the first batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims from Jammu city. Amarnath Yatra will start tomorrow. There's a crackdown on illegal Bangladeshi immigrants in the national capital. 7 have been arrested by the Delhi police. We'll get you details on these top 2 stories. This and much more. Stay with us.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Well, it's sad. And of course, it's now becoming the new common where we are seeing youngsters who look, completely fit, passing away suddenly. We cannot ignore that this rise has also been only after COVID infections and COVID pandemic. Number one. Number two, the point I want to say is anti-aging is basically a multi-pronged approach. Glutathione is the world's
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
Well, it's sad. And of course, it's now becoming the new common where we are seeing youngsters who look, completely fit, passing away suddenly. We cannot ignore that this rise has also been only after COVID infections and COVID pandemic. Number one. Number two, the point I want to say is anti-aging is basically a multi-pronged approach. Glutathione is the world's best known antioxidant.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Focus remains on the Kolkata rape horror because now questions are being raised on who is shielding the accused Manojit Mishra. And BJP has also urged the police to take action against all those who are trying to protect him. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines.
ये देश के दुश्मनों से मिले हुए लोग हैं जो देश के अंदर शांति नहीं चाहते, जो हिंदू मुसलमान करके यहाँ की आबादी को बांटना चाहते हैं और आबादी बढ़ने के बाद देश कमजोर हो। इनका एक एजेंडा है, लोग इस बात को समझ नहीं रहे, लेकिन धर्म की आड़ में धार्मिक ब्लैकमेल करके ये सब हरकतें कर रहे हैं।
Congress leader Digvijay Singh and SP leader ST Hassan spark row after derogatory statement on Kavar Yatra. BJP and AIADMK leaders protest over custodial death of temple guard Ajit Kumar in Tamil Nadu's Shivaganga. BJP ups the ante against Mamata Banerjee over Kolkata rape case, says police must probe those who are backing main accused Manojit Mishra. PM Modi embarks on 5-nation tour today, which will begin with his first stop in Ghana, and it will mark the Prime Minister's longest diplomatic visit in nearly 10 years. Quad foreign ministers condemn Pahalgam terror attack, call for action against Pahalgam terror financiers and perpetrators. Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha flags off first batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims from Jammu. Yatra begins. First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. BJP alleges that despite the Honorable Calcutta High Court's order, Mamata Banerjee police is illegally obstructing the construction of a stage for the Sabha at the end of the BJYM rally at Kasba. Sukanta Majumdar will file a case in Calcutta High Court today against the police's overactivity and against the constitutional rights of the opposition political party in West Bengal. Sukanta Majumdar is all set to approach the Calcutta High Court and he will be filing a case against the TMC. The BJP alleges that the TMC is blocking and trying to stifle them, and now Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar is all set to knock on the doors of the Calcutta High Court. Well, this is as far as the TMC backed or the TMC police now trying to block these protesters. The BJP is upping the ante, and TMC, the Mamata Banerjee government's police, are now seen blocking these protesters. Sukanta Majumdar is all set to approach the Calcutta High Court to file a case. In fact, we have reactions coming in. Let's listen in.
लास्ट महीने में हमें 3 बार डिफरेंट जगह से डिटेन किया गया। 12 तारीख को मुझे डिटेन किया गया जब मैं कालीघाट गया था। 20 तारीख को जब मैं एक इंडिविजुअल के घर उनके बुलावे पे जा रहा था, इवन वो व्यक्ति मुझे मिलने के लिए बीच रोड में आ गया कि आप चलिए मेरे घर। एक व्यक्ति के घर जाने के लिए मुझे रोका गया और 28 तारीख को अरेस्ट किया गया फिर से डेमोक्रेटिक एजिटेशन के लिए, और मुझे पूरी रात वहाँ पे रहना पड़ा, लाल बाजार में रहना पड़ा। तो दिस इज द ब्रीच ऑफ द फंडामेंटल राइट्स गिवन बाय द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन टू द एवरी सिटीजन ऑफ दिस कंट्री। मेरे को भी नागरिक अधिकार है जो भारत के संविधान द्वारा दिया गया है। इस नागरिक अधिकार का हनन है, तो इसके खिलाफ मैं लास्ट महीने में हमें 3 बार डिफरेंट जगह से डिटेन किया गया।
Viewers, we have Bhaskar joining us live from Kolkata. Bhaskar, first, the accused was shielded. Now protests are being suppressed. Tell us what's happening in Mamta's Bengal.
बिल्कुल, देखिए, जहां तक भाजपा के सवाल है, मेन अपोजिशन पार्टी बंगाल में भाजपा है, और जब भी भाजपा के कोई भी लीडर कोई प्रोटेस्ट पर सड़क पर उतरते हैं तभी कलकत्ता पुलिस ओवर एक्टिव, हाइपर एक्टिव हो जाता है। ऐसा ही कहना है भाजपा के सारे सीनियर लीडर्स का। और देखिए, सुकांत मुजुमदार भाजपा के पश्चिम बंगाल के प्रेसिडेंट और केंद्रीय मंत्री, वो आज कलकत्ता हाईकोर्ट के पास अपना दरखास्त जमा किया है कि कलकत्ता पुलिस के तरफ से
Bhaskar, stay on with us because we have a big breaking news coming in. As per sources in the upcoming GST Council meeting, there is a serious thought to reduce the 12% slab to 5%. Sources say GST Council is rethinking of removing 12% slab completely. This is a big move that sources are telling us is in the pipeline. We'll have to wait and watch what this could mean for all those GST payers. This is on expected lines. It is a big relief for the GST payers. Government is mulling a big relief for GST payers. GST Council is likely to slash 12% slab to 5%, and 12% slab is likely to be removed, and the decision is likely to be taken in the next GST Council meeting. GST collections so far have been reported to be at an all-time high. It has touched 22 lakh crore rupees in 24 and 25. It has doubled over the past 5 years, and now the government believes that it's time to give a relief for all those GST payers. And as far as the next GST Council meeting is concerned, the government is expected to take this huge step, which will come as a major relief for all those who are paying GST. It's a big relief for GST payers if this decision sees the light of the day. And according to sources, what we understand is that GST Council is likely to slash 12% slab to 5%. And what's more to this is that the 12% slab is likely to be removed. Is likely to be removed in the upcoming GST meet. Moving on, viewers, the Narcotics Control Bureau has now achieved a major breakthrough by dismantling India's most prolific darknet drug syndicate operating under the alias Kikina Melon. Officials have now said that 2 people have been arrested. This high-impact operation, codenamed Melon, has led to the arrest of 2 individuals, and this operation was carried out by NCB Kochi Zonal Unit, and it has culminated in the seizure of drugs and cryptocurrency worth 1 crore rupees. Seizure of large quantities of LSD, ketamine, as well as digital assets worth 70 lakh rupees have been reported, and this after weeks of surveillance and intelligence gathering. 280 LSD blots were intercepted on June 28th from 3 coastal parcels in Kochi. Investigation in the matter confirmed that these parcels were booked by the suspect, and during search of his house on June 29th, 847 more LSD blots and 131.66 grams of ketamine was seized by the NCB sleuths. This under Operation Melon. It has dismantled the drug syndicate operating via the dark web. We have Akil joining us live. Akil, this is a major drug bust by the NCB under Operation Melon, and the lens was on the dark web. Tell us more.
Well, that's right, Deepak. If you see, in a major breakthrough in the fight against darknet-based drug trafficking, what we have seen that the Narcotics Control Bureau, the NCB, has successfully dismantled a darknet drug syndicate which has been operating under the name of Kikina Melon. And during this operation, what we have got to know from the NCB sources that they have seized large amount of LSD, ketamine, and cryptocurrency worth over 1 crore rupees. And if you see, this operation was named as Operation Codenamed Melon. And in this operation, what we have also seen that 1,127 LSD blots have also been recovered. Ketamine
LSD blots have also been recovered. Ketamine, approximately over 130 gram, has already been recovered, and digital assets worth 70 lakh has already been recovered by the NCB in connection with this case. And apart from that, if you see the fresh development that we are getting, the Republic exclusive, is that in a follow-up action to the darknet drug syndicate Operation Melon, the NCB has made searches at 5 different locations in 5 different states, which include Madhya Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Delhi, Himachal Pradesh, and Bihar. And out of those 5 states, they have made recovery in 3 different states. Back to you.
Right, Akhil, thank you for joining me with those details. This is a major drug bust by the NCB zonal team from Kochi, and this under Operation Melon. They have seized a huge quantity of LSDs and ketamine along with digital assets worth 70 lakh rupees. So the total seizure has amounted to 1 crore rupees. It's a major drug bust, and this syndicate was operating via the dark web, and these raids were carried out across multiple states. And what we understand is that this operation has led to the seizure of drugs and digital assets worth 1 crore rupees, viewers. Now moving on, Congress leader Digvijay Singh made a controversial statement on Kavod Yatra. He said that the yatra is used to spread hate. Later, SP leader ST Hassan likened the government with Pahalgam terrorists after government makes it mandatory to eateries to display their license. BJP has also slammed Indie leaders for their anti-Hindu rhetoric. Let's listen in to those remarks.
ठेकेदार नहीं है, ये देश के दुश्मनों से मिले हुए लोग हैं जो देश के अंदर शांति नहीं चाहते, जो हिंदू मुसलमान करके यहाँ की आबादी को बांटना चाहते हैं और आबादी बढ़ने के बाद देश कमजोर हो। इनका एक एजेंडा है, लोग इस बात को समझ नहीं रहे, लेकिन धर्म की आड़ में धार्मिक ब्लैकमेल करके ये सब हरकतें कर रहे हैं। किसने ये राइट दिया इनको कि ढाबों की चेकिंग करें? ये किसने इनको ये राइट दिया कि लोगों की पैंटें उतरवाएं? क्या इनमें और उन आतंकवादियों में कोई फर्क है जिन्होंने धर्म पूछ के पहलगाम के अंदर गोलियां मारी थी? ये भी एक तरह के आतंकवादी हैं और वो भी आतंकवादी थे।
कांग्रेस का हिंदू विरोधी चेहरा एक बार फिर से सामने निकल कर आया है। जो कांग्रेस और दिग्विजय सिंह 26/11 का दोष हिंदुओं पर डालते हैं, पहलगाम का दोष हिंदुत्व पर डालते हैं, समझौता का दोष हिंदुओं पर डालते हैं, हिंदू टेरर जैसी शब्दावली बोलते हैं, बोलते 26/11 हिंदुओं ने किया। अब वो दिग्विजय सिंह बोलते हैं कि कांवड़ यात्रा का इस्तेमाल भय और डर और नफरत का माहौल क्रिएट करने के लिए किया जाता है। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जिसने राम जी के अस्तित्व को नकारा। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो कहती है देवता जो होते नहीं हैं। ये वही कांग्रेस पार्टी है जो कहती है राम जी के मंदिर को निर्माण नहीं करना चाहिए और राम मंदिर के प्राण प्रतिष्ठा को किस प्रकार से नाच गाना बोलती है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ ही सनातन समाप्त की बात करते हैं। डीएमके सनातन और हिंदू धर्म को एड्स से तुलना करती है और अभी हमने देखा समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता ने मठाधीश को माफिया भी बोला और संत साधु जो है वो अंडर द टेबल पैसा लेते हैं वो भी बोला। मतलब कांग्रेस पार्टी हो या इंडिया अलायंस हो, हिंदू को दो गाली ताकि मिले वोट बैंक की ताली। ये हिंदू हेट्रेड सहयोग नहीं, सोचा समझा वोट बैंक का उद्योग है। और दिग्विजय सिंह क्या किसी और धर्म के पर्व के बारे में या यात्रा के बारे में ये कह सकते हैं? क्या किसी और धर्म के पैगंबर या उनके देवता के बारे में इस प्रकार की बातें कह सकते हैं? कहना भी नहीं चाहिए। पर बार बार रामचरितमानस को गाली देना, राम मंदिर को गाली देना, राम मंदिर को अपमानित करना, प्रभु श्री राम को एक प्रकार से नकारना और अब कहना कि कांवड़ यात्रा नफरत का माहौल पैदा करती है, ये उनकी हिंदू विरोधी मानसिकता है।
कांवड़ यात्रा के रास्ते में बिरयानी का ठेला लगाना या दुकान लगाना कोई न मजबूरी है न ज़रूरी है। अब कुछ लोग जो है वो कांवड़ की यात्रा में ही के दौरान ही और उसके रास्ते में ही बिरयानी का ठेला लगा करके ये चिकन बिरयानी है, मटन बिरयानी है दिखाने की कोशिश करके निश्चित तौर से लोगों की आस्था पर प्रहार करने और वार करने की षड्यंत्र साजिशों के साथ सोचते हैं। ये देश, हमारे देश में तमाम धर्मावलंबी हैं, सभी त्यौहार होते हैं, सभी पर्व होते हैं, एक दूसरे का लोग उसकी शुद्धता है, शुचिता है, स्वच्छता है, उसका सम्मान करते हैं, उसकी चिंता करते हैं। लेकिन आप जो है कहते हैं नहीं जी, आप उसी रास्ते में जो है उद्दंडता फैलाओ, उसी रास्ते में जो है वो आप उनकी जो है वो आस्था पर प्रहार करने की कोशिश करो, ये ठीक नहीं है। और ये बात सब समाज के सभी लोगों को, सभी लोग एक दूसरे के पर्वों का, त्योहारों का सम्मान करते हैं। लेकिन आप जो है वो इस तरह के लोगों को प्रश्रय देंगे, प्रमोट करेंगे और उनको जो है प्रोत्साहित करेंगे कि आप जो है वो समाज के सौहार्द के ताने बाने को छिन्न भिन्न करो, तो ये एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है।
Well, moving on, viewers, the Congress's top leadership insists that there is no change in sight for Karnataka's top post, with Randeep Surjewala stating that CM Siddaramaiah will complete his full 5-year term in Karnataka, but internal tensions tell a different story. A leaked call between Congress MLA B.R. Patil and the Chief Minister has gone viral, in fact triggering fresh murmurs of discontent and lobbying within the party. Now B.R. Patil has taken a U-turn and said his statement is being twisted. Let's listen in to B.R. Patil. In fact, we'll just play that reaction out, but let me take you through what has happened so far, viewers. B.R. Patil was in KR-Pete when he was holding this particular conversation with a close friend of his. And during his telephonic conversation with his close associates, he has expressed disappointment over internal party dynamics. In the call, Patil claims that he played a very key role in arranging Sonia Gandhi's meeting with Siddaramaiah, which eventually helped the latter become the Chief Minister of Karnataka. He also said that Siddaramaiah's rise was due to favorable planetary alignment, while subtly expressing regret that his own political fate hasn't been as fortunate as Siddaramaiah's. But after the telephonic conversation, the audio was leaked. B.R. Patil has made a mega U-turn. He has blamed it on media, saying that his words are being twisted by the media, and he has expressed deep disappointment over this particular development, claiming that he has nothing to do with the kind of narrative that is being spread. In fact, Abhishek is also joining us live. Abhishek, a very good afternoon to you, Abhishek. B.R. Patil's audio has been leaked and he has been caught speaking about Siddaramaiah, speaking about him allegedly arranging that particular meeting between Sonia Gandhi and Siddaramaiah. And now when he is questioned, he's embarrassed and he's made a mega U-turn. Tell us more.
Good afternoon, Deepak. Even after the High Command of Congress in the state of Karnataka mentioning that CM Siddaramaiah will continue as the CM for the next 2.5 years, we have started seeing various statements that have been given out by various other ministers and MLAs in the Congress government as of now. Whereas the latest one is B.R. Patil, when he is talking to a close aide of his on the telephonic conversation. The conversation is recorded in which he
Well, it seems like we have some technical difficulties, but let's try and get back to Abhishek. But what's being witnessed in Karnataka is nothing but bitter power play within the Congress, because B.R. Patil claims that he arranged Sonia Siddaramaiah meeting in the national capital, which he has allegedly also said is the reason why Siddaramaiah became the Chief Minister of Karnataka. And when all of this was exposed and brought to the fore, B.R. Patil clearly blamed the media, saying that his words were twisted and he has nothing against Siddaramaiah. He said that all he was trying to say is Siddaramaiah hit a jackpot when he became the Chief Minister of Karnataka, and he didn't have anything against him, and he has always claimed to be a loyalist of the Karnataka Chief Minister. But this conversation has clearly highlighted the internal dissent in Congress, and when questioned, B.R. Patil has said there's nothing of that sort, and every statement of his is being twisted. Yes, Abhishek, coming back to you, Abhishek. In fact, we'll get Abhishek back on the phone line, but this is the news break, viewers. After his bitter conversation with his friend, now he has made a U-turn. We'll have to wait and watch how the Congress will respond to this. And moving on, India's diplomatic outreach takes center stage this week as Prime Minister Narendra Modi embarks on a high-profile 5-nation tour across Africa, the Caribbean and also Latin America. Here's a quick look at the key stops on this significant journey.
Prime Minister Modi has embarked on a landmark 5-nation tour from July 2 to 9th, aimed at deepening India's engagement across the global south. Prime Minister Modi's journey begins in Ghana, where he will hold talks with President John Mahama and address Parliament, making the first ever bilateral visit by an Indian Prime Minister. Next, in Trinidad and Tobago, Prime Minister Modi will meet President Christine Carla Kwangaloo and Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Baisesar. The visit celebrates 180 years of Indian heritage in the Caribbean nation. In Argentina, the first bilateral visit in 57 years, Modi will discuss the trade, energy and technology with President Javier Milei. Prime Minister Modi then heads to Brazil for the 17th BRICS Summit in Rio de Janeiro and a bilateral visit to Brasilia, reinforcing India's partnership with Latin America's largest economy. The tour concludes in Namibia, where he will meet the President and address a joint session of Parliament, reaffirming shared values of freedom, development and solidarity.
Moving on to some breaking news coming in, viewers. BJP fact-finding committee has reached South Kolkata Law College to examine the crime scene. What exactly happened on that fateful day? And this is the Kolkata rape case probe that has intensified because JP Nadda had announced a special team that will also parallelly conduct the investigation. So this particular team has now reached the Law College. The fact-finding mission is at South Kolkata College, and the investigation is currently underway, and this particular team has reached the premises of the Kolkata Law College to examine the crime scene, to examine what really went down in the guard room, and also to understand the situation inside the college campus, because Manojit Mishra, the key accused in the Kolkata rape case, had a considerable clout in the college. And now the BJP fact-finding committee has also reached the premises. We have Bhaskar with us. Bhaskar, tell us about what's happening on ground zero. The fact-finding team is there at the college. Tell us more.
बिल्कुल देखिए, ये जो फैक्ट फाइंडिंग टीम है, ये फैक्ट फाइंडिंग टीम कलकत्ता यूनिवर्सिटी की तरफ से फॉर्म किया गया है और ये फैक्ट फाइंडिंग टीम अभी साउथ कलकत्ता लॉ कॉलेज के अंदर पहुंचे थे और जो वाइस प्रिंसिपल नैना चटर्जी, जो कि गवर्निंग बॉडी की भी मेंबर है, नैना चटर्जी से पूछताछ भी की ये फैक्ट फाइंडिंग टीम। देखिए, इसके पहले भाजपा की तरफ से जो फैक्ट फाइंडिंग टीम को बनाया था, वो टीम जब बात करने के लिए जो प्लेस ऑफ ऑकरेंस और सराउंडिंग्स, जो एरिया जहां पे ये घिनौना काम हुआ, सारे एरिया को देखने के लिए, फैक्ट्स इकट्ठे करने के लिए पहुंचे थे, तब उसको रोका गया था कलकत्ता पुलिस की तरफ से। और अब कलकत्ता यूनिवर्सिटी की तरफ से जो फैक्ट फाइंडिंग टीम तैयार किया गया है, वो फैक्ट फाइंडिंग टीम पूछताछ भी की है कॉलेज की वाइस प्रिंसिपल नैना चटर्जी से, और आखिर में एक रिपोर्ट कलकत्ता यूनिवर्सिटी के पास ये फैक्ट फाइंडिंग टीम सबमिट करने वाले है कि आखिर क्या हुआ था। और जिस तरह से कॉलेज के खिलाफ भी काफी सारे एलिगेशंस आ रहे हैं कि ढंग से वहां पे क्लास नहीं होता था, हर एक टाइम पे जो लिमिटेड सीट से 120 उससे भी ज्यादा स्टूडेंट को एनरोल किया गया था, ये मनोजीत और गैंग के थ्रू, ये सारे चीजों के ऊपर भी फैक्ट फाइंडिंग टीम पूछताछ की है ये नैना चटर्जी को, जो कि वाइस प्रिंसिपल है साउथ कलकत्ता लॉ कॉलेज की, ऐसे सोर्स के मुताबिक खबर मिल रहे हैं। और देखिए, ये फैक्ट फाइंडिंग टीम आखिर में क्या रिपोर्ट सबमिट करने वाले हैं कलकत्ता यूनिवर्सिटी के पास, और उस रिपोर्ट के आधार पर कलकत्ता यूनिवर्सिटी अथॉरिटी भी क्या स्टेप उठाएंगे, अब वही देखने का बात है। ओवर टू यू।
Right, Bhaskar, thank you for joining us with those details. This is the Calcutta University fact-finding committee that has reached the law college premises. And let me take you what are the likely actions of this particular fact-finding team. It will inspect the crime scene. It will thoroughly examine the law college premises where the alleged incident took place. It will also interact with college authorities, record statements from the principal, staff, and also the security personnel regarding the incident, timeline and the lapses as far as the protocols are concerned. It will also meet the victims' friends and other witnesses, speak to students who might have some information, who saw the rape survivor or were even present on the day of the incident. And what's even more to this is that it will also review the CCTV clippings, check entry logs and security logs. All of this will be conducted by the fact-finding team which has arrived at the Law College. Moving on, viewers, we have visuals coming in from Tamil Nadu where the AIADMK and the BJP are protesting in Sivaganga over the custodial death of a temple guard, Ajit. And this is a showdown between the opposition and the DMK, because the DMK had been silent all this while, and now it has ordered a CBI probe just ahead of the elections. And now a Justice for Ajit Kumar campaign has been rolled out by the BJP as well as the AIADMK, protesting in Sivaganga over the custodial death case, and they are demanding justice for the temple guard who was brutally assaulted and he was beaten to death. 5 cops have been arrested so far, and this is that explosive video that we have accessed, viewers, where you can see clearly how Ajit is being caned, brutally assaulted by the police inside the police station premises, and this video has now gone viral. And Sharda is also joining us live to give us a sense of what's happening in Tamil Nadu. Sharda, the AIADMK and the BJP are staging a protest. What are their demands? Take us through the latest coming in from Ground Zero.
Well, Deepak, this is the first protest that the AIADMK and BJP have done together, especially after the custodial death of Ajit Kumar. There were 3 demands that the AIADMK and BJP are putting together for DMK is that if you're giving a compensation to Ajit's family, in this case, make it rupees 50 lakhs and not rupees 5 lakhs. Offer a better job for his brother. And out of the third demand is that a proper inquiry and investigation should be done in this particular case and make sure that Ajit Kumar gets justice, and that's where they came up with the campaign Justice for Ajit Kumar. However, of the 3, DMK has partially made up 2 of the demands, which is 1, giving 5 lakhs to the family as a compensation instead of 50 lakhs. However, H. Raja, the Sivaganga constituency BJP leader, claims that the initial talks were only rupees 50 lakhs, but over time they made it rupees 5 lakhs. So what was the reason for this is still incomplete. And also the second demand of offering a government job to the brother. However, now the DMK government has offered Naveen Kumar, Ajit's brother, a technician job in a company that is partially government aided.
All right, Sharda, thank you for joining us with those latest inputs. With that, viewers, we'll slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll tell you more about Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha flagging off the first batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims from Jammu. Along with that, we'll also tell you about the crackdown on illegal Bangladeshi immigrants, as 7 have been arrested in Delhi. One of them, who was deported, snuck back into India. We'll get you more on that. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Well, it's sad. And of course, it's now becoming the new common where we are seeing youngsters who look, completely fit, passing away suddenly. We cannot ignore that this rise has also been only after COVID infections and COVID pandemic. Number one. Number two, the point I want to say is anti-aging is basically a multi-pronged approach. Glutathione is the world's best known antioxidant. It is given for cancer patients so as to reduce the side effects of the chemotherapy agents. And the side effect of it is skin whitening.
ये देश के दुश्मनों से मिले हुए लोग हैं जो देश के अंदर शांति नहीं चाहते, जो हिंदू मुसलमान करके यहाँ की आबादी को बांटना चाहते हैं और आबादी बढ़ने के बाद देश कमजोर हो। इनका एक एजेंडा है, लोग इस बात को समझ नहीं रहे, लेकिन धर्म की आड़ में धार्मिक ब्लैकमेल करके ये सब हरकतें कर रहे हैं।
Congress leader Digvijay Singh and SP leader ST Hasan spark row after derogatory statement on Kanwad Yatra. BJP and AIADMK leaders protest over custodial death of temple guard Ajit Kumar in Tamil Nadu, Sivaganga. BJP ups the ante against Mamata Banerjee over Kolkata rape case, says police must probe those who are backing the main accused, Manojit Mishra. PM Modi embarks on a 5-nation tour today. First stop, Ghana. This will mark the Prime Minister's longest diplomatic visit in nearly 10 years. Quad foreign ministers condemn Pahalgam terror attack, call for action against Pahalgam financiers and perpetrators. Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha flags off first batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims from Jammu. Amarnath Yatra has begun.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 12:30 p.m. this Wednesday afternoon. The breaking news developments coming in the Air India story. Now, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has pulled up the regulatory body DGCA over 2024 May cockpit entry and drinking alcohol in cockpit by a senior Air India official. The MOCA has sought a response from the DGCA, writing why no action was taken against the Air India official after a former complaint by a crew member on June of 2024. On May 13-14, an illegal cockpit entry complaint was filed against a senior Air India official of the A350-900 Dubrov to New Delhi bound flight. The Ministry of Civil Aviation has called for a meeting with Air India officials in the AI-171 plane crash today. Senior officials of the Air India are also summoned by the Ministry of Civil Aviation today morning, seeking a preliminary investigation report from Air India in the Ahmedabad plane crash incident. That's the big breaking news update that we are tracking at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, vis-a-vis the AI-171 crash and also all the other lapses reported in the Air India story. That's the big breaking news update that we're tracking at the moment. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news update is coming in. A road in Gwalior collapsed over 7 times in the last 15 days. The new road built near the Sindhya Palace in Gwalior city has collapsed more than 7 times in the last 2 weeks, or rather just 15 days, which is not only causing trouble to the local people, but it has also become a huge question on the quality of construction work done at the cost of crores of public money. The 2-member committee has been formed to probe and will submit a report in the next 5 days on the efficacies and the problems that have now come up in this very particular road in Gwalior, in which in the last 15 days, 7 times the road has caved in. Here's a quick reaction coming in from the collector of Gwalior on the massive state of mishap on one particular road in Gwalior. 7 collapses in the last 15 days. Here, listen in, ladies and gentlemen.
विशेष चेतकपुरी की सड़क का बता रहे हैं, उसमें आयुक्त नगर निगम को हमने निर्देशित किया था और उन्होंने उसका सैंपलिंग के लिए भी लैब में भेजा है कि किस प्रकार का मटेरियल उसमें यूज़ हुआ और अगर कोई गंभीर उसमें अनियमितता पाई जाती है तो तदनुसार कार्रवाई की जाएगी। जो पृथक हमारे पॉइंट्स है उसमें शहर में जहाँ पर भी रोड्स पर पानी का जल भराव हो रहा है या फिर गड्ढे हो गए हैं, इसमें आयुक्त नगर निगम के माध्यम से हमने चारों विधानसभाओं में लोकलाइज टीम्स रखी हैं जिनके पास अपने मटेरियल और टीम और जेसीबी इत्यादि की जो मशीनरी लगती है उसकी भी उपलब्धता है। इसको हम रेगुलरली मॉनिटर भी कर रहे हैं और आप लोग के माध्यम से जहां जहां काम हो रहा है उसको शेयर भी करेंगे।
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, I have my colleague Satya Vijay joining us live from Madhya Pradesh. Satya Vijay, what's the latest on this story? One road in Gwalior, 7 cave-in incidents in the last 15 days. What is the administration saying?
लापरवाही और
भ्रष्टाचार की जीती जागती तस्वीर है, जीता जागता उदाहरण है ग्वालियर की ये सड़क, जो कि 15 दिन पहले बनी, करीब 5 करोड़ की लागत से बनी, और उसी रोड पर ऐसे गड्ढे कि वो टनल यानी कि सुरंग जैसी नजर आ रही है। साफ तौर पर इसमें अधिकारियों की, अफसरों की और ठेकेदारों की मिलीभगत है, उन्हीं की लापरवाही या कहें कि भ्रष्टाचार का एक उदाहरण है। क्योंकि अगर इस रोड पर सही मटेरियल का उपयोग किया गया होता, अगर इस रोड को बनाने के बाद सही तरीके से इसका मेजरमेंट किया गया होता, नापा गया होता कि क्या मटेरियल यूज हुआ है, तो ये तस्वीर देखने को नहीं मिलती। क्योंकि 15 दिन पहले ये रोड बनी, आए दिन यहाँ पर गड्ढे की खबरें आ रही है, 7 बार इस तरह के वहां पर गड्ढे हो चुके हैं, और आज जो हालात है वहां की, उसे आप देख सकते हैं कि रोड नई टनल लग रही है। अब इस पर कलेक्टर अपनी सफाई दे रहे हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि जांच कराएंगे, जो भी दोषी है, जो इसने भी अनियमितता करी, इस पर कार्रवाई करेंगे। लेकिन प्रदेश में ये पहली बारिश में ही इस तरह की तस्वीर मध्य प्रदेश के ग्वालियर से निकलकर सामने आई है, जहां पर कि बहुत ज्यादा बारिश नहीं हुई और वहां पर रोड इस तरह से धंस जाती है। तो ऐसे में साफ है कि अब जांच समिति बना दी है, जांच कमेटी देखेगी कि किस इंजीनियर ने, किस ठेकेदार ने इस रोड को बनाया है, किस तरह के मटेरियल का उपयोग हुआ है। लेकिन ये सिर्फ एक जगह की तस्वीर नहीं है, मध्य प्रदेश में कई ऐसे उदाहरण देखने को मिल जाएंगे जहां पर कि भ्रष्टाचार की पोल खुलती दिख रही है, जिस तरह से कि ग्वालियर की तस्वीर सामने आई है।
Gee, thank you very much, Satya Vijay, for those details coming in from Gwalior. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be closely tracking the developments in this very big story of a road collapsing and caving in 7 times in the last 15 days. Meanwhile, an FIR has been filed in the Sigachi blast incident. An FIR was booked against management of the Sigachi company. A case has been registered under 105, 110 and 117 of the BNS, and the matter has been taken up for investigation. The FIR mentions that the complaint and the company's management were deaf to the ear to the version of the company workers and continued with old machinery, as a result of which an explosion occurred in the company. The Sigachi company management is working with the same old machinery. That was the allegation that was put up by the workers there, and that could have caused a heavy loss to the property Ankman Power, which was wantedly continuing with the old machinery. So big development coming in the Telangana chemical factory blast case that took place yesterday and claimed life of almost 40 people. An FIR has been lodged in this matter. My colleague Aneri joins us live with more details on this story. Aneri, now an FIR has been officially launched, and the big allegation is that the company continued to operate with impunity despite concerns raised by the workers there against old equipment being used. What's the latest you're tracking?
That's right. Now that the FIR has been lodged, and also at the same time what we see is that in the FIR the accused has been named as the management of the Sigachi company, whereas they haven't mentioned anyone specifically like the top management MD or chairman, because what we know is that in this fire incident which has taken place at the Sigachi Industries, many of the top management, including the manager and the general manager, have also lost their life in this very incident, and that is the reason why we see that the management of the company has been booked in the FIR. And also at the same time the FIR very clearly mentions that how there were lapses in the Sigachi company, that despite repeated attempts being told to the management that the machinery is old and that could lead to any sort of incident, they, despite all of this, knowing that there are lapses, they continued with the old machineries and also did not did not bring any new machineries, is what this mentions. And also at the same time the FIR also mentions that FIR also mentions that the company management deaf ears the vision of the company workers and continued to work with the old machineries, as a result of which an explosion has occurred and which took so many lives. Near about 36 people have lost their life, and still the rescue operations are underway, whereas we also see that the management, the top management of the company is still not come out and given any sort of statement or any sort of clarification as to what has led to this very incident, whereas the Chief Minister of Telangana also had gone on to question the management of the company yesterday when he visited the site, questioning that where is the MD of the company, why hasn't he come out yet, is what the Chief Minister has also questioned. So now the larger question remains is that despite the company management knowing that the machinery was old, they continued working with that same old old machinery, and now we see that such a huge explosion that took place on Monday morning, which took 36 lives.
Indeed, Aneri, and stay with us and tell us more about the rescue operations that were underway yesterday at the site. We know last the death toll had reached all the way up to 40. What's the latest in terms of the rescue operations that are undergoing at that chemical factory site?
Well, in regard with the rescue operations, we are seeing that there are NDRF teams, SDRF teams, and also the local management like the fire department and other teams have been working round the clock, because there was a huge explosion which led to the devastation, the collapse of 3-story building at that very factory, the chemical factory, where there was this huge explosion that had taken place. And also right now what we see, yesterday when we evening when we happened to speak to the health minister, he also stated that it would take more 24 to 36 hours for the rescue operations to continue and clear all the debris there. And so what we see is that near about 100 to 120 workers were working inside the factory when this incident had taken place, and that is the reason why we see that the number of death toll has gone up to 36. Earlier it was just 12 or 15, but then later, as the rescue operations continue, 36 people lost their life, and almost 34 to 40 people are still undergoing treatment at the hospital. But now the larger question remains is that why did the company management continue with the old machinery despite knowing that it is not in a good condition? And also at the same time, now we'll have to wait and watch what comes out of the preliminary investigation that the Chief Minister has ordered, and also now the FIR, which has mentioned that they have registered a case against the company management, and further investigation has been taken up into this matter.
Thank you very much, Aneri, for tracking those details from Hyderabad for us. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be closely monitoring the rescue operations, as the FIR is also now revealing sensational details about alleged lapses by the top management of the company in question that led to the unfortunate tragedy of a blast at the chemical factory in Telangana that has claimed 40 lives so far. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news is coming in. The BJP is now slamming the Congress, particularly leader Ajay Kumar, for calling Sikkim a neighbouring country. Congress leader referred to Sikkim as a neighbouring country during a press conference at the AICC headquarters nonetheless. And now a big war of words has emerged between the BJP and the Congress over this very shocking statement made by a very senior Congress leader. Listen in.
भारत के इतिहास में पहली बार इस तरह से पड़ोसी देशों के साथ हमने जो है संबंध बर्बाद कर दिए कि सिक्किम भी आंख दिखा रहा है, बांग्लादेश भी आंख दिखा रहा है, नेपाल भी आंख दिखा रहा है, और श्रीलंका तो कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा है।
राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस के प्रवक्ता और नेता डॉक्टर अजय कुमार का पत्रकार वार्ता, इस क्रम में उन्होंने सिक्किम को एक अलग राष्ट्र के नाते संबोधन किया। हम सभी को मालूम है कि सिक्किम 50वां वर्षगांठ मना रहा है, जो हिंदुस्तान के साथ गर्व से सम्मिलित हुआ, और ऐसे समय में देश की सबसे पुरानी पार्टी के प्रवक्ता की ओर से ऐसा बयान आना बड़ी गंभीर और दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी सिक्किम की ओर से इसके घोर विरोध करता हूं, और मैं अपेक्षा रखता हूं कि कांग्रेस को इतिहास और भूगोल की जानकारी अच्छी तरह से रखनी चाहिए, और ऐसे प्रवक्ताओं को पार्टी से बाहर का रास्ता दिखा देना चाहिए। और यह दुर्भाग्य की बात है कि डॉक्टर अजय कुमार पूर्व आईपीएस ऑफिसर और मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट भी रह चुके हैं। इसके बावजूद उनकी ज्योग्राफी और अपने देश के बारे में इतनी कमजोर जानकारी रहना, यह वाकई दुर्भाग्य की बात है। मैं अपेक्षा करता हूं कि कांग्रेस के नेता तुरंत सिक्किम के लोगों से बिना शर्त माफी मांगे। जय हिंद।
Well, that's the big reaction coming in from the BJP, lashing out at the Congress for that shocking slip in the press conference by a senior Congress leader calling Sikkim a neighbouring country. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, let's shift our focus now to some international news. In a big diplomatic win for India, joint statement of the foreign ministers of United States, India, Japan and Australia. The Quad leaders condemned the April 22nd terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam that killed 26 people. And they further urged that those behind it should be brought to justice. That's the big statement coming in unison by the Quad leaders, condemning unequivocally the dastardly terrorist attack that took place in Pahalgam. Just days ago, we saw India walking out without a joint declaration at the SCO summit, with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh refusing to sign a declaration that refused to condemn the Pahalgam attack unequivocally. And today, the Quad leaders in solidarity have agreed, and all of them have unequivocally condemned the attack. Meanwhile, the External Affairs Minister also reiterated India's stance against terrorism at the Quad meeting. Let's listen into what Dr. Jaishankar said at the Quad Foreign Ministers Summit.
A word about terrorism in the light of our recent experience. The world must display zero tolerance. Victims and perpetrators must never be equated. And India has every right to defend its people against terrorism, and we will exercise that right. We expect our Quad partners to understand and appreciate that.
Well, that's the latest coming in from Quad. Meanwhile, in more news from Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has flagged off the first batch of Amarnath Yatra pilgrims from Jammu. Amarnath Yatra begins tomorrow, and now Republic TV is the only network bringing you ground reports from Babal Top Base Camp, the last base camp for the Yatris. Let's take a look at this report.
इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं पहलगाम बेस कैंप में। लगातार हम देख रहे हैं किस तरह से श्रद्धालु जो है वो यहाँ पहुंच रहे हैं, और लगातार आप विजुअल्स पर देख रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पर एक पूजा हुआ, और ये सबसे पहला ऐसा एक ग्रुप है जो पहले ऊपर जाएंगे, बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। आप मुझे बताइए आपका नाम क्या है और कहाँ से आया?
मेरा नाम आशा गोयल है, मैं दिल्ली से आई हूँ और अमरनाथ यात्रा के लिए आई हूँ। परसों से यात्रा करूंगी मैं, और मैंने पिछले साल भी फर्स्ट डे ही यात्रा की थी, और इस बार भी फर्स्ट डे ही यात्रा करूंगी, पहली यात्रा के दिन।
तो पहला यही ग्रुप है जो यात्रा करने के लिए ऊपर जाएगा?
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, यही ग्रुप है पहला, सबसे पहला।
कितनी खुशी है, क्या कहना चाहेंगे? पहला ग्रुप आप है जो ऊपर चले जाएंगे।
बहुत खुशी है, महादेव से साक्षात मिलने जा रहे हैं, हम यात्रा करने जा रहे हैं, तो और भोलेनाथ हमको इतनी शक्ति देते हैं कि इधर तक आने के लिए।
आप मुझे बताइए आप कहाँ से आए हैं, क्या बताना चाहिए?
लुधियाना से आए हैं जी। हमें यहाँ पर सब कुछ देख के बहुत आनंद आ रहा है, बहुत मजा आ रहा है। हम श्राइन बोर्ड का धन्यवाद करते हैं जिन्होंने इतना अच्छा प्रबंध किया है, हमें इतनी सिक्योरिटी दी है। उन सिक्योरिटी के कारण ही हम यहाँ पर दर्शन कर पाते हैं। ये जो हमारी सबकी ये बहुत अच्छे कर्म है जो हम भोलेनाथ के सबसे पहले दर्शन करने जा रहे हैं। जय करो वीर बजरंगे,
भोले बाबा की, भोले बाबा की, हर हर महादेव, हर महादेव। आप मुझे बताइए कितने लोग आप यहाँ पर आए हैं, जो आप यहाँ पे लंगर चला रहे हैं, और ये पहला ग्रुप है जो ऊपर जा रहे हैं वहाँ पर?
ये हम लंगर के हैं 65%, 65 आदमी है जी।
कैसी खुशी है, पहला ये ग्रुप है जो ऊपर जाएगा दर्शन के लिए?
बिल्कुल जाएंगे सर, सारे के सारे बंदे उत्साहित है दर्शन जाने के लिए। सबको अभी छोड़े तो सब अभी जाने के लिए तैयार है।
अरेंजमेंट्स कैसी है? काफी तैयारी हम देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर।
अरेंजमेंट इज वेरी गुड, सब कोऑपरेटिव है, पीपल सब कोऑपरेटिव है, अरेंजमेंट में कोई कमी नहीं लोगों की।
सिक्योरिटी की कैसे इंतजाम है?
बढ़िया इंतजाम है सर, बहुत बढ़िया।
कहाँ से आप बाई रोड आए, आप ट्रैवल कर?
नहीं, हम ट्रेन से जम्मू तक आए, फिर जम्मू से यहाँ कार में आए।
कैसा सिक्योरिटी था रास्ते?
जबरदस्त, मिलिट्री जिंदाबाद।
कोई डर आपको लग रहा है जो अटैक हुआ था यहाँ पर? कुछ
हम पंजाब से आए, हमें बिल्कुल डर नहीं लग रहा, बहुत सिक्योरिटी से आए हैं, बहुत बढ़िया इंतजाम है यहाँ पर, बहुत भोले शंकर की कृपा है कि हम पहली बार दर्शन करने जा रहे हैं उनके।
आप क्या बताना चाहेंगे उन लोगों के लिए जो प्लान कर रहे हैं यहाँ विजिट करने के लिए, दर्शन के लिए?
हम कहे भी कोई भी आए यहाँ पे दर्शन, कोई डर नहीं है यहाँ पे, बहुत बढ़िया माहौल है। हमारे सारे भाई है, कश्मीरी हमारे भाई है, और हमारा जो साइन बोर्ड है, हमारी जो मोदी सरकार है, बहुत बढ़िया इंतजाम किया हुआ है यहाँ पे हमारे मोदी जी ने। यहाँ पे कोई डरने वाली बात नहीं है, आप यहाँ पे आइए और बढ़िया बाबा के दर्शन कीजिए। जो लोग डर रहे हैं वो आइए। पहले चंदनवाड़ी में हमारा जाखल मंडी डिस्ट्रिक्ट फतेहाबाद से हम यहाँ पे लंगर लगाने आए हैं और बाबा की सेवा करने आए हैं, और जैसा होगा हम कैसा करेंगे।
आप ही यहाँ पे सेवा करने के लिए आए हैं?
नहीं जी, हम दर्शन करने के लिए जा रहे हैं, कल फर्स्ट टाइम, पहली बार आए हैं यहाँ पर। मेरे हस्बैंड तो 20 साल से जुड़े हुए इस संस्था के साथ, मैं पहली बार आई हूँ।
आपका बहुत शुक्रिया बात करने के लिए। आपने देखा किस तरह से काफी दूर दूर से जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं, कुछ रास्ते में है और कुछ ही टाइम के बाद जो है यहाँ से यात्रा को जो है शुरू कर दिया जाएगा। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट के साथ इरावत महराज, पहलगाम, कश्मीर।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
In a joint operation by Southeast Delhi District STF and Sunlight Colony PS, an encounter ensued in Saraikal Khan bus stand with a wanted, convicted robber Lalit. He was arrested after an exchange of gunfire, pistol and 4 rounds of ammo were seized. Srinagar Police and CRPF flag off the first batch of Shri Amarnath Yatra from the Panthachok base camp towards the Baltal base camp. Heavy rains caused severe waterlogging in many parts of Bhopal. IMD forecasts partly clouded skies with a possibility of rain, thunderstorm or a dust storm in the city. NCB bus dark web drug peddler Ketamelon in Operation Melon. LSD, ketamine, cryptocurrency worth rupees 1 crore was seized. Operation Melon was led by NCP Cochin Zonal Unit. Meanwhile, with all the talks of bunker busters of the United States, what does India have? With a modified version of Agni 5 ballistic missile, India is now developing what many analysts are calling its answer to the US's GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator. Unlike traditional ballistic payloads, the Agni 5 variant is being designed with to act as a deep penetration bunker buster capable of striking hardened underground targets like enemy command centers and nuclear silos, the kind that are often buried more than 50 to 100 meters deep. Watch this explainer by Republic Digital.
When the United States sent B-2 bombers to hit Iran's underground nuclear facilities with their most powerful bunker buster bombs, the whole world was watching. And now, while everyone has been talking about that, India has been quietly working on its own solution to the underground bunker problem. And our approach is completely different. Well, India's Defense Research and Development Organization, the DRDO, is developing the conventional Agni 5 variant with a 7.5-ton bunker buster warhead that is capable of penetrating 80 to 100 meters underground before actually detonating. And unlike the nuclear-capable Agni 5, which has a range of about 5,000 to 8,000 kilometers, this version of Agni sacrifices the range for its payload, and that is limited to about 2,000 to 2,500 kilometers due to the heavier warhead that it will be carrying. The Agni 5's development cost was approximately $292 million, with each missile of the Agni 5 costing around $6 to 8 million US. See, the bunker buster variant's cost is not public, but estimates suggest that a 10 to 20% increase has been there due to specialized warheads and guidance systems. Potentially, that's about a $7 to 10 million per missile. So at this price, how does India's bunker buster compare to what the big players already have? The United States uses the GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator, a 13.6-ton bomb that is delivered by B-2 bombers, costing about $3.5 million per unit. It can penetrate up to 60 meters of concrete. Russia's KAB-1500L can penetrate 20 meters and is cheaper at roughly about $1 million per bomb, and that's deployed via aircraft. China's YJ-21 hypersonic missile with a limited bunker busting capability costs an estimated about $2.2 to 3 million, while India's missile-based approach is unique, offering flexibility over air-delivered systems. It avoids the need for costly bombers. However, India's warhead is heavier than most, which enhances its destructive potential but reduces the range to which it flies compared to the US or Russia. Now, Pakistan, our neighbor, is reportedly exploring MIRV technology for its Abadil missile, but there is no confirmation. There's no confirmation of the bunker buster program of Pakistan, which gives India a regional edge when you look at what India could actually hit. The Agni 5 bunker buster is designed to target hardened underground facilities. What are they? They are command bunkers, missile silos, or even nuclear storage sites. In Pakistan, for instance, likely targets could include the Kairana Hills, a suspected nuclear weapons storage sites, and underground facilities in Balochistan or near Kahuta, where nuclear research is reportedly conducted. Now, these sites, often buried about 80 to 100 meters deep, are very, very critical to Pakistan's strategic arsenal. The missile's precision-guided warhead with indigenous avionics and a circular error probable of a few meters ensures very, very high precision and accuracy. India's focus is on regional deterrence, particularly against Pakistan and China, whose Dongfeng 41 missile poses a long-range threat. The bunker buster enhances India's ability to neutralize fortified targets without relying on nuclear warheads. It aligns very well with its NFU, that is the no first use policy. However, developing this capability is costly and very, very complex. The Agni 5's base program cost about $292 million, with the bunker buster variant approximately requiring an additional R&D for warhead design and guidance systems, potentially pushing the cost further to about $350 to $400 billion. What are the challenges that we face? The challenges include miniaturizing guidance systems and ensuring warhead reliability compared to the US, which spent about $400 million developing the GBU-57. India's program is fairly cost-effective, leveraging the already existing Agni 5 infrastructure.
A big breaking news development is coming in. Spring Airlines Boeing 737 plane plummeted more than 26,000 feet mid-air after a pressurization failure on its way from Shanghai to Tokyo. Spring Airlines is a Chinese headquartered airline that was operating from Shanghai to Tokyo, and oxygen masks were dropped inside this Boeing 737-800 aircraft. As the plane plummeted more than 26,000 feet mid-air, the passengers were in complete state of panic as oxygen masks also came down. Some even wrote their wills on their flight. The jet was then safely diverted to Osaka, which was originally going from Shanghai all the way to Tokyo. The flight was diverted to Osaka, another Japanese city. All 191 passengers on board are safe. That's the development that we are tracking at the moment. The airline in return has offered $104 and a hotel stay to all the 191 passengers who had to be diverted to Osaka instead of Tokyo. And a probe is now lodged into a matter, but a serious concern involving a Boeing 737 aircraft of Chinese-operated Spring Airlines, which was en route from Shanghai to Tokyo, which plummeted more than 26,000 feet in a matter of just 10 minutes. The plane lost so much altitude rapidly that the oxygen masks also in the cabin, as you can see in the visuals on your screen, had to come down due to a depressurization issue inside the fuselage of that aircraft, and subsequently the flight had to be diverted from Tokyo to Osaka, another sister city in Japan, where the passengers, all 191 as per reports, are fortunately safe, and all of them have been offered $104 compensation for the moment because of the diversion and a hotel stay also. But the major point being, another Boeing aircraft, 737, has been in the severe scrutiny Boeing has been facing since AI-171 crash in Ahmedabad, and now a 737 variant of the Boeing aircraft of a Chinese-operated airline called Spring Airlines, which was operating from Shanghai to Tokyo, has reported a massive pressurization issue, with the flight even plummeting 26,000 feet in a matter of just 10 minutes, with even oxygen masks that we have often seen during flight safety instructions coming down. In the visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, you can see passengers there putting on their oxygen mask due to a pressurization failure, and a complete state of shock and panic in the Spring Airlines Boeing 737 operating from Shanghai to Tokyo. Coming up next on Live and Breaking, Prime Minister Narendra Modi embarks on a 5-nation tour today. This tour, which will begin from Ghana, will mark the Prime Minister's longest diplomatic visit in nearly 10 years. Also coming up, Quad foreign ministers have condemned the Pahalgam terror attack and have called for action against Pahalgam financiers and perpetrators. More details on these big diplomatic stories today, only on Live and Breaking. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. His rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Take over, Elon. Yes, But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
When the United States sent B-2 bombers to hit Iran's underground nuclear facilities with their most powerful bunker buster bombs, the whole world was watching. And now, while everyone has been talking about that, India has been quietly working on its own solution to the underground bunker problem. And our approach is completely different. Well, India's Defence Research and Development Organization, the DRDO, is developing the conventional Agni 5 variant with a 7.5-ton bunker buster warhead that is capable.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in, and we're getting back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV. As you can clearly see that the BJP is up the ante against the TMC government, the Mamata Banerjee government, and this is coming in as we see that the BJP is asking once again that why is the Mamata government hiding criminals and supporting criminals and giving cover to criminals. This is coming in the backdrop of the West Bengal Law College rape case. As the probe continues, the questions are also being asked to the government. All this and much are coming right up, and as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. The government's mulling big relief for GST. Payers GST revamp may slash daily use goods. Tax from 12% to 5%.
ये देश के दुश्मनों से मिले हुए लोग हैं जो देश के अंदर शांति नहीं चाहते, जो हिंदू मुसलमान करके यहाँ की आबादी को बांटना चाहते हैं और आबादी बढ़ने के बाद देश कमजोर हो। इनका एक एजेंडा है, लोग इस बात को समझ नहीं रहे, लेकिन धर्म की आड़ में धार्मिक ब्लैकमेल करके ये सब हरकतें कर रहे हैं।
Congress leader Digvijay Singh and the leader SP leader ST Hassan sparking row after derogatory statement on the Kanwar Yatra. Senior Air India officials are summoned by Minister civil aviation in connection with the Ahmedabad plane crash. Government allows cab aggregators to hike peak hour surge prices. PM Modi embarks on 5-nation tour today. The tour, which will begin from Ghana, will mark the Prime Minister's longest diplomatic visit in 10 years. Court foreign ministers condemn Pahalgam terror attack, calls for action against Pahalgam financiers and the perpetrators. Dalai Lama blocks China from choosing successor and says the trust has the sole authority to choose a successor. The breaking news coming in, viewers. Spring Airlines Boeing 737 plummeted 26,000 feet mid-flight after a pressurization failure on its way. And this is the picture coming in. This was from Shanghai to Tokyo. Oxygen mask dropped. Passengers panicked. Some even wrote wills. Jet safety diverted to Osaka. All 191 on board are safe. The airline offered $104 and a hotel stay. The probe is on in this case. So on your screen, you will see these visuals coming in. What do you see on your screen? This is Boeing 737, which plummeted 26,000 feet. So much so that the terrified passengers had to write out their wills. It's plummeted in minutes. And I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us. We have with us Akansha joining us live. Akansha, just help our viewers understand what really happened, because this is a Japan Airlines plane suddenly experiencing mid-air technical issues. Not a surprise given the fact on Republic we have been reporting on passenger safety and how many airlines are reporting technical issues, especially when they're flying. Yes, Akansha.
Absolutely, very concerning visuals in fact coming in as far as this flight is concerned. What we're learning is that this flight took off from China. It was heading towards Tokyo on June 30th when this incident happened. Passengers on board this JL8696 from China to Tokyo experienced a terrifying experience. There was deployment of the oxygen mask as well. Passengers feared that the plane was going to crash, and in fact we've been showing those visuals of the oxygen mask dropping down. But what's more concerning here is that this Boeing 737 plummeted 26,000 feet, and one can only imagine what the passengers must be going through at that point. We can see in the visuals that the oxygen mask dropped down. People got scared. They were fearing that the plane was going to crash, and those who were asleep, they were jolted awake, while others began writing down their will as well. So utter panic as far as this Boeing is concerned. This is Boeing 737, which plummeted 26,000 feet, and this was going from China to Tokyo. It remains to be seen what the investigation reveals, why this happened, but very concerning visuals right there on the screen, Shivangi.
That's right. Okay, so we are showing these pictures to our viewers, and this picture shows how the passengers are extremely scared. The oxygen mask has fallen off in a few seconds. We see, and we don't have the audio right now, but from what we understand from the reports, the air hostesses were crying and shouting to put on the oxygen mask, saying the plane had a malfunction. Now, the probe is on. Thankfully, no injuries have been reported. But Akansha, now the probe is going to reveal what exactly happened, because this is a terrifying incident that nobody wants to experience when they are flying.
Well, absolutely very terrifying experience. And in fact, what we're learning, as you also pointed out, Shivangi, that several passengers feared that the plane was going to crash. They were crying. Several of them were jolted awake. They were writing their wills, because one can only imagine when the Boeing 737 plummeted 26,000 feet. One can understand the ordeal of the people sitting there, and they all were in panic there. And the investigation has been launched in this case. As we were telling our viewers, this incident happened on June 30th, just day before yesterday, and this flight was going from China to Tokyo when this Boeing 737 descended 26,000 feet, forcing the deployment of the oxygen mask that you can see on the screen. Utter panic in that airline that departed on June 30th. It was going to the Tokyo airport, and in fact what we're learning is that this airline was operated under a code-share agreement between Japan Airlines and a low-cost subsidiary that's called Spring Japan. According to the, in fact, several reports, what we're learning is that there were as many as 190 people there on this particular flight, and this flight took off around 6:53 p.m. local time from China. It encountered a mid-air mechanical issue that triggered a rapid descent from 36,000 feet to just under 10,500 feet in just under 10 minutes. So one can only imagine what the people, the passengers, 190 passengers on that plane must be going through at that very point. And what we're learning is that there was an issue with the pressurization system alert, which in fact prompted the pilot to declare an emergency and divert the flight to Osaka airport. So concerning visuals there on the screen, you can see those oxygen masks. They have dropped down, utter chaos on that flight that was going from China to Japan. And as the cabin pressure dropped, you can see that in the visuals that oxygen masks were released. And footage from the flight also shows visibly shaken passengers wearing these masks as the flight attendants deliver instructions to them to remain calm. But the situation was brought under control, but definitely very concerning because it plummeted to by 26,000 feet, Shivangi.
Yes, and Akansha, this is also concerning because Boeing planes are under the scanner. Especially Boeing planes are under the scanner. We have been seen many incidents all over the world, including India, where Boeing planes have failed repeatedly. Okay, we have to move ahead. Getting some breaking update coming in. Ministry of Civil Aviation has pulled up the regulatory body DGCA over the 2024 May cockpit entry and drinking alcohol in cockpit by senior Air India officials. Civil Aviation Ministry seeks response from the DGCA in writing why no action was taken against Air India officials after the formal complaint by the crew member in June 2024. May 13 to 14, illegal cockpit entry complaint was filed against senior Air India officials, and this was while the plane was flying to New Delhi. It was an international flight of Air India. And then the Civil Aviation calls for a meeting with Air India officials as well. So we are seeing multiple updates coming in. So one is that they are asking why is no action being taken in the 2024 illegal cockpit entry case. At the same time, we are coming to know that there will be a meeting with Air India officials. This is the plane crash, the Ahmedabad plane crash, Air India 171. This is what senior Air India officials have said, and they have been summoned by the Minister of Civil Aviation today morning seeking an investigation report from Air India in the Ahmedabad plane crash incident. And also in this incident, this is the illegal entry into the cockpit incident, where we see that the Civil Aviation is pulling up the DGCA in this case. So back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV viewers, and what we are learning right now is that there has been a huge action in terms of what is happening when it comes to passenger safety being again and again being compromised. Okay, so let's go straight across to my colleague once again, Akansha. So Akansha, we're covering all these stories where once again we are seeing that there has been a lot of laxity in terms of making sure passenger safety is held to the highest standard. This time, there was a cockpit entry incident in 2024 where there was an incident of some drinking alcohol in the cockpit by senior Air India officials. and we see the aviation ministry has pulled up the DGCA asking for a response. What exactly happened there?
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. Remember, we had extensively reported on this issue when there was report of some senior Air India officials drinking and entering the cockpit area, drinking alcohol there in 2024. And months later, a complaint was also filed by the crew member as far as this is concerned. Now, Ministry of Civil Aviation has sought response from the regulatory authority as to why no action was taken against the senior officials of Air India, despite there being a complaint in this case. So Ministry has pulled up the DGCA. They should have taken action on the Air India officials as far as this case is concerned. Why no action was taken is the question that has been asked by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. The second crisis that has hit Air India is the tragic incident, Shivangi, that took place last month. Many people lost their life. Now, what we're learning is that Civil Aviation Ministry has called for a meeting with the Air India officials in AI 171 plane crash, and senior Air India officials have been summoned by the Minister of Civil Aviation, Ram Mohan Naidu, and he will be asking for the initial investigation report as far as this incident is concerned. So double crises have hit Air India. Firstly, in fact, Civil Aviation Ministry is seeking action on the senior Air India officials as far as entering and having alcohol in the cockpit is concerned, and the second one is related to the Air India crash in which hundreds of people lost their life. The ministry is asking for the initial investigation report in that case, and that meeting is just going to start in some time is what we are learning. Shivangi, back to you.
Well, thank you, Akansha, for getting those details. We see that huge action being taken by the Civil Aviation Ministry over these two particular incidents, but we're getting some more updates coming in. One more controversy. That is right. Congress leader Digrajit Singh made a controversial statement on the Kawar Yatra. He said that the Yatra is used to spread hate. Later, the SP leader ST Hassan has likened the government with Pahalgam terrorists after the government makes it mandatory for eateries to display their license. BJP slams Indie leaders for anti-Hindu rhetoric. All right, let's go ahead and play out the reactions we're getting on the story.
देखिए, ये धर्म के ठेकेदार नहीं है, ये देश के दुश्मनों से मिले हुए लोग हैं जो देश के अंदर शांति नहीं चाहते, जो हिंदू मुसलमान करके यहाँ की आबादी को बांटना चाहते हैं और आबादी बंटने के बाद देश कमजोर हो। इनका एक एजेंडा है, लोग इस बात को समझ नहीं रहे, लेकिन धर्म की आड़ में धार्मिक ब्लैकमेल करके ये सब हरकतें कर रहे हैं। किसने ये राइट दिया इनको कि ढाबों की चेकिंग करें? ये किसने इनको ये राइट दिया कि लोगों की पैंटें उतरवाएं? क्या इनमें और उन आतंकवादियों में कोई फर्क है जिन्होंने धर्म पूछ के पहलगाम के अंदर गोलियां मारी?
कब से ये बातचीत सामने आई? क्योंकि आप खुद कह रहे हैं कि वीडियो नहीं है।
भाई, मीडिया के माध्यम से ही हमारे पास ये बात आई, मीडिया में ही चला ये बात। अच्छा, मुझे बताइए,
हाँ,
आप तो खैर ये नहीं मानेंगे पैंट उतरवाई, लेकिन आप ये बताइए जो उन्होंने इंस्पेक्शन करा, जो उन्होंने वहां पे गए, क्या वो कानून के दायरे में सही है आपके ख्याल से या आपके चैनल के ख्याल से?
बिल्कुल, मैं आपको इसका जवाब दूंगा ST हसन साहब, लेकिन एक छोटा सवाल मेरा है, फिर मैं पूछ रहा हूं, आप एक नेता हैं, आप जनप्रतिनिधि हैं, क्या आपको लगता है कि आपको जांच पड़ताल नहीं करनी चाहिए? आपने कहीं से कोई खबरें देखी या वीडियो? आप खुद कह रहे हैं मैंने तो वीडियो भी नहीं देखा, फिर आप इतने दावे के साथ कैसे कह सकते हैं?
नहीं तो जो आपके चैनल चलाते हैं, जो खबरों में आता है, जो अखबार में लिखा हुआ आता है, हम उसे झूठ मान लें आपके ख्याल से?
नहीं, हमने नहीं चलाया वीडियो, हमने तो नहीं कहा कि किसी ने पैंट उतारी। ST हसन साहब,
आप क्यों डिफेंड कर रहे हैं इतना उन लोगों को?
पहले मैं डिफेंड कर ही नहीं रहा, मैं तो आपसे पूछ रहा हूं कि आपने कहां से देख लिया ये सब? आप तो जिम्मेदार व्यक्ति हैं, मैं जानता हूं आपको।
चैनलों पे भी सुना और अखबारों में भी पढ़ा।
हसन साहब, आपको नहीं लगता कि आप अपने इस बयान से सांप्रदायिक रंग दे रहे हैं इस पूरे प्रकरण को?
सांप्रदायिक रंग आप देते हैं, ST हसन नहीं देता है।
नहीं तो वीडियो,
आपकी तो सारे क्वेश्चन और आपकी सारी बहसें सांप्रदायिक होती हैं।
वीडियो आपके पास है, दिखाएंगे आप सांप्रदायिक रंग क्यों दे रहे हैं?
हम नहीं दे रहे, आप दे रहे हैं सांप्रदायिक रंग। आप इसको जायज करार दे रहे हैं कि जाओ और मुसलमानों की दुकानें चेक करो, उनकी पैंटें उतरवा के देखो, ये तुम्हारी ही जायज है, ये आपका चैनल मानता है, मैं नहीं मानता, मैं हिंदुस्तान का संविधान मानता।
अच्छा, एक चीज और एसटी हसन साहब, एक चीज और मैं पूछ रहा हूं आपसे। अभी हमने भी वहां पड़ताल की, जो ढाबे हैं वहां पर नाम, अगर मैं कहूं कि शर्मा जी के ढाबे का नाम किसी सुलेमान के नाम पर रखा गया है, सामने कुछ और है, पर्दे के पीछे कुछ और है, क्या ये ठीक लगता है आपको? ऐसा होना चाहिए?
नहीं, ये गलत है। इस्लाम कभी भी किसी को धोखा देने की इजाजत नहीं देता।
तो वही तो हो रहा है ना, वही तो हो रहा है ना कि ऊपर नाम कुछ और है और क्यूआर कोड जब निकालते हैं तो वहां कुछ और नाम निकलता है।
जी जी, बोलिए एसटी हसन साहब, बोलिए।
मैं कह तो रहा हूं, जो सरकार ने आदेश दिया है कि नाम लिखो, मैं इसके खिलाफ नहीं हूं। जो लोग नाम छुपा रहे हैं वो गलत कर रहे हैं। ये नाम नहीं छुपाने चाहिए।
अच्छा,
नाम छुपाने से आप धोखा दे रहे हैं किसी को,
हाँ,
जो इस्लाम में जायज नहीं है।
ठीक है एसटी हसन साहब, आपने कहा कि ये गलत है, लेकिन पहलगाम हमला जिसमें निहत्थे लोगों की हत्या कर दी गई थी, उससे आप जोड़ रहे हैं? आपको नहीं लगता है बहुत गंभीर मामला है? क्योंकि इस मामले को लेकर दुनिया भर में भारत ने अपना स्टैंड साफ कर दिया है कि वो आतंकी हैं।
नहीं तो हम कब मना कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, आपने तुलना की,
स्टैंड किया कि उन्होंने जो कुछ भी हीनियस क्राइम करा है, इंसानियत को
एक बात बताइए,
उन्होंने मासूम लोगों को, हमारे दिमाग से वो
एसटी हसन साहब, अब मैं सीधा सवाल आपसे पूछ रहा हूं। आपने वीडियो देखा नहीं, आपने कोई भी सबूत आपके पास नहीं, आप कह रहे हैं वो आतंकवादी हो गए, ये लोग आतंकवादी हैं, जरा सी पहचान पूछ लिया आतंकवादी हो गए।
क्यों आप लोगों ने चलाया? आप अपने चैनलों से पूछिए ना।
नहीं, चैनल किसने चैनल ने चलाया? चलिए मैं रिपब्लिक भारत पे दम ठोक के कहता हूं, हमने नहीं चलाया। माफी मांगिए आप, रिपब्लिक भारत ने नहीं चलाया, और मैं दावे के साथ कहता हूं किसी की पैंट नहीं उतारी। माफी मांगेंगे
आप? नहीं दिखाओगे मुझे?
एसटी हसन साहब, माफी मांगेंगे आप?
आप तो मशहूर है पूरे हिंदुस्तान में इस काम।
आप बताइए ना, माफी मांगेंगे एसटी हसन साहब? माफी मांगेंगे क्या आप?
हरगिज नहीं।
आप देश के नागरिक को, कांवड़ियों को आप आतंकवादी बता रहे हैं?
कांवड़ियों को, ये देखा आपने कैसे टर्न मारा? मैंने कांवड़ियों को कहा?
जो लोग
ऐसा है,
आपको यही नहीं पता है ना एसटी हसन साहब? यशवीर महाराज, अगर मोबाइल है तो टीवी खोलकर देखिए, उनकी तस्वीर दिखा रहा हूं मैं। क्या है आपको आतंकवादी दिख रहे हैं? देखिए जरा कौन है वो लोग।
नहीं, आपने ये कैसे कह दिया मैंने कांवड़ियों को आतंकवादी कहा?
क्योंकि वो लोग कांवड़ लेकर जाने वाले हैं, क्योंकि वही लोग कांवड़ लेके
जाने वाले हैं। कांवड़ लिए नहीं जा रहे थे, वो आपको कैसे पता कांवड़ लेके जाने वाले?
हमारे चैनल ने बात की है, आपने तो वीडियो भी नहीं देखा एसटी हसन साहब, और आप कह रहे हैं आतंकवादी है। मैं फिर कह रहा हूं, आप आतंकवादी मानते हैं क्या?
हमने भी पूछ के बोला है।
आप आतंकवादी मानते हैं?
हमने भी पूछ के बोला है।
आतंकवादी मानते हैं आप उन्हें?
हसन साहब, गलती को छुपाने के लिए एक और गलती नहीं की जा सकती है। बहुत सीधा सा शब्द होता है, माफी मांगता हूं, तो माफी मांग लीजिए।
मैं ये कह रहा हूं, माफी मांगे एसटी हसन साहब, सीधा बात करिए, सीधी बात।
माफी मांगू जो पैंट उतारवा रहा है, जो
किसने उतारी? आप मुझे वीडियो बताइए। मैं आपको चुनौती देता हूं, मैं आपको चुनौती देता हूं, आप मुझे वीडियो बता दीजिए। पूरी समाजवादी पार्टी की यूनिट को आप फोन लगा लीजिए, मुजफ्फरनगर की, मेरठ की यूनिट को फोन लगा लीजिए, और अगर एक इतना सा वीडियो बता देंगे ना आप मुझे, तो आप जो बोलेंगे वो करूंगा मैं। बताइए एसटी हसन साहब।
मैं ये पूछ रहा हूं, मुझे एक बात का जवाब दे दो। जो
हाँ, जवाब दे रहा हूं,
वो सही था?
मैं आपसे कह रहा हूं, आपने ही अभी कहा, थोड़ी देर पहले, रिवर्स करके मैं आपको बताता हूं। मैंने जब आपसे पूछा किसी को धोखा देना सही है, आपने कहा बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं है। फिर मैंने आपसे कहा कि आप आतंकवादी कैसे बता रहे हैं? आपके पास कोई जवाब नहीं एसटी हसन साहब।
अरे मैंने बताया कि पूरे हिंदुस्तान को पता है।
किसको पता है? आप मुझे बताइए, फिर मैं आपसे कह रहा हूं, आप सबूत दीजिए, सबूत दीजिए।
उस आदमी ने
सबूत
होगा जिसने,
सबूत है एसटी हसन साहब, समाजवादी पार्टी के हर कार्यकर्ता को फोन कर लीजिए, सबूत है, सबूत है आपके पास।
आप मुझे बताइए, जो वो चेकिंग कर रहे थे वो सही थी, उसका तो सबूत है या उसका भी?
जब आपके पास प्रूफ नहीं था, सुनिए मेरी बात हसन साहब, जब आपके पास कोई प्रूफ नहीं था तो आपने कैसे कह दिया कि आतंकवादी हैं?
नहीं, वो आदमी जो ये काम कर रहा था, जो चेक कर रहा था, वो
कौन किसके लिए काम कर रहा था, उससे क्या मतलब है? मैं कह रहा हूं, अगर वीडियो है आप शो करिए कि देखिए, रिपब्लिक भारत पर मैं दिखा रहा हूं, ये वीडियो है, इसी के आधार पर मैंने कहा आतंकवादी है। अगर ऐसा नहीं हुआ तो कहिए गलती हो गई, माफी मांगता हूं।
हसन साहब,